kuba parliament Bujumba constituency kuliko abesimbyeko bataano nga kuliko muna NRM Badda Fred ono nga ye yaliko omubaka wa parliament mu Sanje ekiwedde ne kubeerako owa Nuupu bamuyita Semala Fred ne kubeerako Opondo Mukasa Julius ngo yaze ku Wannamunigina ne kubeerako munnamagye eyakagawumula Kapiteeni Lumaga Rion ng'oyo mutabani w'omugenzi Lwanga naye nga yaze Wannamunigina mpozi n'awamu ne Kulazikulabe nga yajjidde ku kadi ya FDC ate nga abakyala ku district bali babiri bokka beesimbyewo nga omu ku bo yabaddeyo Nabayiga Aida nga yajjidde ku kadi ya NRM awamu ne Nakimuli Helen nga ye yajjidde ku kadi ya Nuupu ate ekyamuswa nabo baweererako ddala nga kuliko Honorable Kalo Nannyondo Birungi ng'ono yabaddeyo atikira essaza ly'ekyamuswa ajjidde ku kadi ya NRM ne kubeerako Semala nga naye yajjidde ku kadi ya Semala wa Bujumba kuliko Kabusu Moses nga yajjidde ku kadi ya FDC n'abalala bwe bati bonna wamu bali bataano
kale twogere ku mbeera ya COVID-19 waliwo SOPs ze balina okugoberera abantu balizigoberera
Electoral Commission egezezzaako nnyo okukunga abantu okugoberera ng'eyambibwako abasirikale ababa bateereddwako batulaba waliwo amazzi sabbuuni nga n'omuntu atalina masiki takkirizibwa kwetaba mu layini awamu ne distancing nayo odikonsiderinze nnyo
kati
abebyokwerinda abali muno batambula
abatalina masiki nsuubira nti waliwo abatunda masiki bagula masiki ne bakomawo mu layini oba bagenda waka
Kalangala yanjawuloko okubeera nga ebitundu ebirala nti omuntu atalina masiki baba teyazze nayo aba alina kuddayo oba n'agenda ewali edduuka ate nga amaduuka nago si ge gali amaanyi nti gakoze aba alina okunoonya engeri gyagifunamu bano abatunda batembere tebaliiyo nnyo ekalangala
kale tweyanza nnyo ssebo tunakulizaako edda
kale nze
kale. The election hub, we've had it from Kalangala, and it is a tough one in Kalangala. Second time we are having the story of biometric machines failing at a polling station, which now puts it in a quagmire state because we are against time when it comes to COVID-19 and also the fact that we do have to consider so many people would want to vote. The weather is also affecting how the polling day is going in Kalangala. We do have Sharon live from Mukono. Good morning to you, Sharon.
Hello. Hello.
How are you? Hello. Okay, as we get that connection corrected, we're going to be giving you live updates, 24 hours coverage, and we are looking at every region as much as possible, how the polling day is going for them. Hello?
Hello?
Sharon, good morning.
This is Dr. Sharon, Mukono district. I'm here at the Namlienge.
Okay.
This is from County where Honorable Nyanja Senyonga is supposed to vote from.
Yes.
But as the situation, people are just here and girls, the requirements were not yet reached the place. And they don't know whether so people were worried, complaining that they will postpone on hold. Then they have been told them that they are supposed to come at 7, but now we are at 9 o'clock going on. And as I'm saying, the COVID-19 procedures were being tried to impose. People are posting on masks, washing hands, but they are not yet posting. So in different areas like Nachisunga, it is the same story. They are not yet started voting. But within Mukono town, like Tagaway, Honorable Numbers is supposed to be, they have said voting, but they have said some requirements were not given, like the machines where they used to use the
biometric machine. Yes.
Were not given. And even the requirements were not enough. Requirements like hand wash materials were not enough. Yet the tried to keep that time. When they started, but like Mukono, Kaza, like St. Augustine, within Mukono, Nauti, already started. But most of the places were not yet started because of the materials. As I'm saying, it's like electoral commission, maybe they gave those people like things like cars. They don't have enough cars. They only have 2 cars to transport those people twice a day. Yes, but people are come and the security were deployed.
Okay. Sharon, have you had a conversation with the Electoral Commission on how they intend to speed up and catch up with time given the irregularities?
Sorry?
Have you had a chance to talk to the Electoral Commission, the agent on ground, and ask them how they intend to help speed up the process? Are they going to provide soap and water for people to wash? Are they going to get those things in time? Or can people come with their own sanitizers?
So, as I'm saying on this process, I've tried to put the jerrycans and soap. So you have to first wash your hands before voting. You have to come with your mask. Without mask, you don't supposed to vote.
All right. Thank you so much.
They are ready? Sorry?
Please go ahead.
And I've tried to ask one of the supervisors at the Electoral Commission in Setanansko. He says that they have tried to think in time, but the problem is vehicles. They only have 2 vehicles to transport that.
All right. Thank you so much, Sharon.
Okay.
Yes. Basidika Sharon there in Mukono also giving us another update as far as the Electoral Commission is concerned. When it comes to equipment and the things that they're supposed to be using to conduct the polling stations in Mukono area, there's a challenge. One of the biometrics, some are not enough, and then there's also the fact that some are not working, which poses a challenge. We have time that we are supposed to be going against. So our question then becomes, can Electoral Commission find very, very fast, suitable solutions to some of these challenges that are rising up in these different regions? The other thing that she has talked about is the availability of the SOPs. We're talking about the simple basics, water and soap, benzines. She talks about the fact that they are actually lacking in this particular area in Mukono, and while they're lacking, it does affect the speediness upon which people can actually easily cast their vote. One then can argue, why don't you just buy your own sanitizer, and why don't you just get your own mask so that when you get to the polling station you can apply your own sanitizer with your mask on, and as guided by the agent or the officer on ground you can cast your vote, because this might be an occurrence in different regions. This may be an occurrence in Kampala. Anywhere it can happen. Also, we look at the leaders in this particular region. They can consider buying the soap and put up water bases so that people can vote. We do have another correspondent coming in from Mitiana.
Hello?
Luwama, good morning.
Hello?
Good morning, Luwama.
Hello, Priscilla.
How are you?
I am good, hi.
I'm okay. We want to look at since polling started at 7 a.m. in Mityana, how is the situation? Is it a stable situation? Is everything available both from Electoral Commission and from the voters' side to induce the very fast movement of people voting?
Oh, in Mityana, where my at is Kalanga location of Uganda.
Okay.
This people turned up with good numbers. And the voting started at least by 8 that Saturday.
Okay.
Yes, the incident which I was talking about was in Anna municipality, where a gentleman tried to run with the books of ballots.
Try to run with a what?
With the books of ballots.
Okay.
But at least the voters managed to stood him. At least they managed to get the box back. But what I'm saying at least with the Minister information, I will give it up for and where I'm going to watch from is already in the line.
Okay.
I think you can believe what the situation is, at least how the situation is being handled and basically the observance of COVID-19 guidelines. Yeah, simply say, I'm going to take you to the Minister. Yeah, I think we'll be able to give you more details.
Nasil, we are also hearing of biometric machine failures. Are you experiencing that in Mityana?
In Mityana, the way, according to what I see, they are not being used.
What are the alternatives and how is the procedure of what they are using?
Basically, they are following the register.
Okay.
If you come with the voter's location slip,
okay,
it can be easier to locate where you have to vote from and to get your name in the register. But even those without the location slip, they also given permission to vote so long as you are in the register.
Okay. Do you have any candidate that has voted so far in Mityana?
No one has voted so far, but at least I can see the minister is in line already.
Okay.
I think he can be able to talk to us.
All right.
Is it okay to take you to the minister?
Yes, we can have a talk with the minister.
Yeah?
Yes, we can talk to the minister.
Okay, so you try to talk to her, then basically he can give you the general picture of observance of guidelines as were communicated by the government.
All right.
Okay. Hello?
Hello? Good morning.
So let me take you to her.
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. Wait a bit. Wait a bit. I don't know, Miss Alice. Please like online. Hello?
Good morning to you, Minister.
Yes, good morning. How are you?
You are live on UBC TV, and people want to know what is the voting situation in Mityana.
So far, so good. The turn-up is very good.
Okay.
And the exercise is so far peaceful. So we don't have much interference.
Yes. 2021 election is characterized by COVID-19.
Hello?
2021 general election is characterized by COVID-19. Can you give us an overview of how the COVID-19 guidelines are being conducted?
Hey. Let me first vote, then I'll get back to you. Sorry.
All right, Minister. Thank you so much for your time. Mr. Lubama, thank you so much for your time and that update coming in from Mityana. It's definitely great to know that some areas are having a fair day as far as getting into the daily polls are concerned. Here on the
vijana, nadhani hicho kidogo kinamuuma huyu mzee wetu Rais Museveni kwamba anahisi kwamba bado ana kitu ambacho anaweza kukifaidi jamii hii na nchi hii ambayo ameitawala kwa miaka mingi.
Ndio alitalala.
Ilo swali uliouliza kakangu labidi niseme kidogo. Na turejelee alivyozungumza Daktari Matanga ambaye namheshimu sana. By the way, nashukuru kwamba amekumbuka leo kwamba amekuwa ni mwana harakati tangia siku za kina Milton Obote. Kwa hivyo hiki ni chuma cha zamani babangu akiupepi moto. Sababu kubwa na Daktari Matanga amesema ambayo imesababisha Bobi Wine na vijana ndio wenye kuwekwa mstari wa mbele ni kwa sababu ya zile mbinu ambazo Mheshimiwa Museveni amekuwa akitumia. Mheshimiwa Museveni amekuwa akitumia nguvu, mtutu wa bunduki, mbio barabarani, mbio usiku, mbio mchana. Sasa aliye karibu na miaka yake, Daktari Besigye, hangewezana. Na ndio maana nafikiri wale ambao wana uhusiano wa karibu katika mambo ya Uganda wamesema mwachieni Bobi Wine. Kwa nini? Bobi Wine msanii ni mtajika katika kizazi cha leo. Hata kabla hajatangaza anataka ubunge, yeye tayari ashajulikana. Pili, wao vijana ndio wengi, 80%. Tatu, hao ndio wako na nguvu za kimwili za kuweza kupambana na hizi dhuluma za kijeshi. Wewe miaka yangu hii babangu, hizo mbio ambazo nimeziona Uganda, hutoweza, mguu utateguka. Lakini nguvu za vijana ndizo ambazo zatakikana leo. Na majuzi tu karibu vijana 50 wakipigwa risasi na kuuawa, lakini hawajakata tamaa. Unakuta bado wanakimbizana na askari na wanajeshi wa Museveni. Kwa hivyo kuna nguvu za kizazi kipya
na kiu hiyo ya mabadiliko ya kujaribu kutoka kizazi kimoja hadi kingine. Daktari Matanga, labda turudi kidogo katika historia kule nyuma, mwaka 1900
persons, phone numbers, because you see, again, populations are part of policing, as you always tell us every day. Communities are part of policing. So can we share some contacts, immediate contacts that can cause quick response in terms of where we see violence or where there's fear for abuse of peace and all these kind of things?
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to use this opportunity to share some of these contacts. They are toll-free numbers. Please use them in sharing with us information related to distress calls and calling for assistance or support or provision of security to our people out there.
Please.
Some of the numbers are 0800 300 102. The second number is 0800 122 291. The third number is 0700 519 317. The other number is 0707 707 927. In case of fire outbreak, and therefore you would want direct fire contact, not basically in relation or restriction to elections, but general fire outbreak anywhere, in a home, a vehicle trying to, causing a short circuit here and there. Please, this is a toll-free number for our fire brigade, 0800 1222. The officer who is there on a 24-hour basis is on 0714 66 77 16. Sorry, the last one is 16. Please feel free and move with us. Feel free to contact us, but feel free to go there and vote. It is your right. Your vote counts in determining the next leader you want to lead us in the next 5 years.
Fund, have you voted already?
I am going to vote because, by the way, let me tell you, I am a Ugandan and I'm entitled to do that. And I'm going to vote a person of my choice for whom I believe is going to secure this country and ensure that we are more stable than ever.
Thank you so much, Afande Anatoli Muleterwa, the Assistant Commissioner of Police, also in charge of community liaison, and of course policing that. Now, it's important, again, as we finish this discussion with Afande Anatoli, to talk to also and thank our police officers there. Thank you so much for everything you're doing. We know that sometimes you have loopholes here and there, but you also take charge of the same. But thank you, Anatoli. Also pass our thanks to the team there at Naguru and all over your deployments. Now we'll cross over to Priscilla Naroga, who will also proceed with our election hub as we will talk about elections. And remember, today is the D-Day where we'll be voting for the president and members of parliament. Priscilla.
Well, thank you so much, Felix. Coming to you live from the election hub. This is UBC, and we're giving you live coverage for the next 72 hours regarding the elections 2021. Now, we get to look at some of the news that is coming through. We've gotten updates from some of our reporters in the field informing us that Willie Mayambala is on his way, and he's heading to Luweero to cast his vote. And yes, so he's definitely giving us an update and just giving us his last remarks as he heads into the elections himself, casting the vote himself, and one final say to the Ugandans as a presidential candidate, because after today things might change. Who knows? But we also want to look at where else other presidential candidates are going to be casting their vote this election 2021. We do have Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. He's going to be casting his vote from Chihura district. Then Robert Sentamu Chagulanyi is going to be casting his vote from Wakiso district in Magere. You do have Patrick Oboy Amriat, who's going to be casting his vote from Kamuli. Then you do have Henry Tumukunde. He's going to be casting his vote from Kampala here in Trisementi. General Mugisha Muntu is going to be casting his vote from Rashameire westward, and that is Chitunga. You also do have Joseph Kabuleta. He's also going to be casting his vote from St. Simon Vocational Training Center in Renkove in Hoima district. Norbert Mao is going to be casting his vote in Gulu. Winner is definitely going to Luweero at the headquarters in Bwaziba parish. Then you do have John Katumba Oye, and he's going to be casting his vote from Nkochi Nama sub-county headquarters. We do have Fred Mwesije, the pastor there. He's also going to be casting his vote from Entebbe Nachiwogo. And finally, Nancy Kalembe is going to be casting her vote from Iganga district. So that is where the presidential candidates are going to be casting their votes this time around. And as you know, we do have to ensure that COVID-19 guidelines are affected and infected and effected also at the same time when they are casting their votes. We get to hear from Willie Mayambala, who's a presidential candidate in the race.
What is your appeal to Uganda? Because today is voting day and you know it's past campaign time, but we want a general message to the Ugandans.
My message to Ugandans is after voting, go home. We are in a peaceful transition which requires us to trust and believe in our vote for the change of leadership. In case anything beyond that is needed, it will come after voting.
Well, the man is on his way to cast his vote. Question is, are you on your way to cast your very own vote? Remember, your vote, your choice, and it is your candidate's win at the end of the day. So we urge you here from the election hub to go cast your vote. The earlier, the better, because we have a new normal this election. We do have COVID-19 in consideration, and that means that it may take a longer time for you to cast your vote in consideration of social distancing, sanitizing, and also masking as you head to your polling station. So do head to your polling station and ensure to put in that ballot paper. It is a secret. Speaking of secrecy, we have been advised greatly by the Electoral Commission. One of the restrictions is that you will not be permitted to have a phone within the ballot paper polling area that has been barricaded or demarcated thereof by Electoral Commission. So within that vicinity, you're not allowed to have a phone. So my dear fellow Ugandan, if you must, do carry your phone, but if you don't need to, Just leave the phone home, go cast your vote, and as Willie Mayambala has stated, after casting your vote, go back home and watch UBC TV. We're going to be giving you live coverage and updates as they come in. We have also been reliably informed that we have observers for the elections that are within our neighboring polling stations around the Nile Avenue, and we're going to be getting those updates coming through here on the Election Hub. We also are going to be looking at other polling stations as our reporters bring in live feeds from different regions and parts of Uganda. How is the state of casting the vote in different regions? As you've seen, Western region has the highest number of people. We do have Kampala also influencing, and the Eastern region is also influencing the votes this time around. So we get to hear from another observer for the election.
So first of all, as you come through the line, first of all, you must observe social distance, at least 2 meters away from each other. So as you get here, we have a hand washing point, and together, please, before you come to this point, make sure you have a mask. We are not going to allow anybody to come and vote without a mask, because health first. So as you come here with your mask, you get to wash your hand here, and then you straight away go to the first table. That first table, we shall help you confirm your identity, whether you are the legitimate voter of this polling station. So we have a device, they are called biometric voter verification kit or device. This will help us to find out whether you're the true registered voter of this polling station. And please, once things go wrong there, and you discover that you are not part, or you are not allowed to vote for me, please, we shall kindly request you to walk away.
Yeah, first and foremost, it's important to note that here at this polling station, voting didn't commence at 7 o'clock as it is supposed to, probably because of the procedures that had to be undertaken by the electoral officials. But that notwithstanding, we have seen a very comprehensive process that the electoral officials have gone through to explain to the voters what the polling process is about, to explain to the voters the materials that they have received, to also explain to them the general layout of the polling station, which is very important. And the other positive is that we have seen the Electoral Commission emphasizing the standard operating procedures. At this particular polling station, you can see there is a person designated to sanitize people's hands, but also tell them to keep a social distance, and also checking if they have masks, which I think is a very good thing in the context in which we are. So thus far, it seems calm, it seems peaceful right now, probably maybe because it's in the morning. I am impressed so far by the enthusiasm of the people. You can see there is quite a number of people that are already queuing up, waiting to vote, and it's just half an hour past 7. So this is quite different. We feared as observers that many people may not actually turn out to vote because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the anxiety around that. And people had fears around, you know, the security and whether it might be safe for them to get out, really. So, but what we are seeing at this particular polling station seems to be different. The agents are here. At least I can see that many of the political candidates' agents are represented at this polling station. Observers, I've seen domestic, I've seen the international observers from the African Union, from the East African community. They're here which is also a good sign that at least for this particular polling station, everything seems to be in shape. Now, this is not to say that that is the representation across the entire country, because different polling areas have different nuances. So we cannot take this as a generalized view, as a reflection of what is happening across the country. For that, we'll have to have a conversation later in the day.
Well, you've heard it from Crispin Kawulu, who's an election observer in the 2021 Uganda general elections. As Uganda decides this time around, there's so many things to consider. One, the fact that in the campaign trail we did have riots, and a lot of people did pass away because of those riots. It has caused security to be upped in so many different regions. Just in Kampala, we are having so many kids right now as we speak having security forces on them just to maintain peace and security as we go through these elections. So you can definitely be sure that for every polling station there's also security that has been guaranteed. We did hear from Chireka, and in Chireka one of the positives was that security was calm and peaceful. Yes, we get to look at voter distribution by region. As we've had Mayambala Willie heading to Luero, we definitely want to look at some of these other regions that could affect the polling data as it comes through later on in the day. We do look at West Nile, another influential region that has 1,179,001 persons when it comes to voter distribution there. You look at Midwest, it has 1,347,702 persons that could influence the voting in there for today in terms of presidency. We're looking at MPs and also women MPs. And then you get to look at Central South. It has 1,545,483 persons that are choosing to vote in the Central South. You look at the northern part, we do have 1,734,504 voters coming in from the northern region. There's also the Elgon region that you must consider in this election, and the Elgon region is contributing 1,776,140 voters to the end of the 18+ million voters that we're looking at in this particular election. You also have Chira that is having 1,800,378 in the West South, is also having 2,406,701 persons. And definitely you also have the Albertine region that is always considered when it comes to casting votes in our country, Uganda, and it contributes 976,047 voters in there. The lowest, as we had regarded, is Karamoja, which contributes 349,228 voters, and the second lowest is the Eastern region that contributes 888,641 voters among the 18.1 million voters that are casting their vote in this election this time round. And of course, the consideration is that majority may to be women, and also 40.8% of those are youth. So it's encouraging to see that the youth have actually stepped up there again. This is the Election Hub. You're watching Good Morning Uganda, and we're going to be giving you live coverage from every part of Uganda as the poll data comes in, as our reporters give us live updates. We have so far noted that the weather is going to be one of those contributing factors. I can see right from our hub here, clearly there is some bit of cloud outdoors, which does reflect in the Bundibujo weather that we had from earlier. It's raining in Bundibujo, so it's contributing to the slowness of how people are getting to the polling station. We have looked at Chireka. So far, we have been reliably informed by Calvin that it is actually moving on fairly and squarely, except for the biometric. We do have an update coming in from Sam Kajovi in Kalangala. Good morning, Sam.
Hello?
Good morning, Sam. How are you? Bigenda bitie Kalangala.
Kalangala wetwogerera nga ebifo ebimu tebannatandika kulonda obumu obukebera oba buyite obumashini obukozesa
due to some reasons. So that is how it stands. Also, what is very important for Ugandans know that police came out with some regulations that you should know as you come into the city. Most of those that are driving fuel trucks, you're not allowed to come with them in town, and also vehicles that carry a lot of luggage, heavy loaders, please, in the city center, there are strict resolutions, and you should not enter the city center at this time. But also we must remember all the rooftops of high buildings in the city with immediate effect starting yesterday were taken over by police. So these are some of the interesting things, Felix and Priscilla, regarding this election. People that are unopposed already in parliament, but also importantly is security. You can be rest assured that is really brief and tight for you.
It's good to know that some people have already made it to parliament. They're just waiting to do that. I, Priscilla Naroga, solemnly swear that Good Morning Uganda is going to be giving you live updates for the entire election period from the election hub.
Well, of course, as you did take the oath of the same, I must also add my voice to yours that we are here to give you 24 coverage, even after there will be election hub will go on. We'll have a session where we'll be interacting in Uganda again. You've received a couple of calls, I think about 10 phone calls in different parts of Uganda.
Mitiana, we've looked at Bundibujo, we've looked at Kazo, Mukono, Entebbe. Yeah.
So basically the feel of the same election is more or less the same around, except for a few challenges where you've seen people having challenges with the biometric thumb reader. But of course, also hearing, I just had a conversation with Jagenda from Namasuba, that areas of Machinde, voting is going on and people have turned up in huge numbers, which is a very good thing. It is beautiful that Ugandans now are picking interest to exercise their right to vote into leading ourselves. Well, we shall have formidable leadership in the next 5 years. The anticipation of that, I hope is true. And definitely we believe that yesterday it rained and everyone was worried, if you remember. Yes. Let's hope it doesn't rain.
Affect what we're going through as a nation. But also you mentioned something. I remember in these last days, the incumbent president, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, has made mention of corrupt leaders in parliament, most especially. And so this vote can decide which leader gets to be voted into parliament, which leader gets to be voted back into parliament.
Is member of parliament, President? I'm just asking.
In Rubaga South.
Well,
we have the man who asked us for money so that he can go get treatment. Yes. So.
But Felix and Priscilla, regarding rain, in Africa, rain is a blessing. The doves could have refused to fly, but at least interesting, it's going to. If it showers, that's another sign of peace and blessings in Africa for anything. So today, when we have the rain, yes, let's just ensure that we go and cast our vote. It is a blessing. It may be another sign also that we are going to have a very, very desired election come this time. But also just remind you again, because I'm so sensitive when it comes to issues of security, that there will be no processions. These are the guidelines police has issued. There will be no processions. Usually after 4, when the counting is done at polling stations, some people get excited and they end up either forming processions because their candidate could have garnered the majority votes at that polling station. Garnered majority of votes at that polling station. But not the winner generally, but that polling station. So sometimes they move jubilating. This police has said will not be allowed. And remember, people are not expected to be at the polling stations. After voting, please leave, let the polling agents be there, and also that the officers in charge. Also, no parking beside the roadside. If you do that, maybe you're driving and you leave your car by the roadside, it will be towed at your own expense. More so in the city center. Only park at authorized places for parking. Also, fuel tankers are prohibited from the city center. Fuel tankers are prohibited from the city center. So if you're driving a fuel tank, you must have known very well that you do not access the city center. Then also, there are restrictions on movements of loaded trucks on all roads in Kampala metropolitan area. These are some of the things that you should watch out very well in case you are driving a loaded truck.
It is prohibited in Kampala metropolitan area. Fuel tankers, this is a no-go area, and also processions after win has been declared, or you've heard from any part of the authorized people that will give you who has won. Please not engage in processions, because this also the law enforcers are not going to be allowing you. But the hub is here, and the election hub is here, and we are going to do all it takes to give you the best information, credible information that you need. That is in English, Kiswahili, and Luganda as well. Felix.
Yes, Robert.
Are you going to cast your vote?
Definitely, I will be casting my vote in Uraga. That is at... I think I'll keep that to myself. No, but Kuchengonge.
Well, for me, I'm very sure. I'm very sure. I won't bother with it.
Robert, you keep on flying that thing to us and our viewers. It is as good as useless.
It's not useless because it's going to ease the process.
And we must probably make also this clear again to all our viewers out there and people who are going to vote, that the most intense requirement is be sure that you are registered. Okay? Even if you don't carry, as long as you can prove that you are registered. So this thing of Robert called...
It only helps in case you're not sure of your...
Robert is so proud of it.
Or even when you get that, it eases work for you.
You know? But anyway, Robert, importantly, we must also add our voices to the Fande Anatoli Muleterwa, who did emphasize about the deployment and enforcement. We must do also cause the same emphasis that the deployment there is in purposes of keeping peace. You will see people dressed in different uniforms. The police is working with other sister agencies as mandated. And of course, they are having the army, the military, we having people in different uniforms, but the ultimate purpose of the same is keeping peace. Do not provoke, do not abuse any sort of law. Please stay abiding by the legalities of
I'm also happy this time around that they have given us numbers for you to call in case there is any acts of violence or something that you don't see going through very well. Police has given the numbers. You can use the 99. It is a number you can call in. That is a 999. But also you can call to report any incident on 0800 300 102. That is also a number you can call to report any incident of violence. You can also call 0800 12 22 91. That is also another number you can call. But still you can use 0700 51 93 17. You can also call on that number, and also feel comfortable to call on 070 77 079 27. So these are some of the numbers. And in case of a fire, also the fire brigade number has been given, which is 071 466 77 16. Report any incident so that they can quickly respond to that in an effort to ensure that we have a very peaceful election that commenced just today at exactly 7. Time is flying, so do not miss out on voting. You might delay, and by the time you get to that destination, it is already 4 and voting has been closed. I just wonder what time, Priscilla, you're going to get to your polling station. Hope you don't miss out on the voting.
You and your voting slip, you go and vote, then after that you come back, then I also go and vote, because we have to give people live coverage. 24 hours, not a joking subject. We have to be here. So when you go and come back, then I will also go and come back. But I just want to remind people, you know, we've had that conversation with one of our reporters who has mentioned that even journalists in one area have found it difficult to exercise their journalistic rights to cover the elections.
Remember, there was an aspect.
Though they've been accredited, but the officer on ground is the one with whom they've had an issue with and a confrontation with. Now it also brings us back to the reminder that EC put out a restriction as far as you know, people using their phones is concerned. You're not allowed to take a photo of your ballot paper. I repeat, you're not allowed to take a photo of your ballot paper. You're also not allowed to have a phone within the barricaded area or the designated area in your polling station. So please be mindful of those two things while you're heading for voting in your polling station. Now we get to hand over to
the team who will be taking us through the Uganda session, where they'll be interacting with that also followership but at least we have done it, and we must say thank you so much for our team.
Yeah.
And for everyone who's out there, our correspondents who have been giving us updates about what's happening everywhere.
We're going to be getting more updates as the day builds up.
And now we hand over to our colleagues in Star TV there, who will be taking us through the session, which will be entirely Uganda.
And later on, Swahili for the Swahili people also. Don't forget that we'll also be broadcasting live events as they unfold in Swahili. So the Election Hub is combining 3 languages, English, Luganda, and Swahili. Just ensure that you don't miss out on any information. Who has been with us. We want to thank our correspondents. We want to thank all law-abiding Ugandans. So far, so good. All you've been told in various areas, you've maintained peace. Please keep it there. Maintain peace, because at the end of that day, we all need peace. It is only peace that will enable you cast your vote. Remember, your candidate needs your vote, and you need to make the right choice for you to get the services. For presidency, the 50+1% of the total votes cast is what your candidate needs. So that is how important your vote is to your candidate. Go and cast it. For the members of parliament, any number, he who garners majority becomes the winner.
Good morning, Uganda. 2021, live from UBC Studios in Kampala. This is Good Morning, Uganda.
The area of truth. That is our main work which we have to do now in order
wapinzani na Mheshimiwa Museveni wamefuata. Tume ya uchaguzi imekuwa ni yenye kupendelea ama si ya kupendelea? Dola za serikali, asasi za serikali zimekuwa ni zenye kupendelea au kupendelea? Kwa hivyo ambayo utayaona leo ni matokeo ya safari mrefu.
Ndiyo.
Mbona mitandao ya jamii imefungwa? Jana nikimuona anayesimamia uchaguzi Uganda anasema simu hazitokubaliwa katika maeneo ya kura.
Ndiyo.
Mbona Marekani wamezuiliwa kuwa ni wenye kutazama uchaguzi?
Ndiyo.
Kwa hivyo ulichopika vibaya babangu ndicho utakachopakua. Ambacho Waganda wanapakuliwa leo hakijapikwa leo.
Ndiyo.
Na ikiwa wakilipigwa vibaya babangu utapata kibaya leo. Ndio maana Daktari Matsanga anasema kwamba fima faima wataenda mpaka kotini. Ni kama shanusia tayari kwamba chakula hakikuwa sawa.
Na hizi sasa pengine
hata kabla ya kuchangia hapa nataka tuangalie hii tweet na pengine ituongoze mazungumzo yetu. Rais Yoweri Kaguta Museveni akizungumza nafikiri ilikuwa ni lini, siku 2 kabla ya uchaguzi, anasema tupo katika kipindi cha lala salama kwa ajili ya uchaguzi. Anasema kwamba I urge all NRM online supporters to get ready to vote. We shall put shame all those who are unhappy with Uganda's progress and therefore think they can use this election to set us back. Kuna hiyo nadharia, kuna hiyo dhana ambayo huwa inatokea kila wakati kwamba kunapotokea ushindani mkali, vigogo wa kisiasa wanapotikiswa kwa ajili ya ushindani wa kisiasa, wanahisi kwamba mataifa ya magharibi na wageni kutoka nje wanaingilia chaguzi zao kwa ajili ya kuchochea mageuzi. Kwa nini Warungu?
Mimi nahisi niunganishe na jibu ambalo nataka kuchangia kuongeza hicho ambacho profesa amekizungumzia cha kwa nini hao hataki kuondoka madarakani. Sababu moja ni kwamba kuna wasiwasi kwamba atakaye rithi madaraka ama kiti hiki changu atanihifadhi au ataniandama, ataandama mali ambayo nimejirundikia nilipokuwa madarakani. Hiyo moja. Halafu wazo la pili ni kwamba hamna mwingine kama mimi ambaye niwaletea uhuru huu, niwaletea maendeleo haya. Simwamini kiongozi mwingine yote, hata vizazi vingapi vijazo ambazo ataweza kufanya hicho ambacho nimekifanya mimi. Lakini sasa kwa upande pili mimi nahisi kwamba kuna matumaini kutoka nchi ya Kenya na kutoka nchi ya Tanzania. Tanzania ukiangalia tangu uhuru wamekuwa na marais watano. Alikuwa Rais Nyerere, alikuwepo Rais Mwinyi, amekuwepo Rais Mkapa, alikuwepo Kikwete na mwisho kabisa tuna Magufuli. Kenya vile vile tulikuwa na Jomo Kenyatta, tumekuwa na Moi, tumekuwa na Kibaki, marais wanne na Uhuru Kenyatta. Kwa hivyo kuna matumaini kwamba ikiwa nchi mbili za Afrika Mashariki zimetoa mfano huo, pengine Uganda ikitokea nafasi, kwa sababu Uganda wana pengo la miaka 35 hawajamuona kiongozi mwingine yote isipokuwa Rais Museveni. Kwa hivyo mbinu, sasa nikirejea swali lako Sally, ni kwamba hizi ni baadhi ya mbinu mojawapo za kujaribu kubakia pale madarakani, kubakia Ikulu, ni kwanza kutafuta visingizio kwamba jamani, unaona sasa wageni wameanza kuingilia. Sasa katika uchaguzi uliopita kulikuwa na Waganda milioni 3 ambao walipiga kura kuunga mkono mpinzani. Wakati walikuwa ni Kizza Besigye, ukilinganisha na kura milioni 5 za Rais Museveni. Sasa wale wote ni wageni jamani, ni watu ambao vichwa vyao vimefunguliwa wakayuko fikra ambazo kidogo ni za kigeni. Ni Waganda au Wamarekani wametuma sijui majasusi wao na nini kuhakikisha kwamba hapana,
Black American.
Ni tofauti kabisa. Ni kwamba ni wasiwasi kwamba unaangalia kwamba unasema kwamba jamani, sasa na akiona kama hatoshi anasema jamani, kuna kijana wangu hapa mmoja ambaye na kidogo nimekuwa nikimemlea, nimemtunza, nimempa kidogo uwezo, na mkimpa nafasi hicho ambacho nimewapeni atakiendeleza na atakikuza na kitakuwa ni bora zaidi. Nadhani hilo ndio tatizo letu sisi kama Waafrika, kama alivyosema profesa.
Wacha niangalie tu kwa haraka vyombo vya habari vya nchini Uganda, hasa magazeti yanaakisi vipi shughuli nzima uchaguzi. Ukiangalia Daily Monitor hapa wana kichwa kikuu cha habari katika ukurasa wao wa mtandao, Ugandans sema I will reject results if elections is rigged. Na Yoweri Kaguta Museveni anasema if I lose fairly I will go. Dr. Matsanga, unaamini kwamba kama Mheshimiwa Rais Museveni akipoteza nafasi yake hiyo ataondoka madarakani?
Wacha nikuambie wa jamaa, mimi najua mtu hii kutoka 78. Nawaambie inamjua sana. Unasikia anazungumza jina yangu. Mimi kitu moja nilikuwa na baki naye kupigana naye. Lakini Kibaki na watu wengine walisema kutoka mwaka 2006 wasema ceasefire. Ceasefire. Nilifanya peace kwa tribe yetu Mkhwana na
kati awusimanyi bulungi kakiiko kabyokulonda bwe kagenda kubanga kakola ensonga eyo. N'ekirala nabadde nsuubira
ancestors ya Masaba itakumaliza. Kwa hivyo niliwacha mapigano. Sasa nazungumza peace. Meshapigia Rwakana Rugunda. Meshapigia yesi. Well recorded. Namwambia Rwakana Rugunda, mtu amebaki huko peke yake, mwenye anapenda amani. Muache kupiga watoto hii. Muache kupiga watoto hii. Muache kuua watu. Muache kuleta because ile mnaita butcher of Mogadishu. Kufanya nini Kampala? Kufanya nini? Mnataka Waganda. Unajua Mkwana na Warungu, wacha niwaambie nyinyi. Sisi Waganda tuko na kitu moja. Tuzungumize sana. I think kwa Waganda wenye wanazungumiza sana Masai. Sababu niko na roho ile inapenda amani. Iko wengine wanasema kama tu unafanya hivyo wacha nirudi. Kama mko kwa baa mnakunya, tembea utoke.
Ndio.
Tuko na hiyo dasturi. Kwa hivyo President Museveni alikuja, alipata ile msingi ya legacy ya previous government, amefanya improvement, corruption inamaliza. Corruption ya Uganda iko centered. Nyenye corruption ya Kenya iko spread. yetu iko central, corrupt, is centered. Kama unataka kununua gari mpya ya milioni 500 lazima ujue nani na nani na nani kwa pande moja. Lakini yenyu kila mtu ako na nyumba ya kubwa nini na nini. It's spread everywhere in East Africa. Corruption is spread. But kwetu is centralized. Wacha nikwambie. Kwa hao watu wote, unaona Bobi Wine leo itampigia simu baadaye. Sitaki hiyo maneno ya kuzungumiza if this is this I will do this. Awache kura watu wapige na amani. Ndio tuendelee kutoka hapo. Huyu leo tutakimbia na yeye. Awache asizungumze namna hiyo. Kitu ya pili, nataka kuambia kitu ya mwisho ya vita. Vita gani utapika kura kama electoral commission is appointed by the same man? Leo kama tunasema electoral commission ya Uganda iko na mtu mmoja peke yake. Wengine walifukuza kazi. Walifukuza hawa. President Museveni sacked all of them. There is only one man left there with a hand-picked spokesman who does not know what he speaks about.
Asante. Labda
muombe Waganda leo Warungu na Mkwana. Lakini kusema kama anashindwa kura atarudi nyumbani. Ameshasema hiyo miaka mingi. Hata Warungu wako hapa witness. Mimi kwa miaka yangu siwezi kuzungumza maneno ya wrong lies. Warungu umesha interview this guy over 4 times. Anatuambia kama anashindwa atarudi nyumbani. Alirudi dini. Alikuja na ng'ombe tano.
Warungu katika mahojiano yako ya mwisho, katika mahojiano yako ya mwisho na Rais Museveni, pengine kuhusiana na yeye kuachia ngazi, yalijitokeza labda?
Ni kitu ambacho tulizungumza nikiwa nyumbani kwake, na alikuwa wazi kwamba mimi nikishindwa kura ambayo yuko wazi nitaondoka, na akasema kwamba sina ng'ombe wangu na mambo mengine yangu ya kufanya, lakini kwa sababu anajua sasa amekuwa, nadhani anachosema daktari ni kweli kwamba hata sasa amesema kwamba mimi nikishindwa nitaondoka. Lakini bana tutasubiri.
Tutasubiri. Daktari Mukhwana, labda kwa maneno mafupi sana, maana inavyoonekana ni kwamba taasisi zetu, anavyozungumzia kule Dr. Matsanga, ni kwamba tume ya uchaguzi katika hali ambayo inaendesha shughuli ambayo ni nzito na yenye athari kubwa katika mustakabali wa taifa, inakuwa ina watu wachache. Hapa nchini Kenya tunajua tume yetu ina makamishna wachache, 3, wengine wameshaondoka na wengine hata wameteuliwa kwa mabalozi na mambo kama hayo, katika kipindi ambacho pia tunaingia katika muhula mwingine wa tarehe au kalenda ya kihistoria ya kisiasa humo nchini. Sheria ndiyo hatuna kama mataifa ya Afrika Mashariki ya kushajiisha na kuimarisha zaidi taasisi zetu, au nini haso? Wapi tunaangukia pua kama mataifa ya Afrika Mashariki?
Asante. Tumeliguzia mwanzo tuliposema kwamba chembe zetu, DNA yetu iko na shida, na kakangu hapa pia akasema kwamba ni ile dhana kwamba ni mimi tu, hakuna mwingine anayeweza, kama si mimi ni mtoto wangu, mjukuu wangu na kadhalika. Lakini unasema jambo la muhimu sana kakangu, unaposema taasisi zinazohusika na masuala ya kura. Kwa mfano pale daktari amenishtua kidogo anaposema kwamba taasisi inayohusika na uchaguzi nchini Uganda wote walikuwa walitimuliwa, na ambaye amebaki ni mwenyekiti ambaye ameandikwa kazi na mmoja wa washindani katika zile kura anazosimamia. Kwa kweli huwezi kuwa kwamba umempa fisi chaguo la kuamua nani atakayekuwa pale katika kinyang'anyiro chenu kisha useme kwamba mwingine atapata simile. Hawezi pata simile. Pili, ukienda katika mataifa ya Ulaya, Marekani kwa mfano, japo tumeona hizi siku za juzi tabia ambayo si ya kawaida ya Marekani kujitokeza, lakini umeona kwamba kuna taasisi ambazo msingi wake ni kwamba zinajikita katika misingi ya kisheria na zibanduki. Kwa mfano, wakati Mheshimiwa Donald Trump alikuwa hampi Mheshimiwa Biden habari za ujasusi na masuala mengine, ilisemekana kwamba hiyo siku ikiwadia, tarehe 20 nafikiri ikiwadia, huyu bwana apenda asipende atawekwa kando na huyu aingizwe. Kwa nini? Ingelikuwa Afrika ni kwamba yule ashasema sitoki, basi hatoki. Kwa hivyo taasisi ni muhimu sana. Na ndio maana kwa mfano katika BBI juzi mapendekezo ambayo wengine wetu tulipinga, ambapo walikuwa wamesema kwamba vyama vikubwa viwili vio ndivyo venye kuteua makamishna wa IEBC. Tukasema ni makosa, ni madhila haya, ni haramu, ni haramu. Na tashukuru kwamba Mheshimiwa Kenyatta alikubali akabadilishwa. Kwa hivyo taasisi ndi msingi wa usimamizi mzuri wa taifa. Bila taasisi zenye kujikita kisheria na zenye maadili, hatubanduki katika hili lindi la matatizo na malalamiko kila kukicha.
Asante sana. Bila shaka mpenzi mtazamaji, jukwaa hili vile vile ni jukwaa lako. Unaweza kuzungumza na sisi, tutumie ujumbe wako kupitia mitandao yetu yote ya kijamii @NTV Kenya, tumia #UgandaDecides. Tutakuwa tunaangalia baadhi tu ya kauli zako. Vile vile baadaye kidogo tutafungua line zetu za simu kusikia tu unasemaje, matarajio yako kuhusiana na uchaguzi unaoendelea nchini Uganda. Pengine unadhani athari ya uchaguzi huo hapa nchini Kenya, Kenya ijifunze nini kutokana na kile kinachoendelea Uganda, na vile vile Waganda wajifunze nini kutokana na chaguzi zetu ambazo zimepita na chaguzi ambazo zimefanyika katika mataifa mengine ya Afrika Mashariki. Tunaendelea kuletea matangazo haya moja kwa moja kutoka hapa, na picha ambazo umekuwa ukiziona katika upande wako wa kulia wa runinga yako ni picha za mubashara kabisa kutoka nchini Uganda kwa niaba au kwa hisani ya stesheni dada ya NTV Uganda. Tunaendelea kufuatilia kwa karibu, tunakuletea uchambuzi, ripoti pamoja na mahojiano ya kina, kila nukta, kila pembe Uganda, kwa ajili ya kukuelewesha yale yanayojiri katika nchi hiyo na athari yake kwa maisha yako kila siku kama Mkenya. Manake utakumbuka Uganda imepakana na Kenya kwa upande wa magharibi, hivyo basi kuna muamala na uhusiano wa karibu kabisa wa mataifa hayo mawili ambayo ni ya Afrika Mashariki. Warungu, kwa haraka, tunajua kumekuwa na mazungumzo ya muda mrefu katika miaka ya huko nyuma kwamba tuwe na aina fulani ya serikali moja ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, kuwe na aina fulani ya sarafu moja ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Tunapoona demokrasia katika mataifa yetu inazidi kuyumba siku baada ya siku, bado dhana hiyo ipo hai? Na kama ipo hai, inatarajiwa kuleta mabadiliko yoyote au hali ikoje?
Mimi nadhani haijafa. Tatizo ni lile lile tu kwamba mkiunda pengine tuseme kwa mfano ni serikali ama kiongozi ambaye kwa jumla atakuwa ni anasimamia jumuiya ya kimataifa ama nchi hizi, nani atakayechukua kiti hicho? Unajua pia kuna ule ugomvi, kuna mvutano pale. Kwa hivyo kuna nia kwamba kwa mfano mambo mengi kuna mambo mengi tu ambayo kidogo yanatutatiza katika mahusiano yetu. Jamii moja itakuta imegawika huku upande wa Kenya na upande wa Tanzania jamii ni ile ile. Kwa hivyo kuna mambo ambayo yako pale mpakani na katika mahusiano yetu ambayo hayana maana yoyote, kuwazuia kwa mfano watu kutoka nchi moja kuweza kufanya kazi wakiwa huru katika nchi ya pili. Kwa hivyo kuna kitu ambacho kuna manufaa ya kuwa na muundo huo tuseme wa jumuiya. Lakini sasa itaongozwa na nani? Na watu ambao nitasema kwamba ni watu ambao sio wapenzi wa Museveni. Wanasema kwamba nia yake ni kwamba akimaliza ya Uganda sasa ataka yale ya Afrika Mashariki. Kwa hivyo bado tuko katika nadhani mvutano wa aina hiyo.
Niangalie tu kwa haraka. Ndio alitalala. Endelea.
Ndio kidogo nimegutuka. Nimekumbuka aliyosema daktari. Ikiwa idadi ngapi ya masanduku ya kura yaliyo haijulikani, idadi ngapi ya kura zilizochapishwa haijulikani, wale wachunguzi wa kura wa Marekani wakubaliwi, wengine wa Uganda hawajakubaliwa, mitandao imefungwa, kweli hilo latia imani kwamba hizi kura zitakuwa ni zenye haki? Swali tu kwa watazamaji wetu.
Bila shaka ni swali zito hilo, na ndio uhalisia wa mambo. Ripoti zinazotufikia mpenzi mtazamaji ni kwamba mitandao yote ya kijamii imefungwa nchini Uganda, na hii inafuatia hatua ya mtandao wa Facebook kufunga baadhi ya kurasa na akaunti za maafisa waandamizi wa serikali ya Uganda kutokana na kile ambacho Facebook imesema katika taarifa yake ni utumizi mbaya wa mitandao hiyo. Kwa kujibu mapigo, serikali imefunga mitandao mingine yote ya kijamii na mawasiliano kutoka ndani na nje ya Uganda. Imekuwa ni matatizo makubwa. Tuangalie unasemaje katika NTV. Tumekuuliza una ujumbe gani kwa Waganda wanaposhiriki uchaguzi mkuu leo. Naona tayari watu wameshaanza kuzungumza na kuwapa ushauri wao, na huyo Alex wa Nyandarua anasema Huyo Alex wa Nyandarua anasema my advice to them is that they should do their role by voting independently, but I'm not sure whether the results will be fairly announced. Haya, kuna huyu hapa ambaye ni J4 anasema ushauri wangu kwa Uganda ni ya kwamba wagombea ni watatu. Mmoja ni Yoweri, wa pili ni Kaguta na watatu ni Museveni. Wote nawatakia kila la heri. Haya. Kuna huyu hapa ambaye ni Willas. Willas sema hata huku tulichaguana mara mbili. Kwa hiyo wasichoke. Bado safari ni ndefu. Wewe unasemaje? Endelea kuzungumza na sisi kupitia mitandao yetu yote ya kijamii @NTV Kenya. Zungumza na mimi vile vile moja kwa moja @SalimSwale001 kwenye Facebook, kwenye Twitter na vile vile kwenye Instagram. Tutafungua line zetu za simu baadaye kuangalia vile vile unasemaje. Na mchango wako ni upi ndani ya matangazo haya ya moja kwa moja. Tunaye bado kwenye line ya Zoom Daktari David Matanga, mwanaharakati wa muda mrefu wa nchini Uganda na vile vile mfuatiliaji wa karibu wa siasa za nchi hiyo. Matanga, labda tu kwa haraka Wakenya wameshaanza kuwashauri Waganda. Mnaambiwa mgombea wa kwanza ni Kaguta, wa pili ni Museveni na watatu ni Yoweri. Maoni yako kwa hilo?
Wakati nilifungua programu yako uliniuliza maswali, nasema hii kitu imeisha. Wewe ulisema siseme namna hivyo. Kwa hiyo mimi najua huyu mjamaa kutoka zamani. Number 1 ndiye yeye, number 2 ndiye yeye, number 3 wewe Mkhwana na Warungu. 34,000 polling stations. All polling agents of the 10 contestants are being arrested. Now, as we speak, you see, Museveni forgot that we can have short-range satellite systems that are bringing information. Asicheke na watu. Those days are gone. Our watoto this time, wakina Besigye, they were well organized. They got short-range satellite system. They are bringing information. Most of the agents are being arrested. You take your 2 agents for all these candidates. When they are being loaded in vans, taken away, it's not a lie. So you tell me, you have an electoral commission with 1 commissioner. That guy there, whose English is very funny. I don't understand him, the chairman of electoral commission. He needs a new grading. I don't know how they select judges in Uganda. But inept judges, me, I have a problem with them. You teach them again. The man is only one on the committee. President Museveni sacked the entire committee and left that guy. Now you tell me how this election, this is like the committee which is here in Kenya. I don't want to come this way. Today is the day for this side. The one which is here, which is going to bring you even more chaos. You are leaving it up to the last minute. So tuko na shida. Hii kura kwanza Mkhwana alisema ya haki. Kujui walipigia wapi ballot papers. Opposition bado wenda huko kuona before they loaded. Opposition bado kuwa huko walikuwa wanajaribu kuenda kuona kama wana load kwa box. Polisi izoea hawa. Sasa wajui kura gani ndio ballot gani. So the whole thing is a mess. Unasema hakuna observers. Fine. There is one thing that I want to ask the panel. If you ask Chagulanyi, ask Museveni today, and I know Warungu is his friend, very good friend with Warungu. He'll ask him, has Museveni written a defeat letter? Has Museveni on tomorrow or Monday, will Museveni have 2 letters like this? 1 defeated, 1 winning. Will he? Africa bado tuko nyuma sana. Until we have an Africa, and I'm going to take this to your students, until we have an Africa that can write 2 letters, to go to election with 2 notes. Moja kama wananishinda, mimi mtu ya Liverpool for 43 years. I support Liverpool. 43 years Mkhwana. kama mnatishinda hiyo Man U, those racists. Man U, they are racist. You can't drink a beer in Manchester.
Sasa hapo daktari umenichokoza. Hapo daktari umenichokoza.
There is nobody in Africa, very few people, except in South Africa, and I've seen it, South Africa, where else? Kenya, although they don't write 2 letters, they admit. Raila on number 2012 admitted, and I went to Supreme Court, he left it there. But there is nowhere in Africa, Ghana, which I thought they could write 2 letters. Mahama, the other guy is already in court. Mahama. Look, there is something which we must ask ourselves. And leo wacha niulize Professor Muhwana. Does Africa need elections modeled on the West? Does it need elections modeled on the West? Given that sasa hata West yenyewe iko very madman in the West who can even switch on a nuclear weapon. Sasa unyenye wa Afrika nyenye Muhwana wewe badili ya kuandika new fury. Join Matanga to write a new fury.
We will.
Does China have MPs? Umeona China iko na MPs? Unaonesha mimi MP anakuja hapa Nairobi yako MP ya China. But doesn't China give you money which you eat here in corruption? Yes.
Asante. Nadhani hiyo ni nukta nzuri sana hapo daktari. Na hata kabla sijampatia Mukhwana nafasi ya kujibu kama kweli bara la Afrika linahitaji kuwa na shughuli za uchaguzi, kwa sababu inavyoonekana na kama itakuwa sijakuelewa vibaya ni kwamba chaguzi hizi zinatumika tu kama wenzo wa kuwabakisha madarakani viongozi walioko. Wacha nikupeleke katika mpaka wa Kenya na Uganda katika eneo la Busia ambapo tunakutana na mwandishi wetu Zaccheus Mosame amesafiri kutoka Bungoma mpaka eneo hilo la mpakani. Zaccheus, kama yuko tunaye? Mosame?
Kwa moja kutoka hapa katika mji wa Busia kwenye mpaka wa Kenya na Uganda, ambapo tunajaribu kuangalia hali ilivyo kule Uganda. Unajua leo ni kwamba Waganda zaidi ya milioni 18 ambao wamejiandikisha kama wapiga kura wameenda debeni kutafuta kiongozi ambaye atawaongoza kwa miaka mingine 5 ijayo. Hapa kuna wagombea zaidi ya 11 kule Uganda, lakini wale ambao kwa kifombele, wale ambao wana pepetana kwa karibu sana ni Yoweri Kaguta Museveni ambaye ni rais amekuepo kwa takriban miaka 35. Alafu kuna mpinzani wake karibu anaitwa kwa jina la utani Bobi Wine, lakini wengi wanamjua chagulaji yule Sentamu ambaye ameleta upinzani mkali sana kwa rais Museveni. Kwa hiyo tumekuwa tukiangalia hali tu hapa mpakani Busia. Wafanyabiashara hapo wanasema kwamba kidogo haijaweza kuathirika vile kwa sababu shughuli bado zinaendelea kama kawaida. Tumekuwa vile vile tukiangalia shughuli ya wale ambao wanasafirisha mizigo, bado shughuli hiyo inaendelea. Kama mpiga picha wangu Dori anaweza kupata kwamba aweze kupata zile picha za moja kwa moja, unaona kwamba malori ya mafuta na vile vile malori ile wanafanya shughuli kwenda Uganda na nafanya shughuli hizo kama tutaweza kuzungumza na wenyeji hapa wa Busia. Labda kuna mfanyabiashara mmoja hapa, tueleze tu labda hali hapa iko na nani wapi na uchaguzi wa sawa ni mfanyabiashara.
Thank you.
Yeah, hivyo.
Abraham, right now I'm hawking in Uganda. To say to all the traders from it is true, Kenyans are aware. I would like to say this: elections in Uganda is going on very well, and it is indeed that Kenyans are also going there to pick their merchandise to bring in Kenya to do their business. I crossed there. They have been allowed to go and pick their goods to bring to Kenya. and their movement to Uganda is well secured. I'm very thankful for that. Apart from that, the security has exactly been deployed. Therefore, whoever goes from Kenya to Uganda to pick the merchandise for trade must not get scared. The security is
Na kwa masikitiko makubwa naona mtazamaji tumepoteza sauti, lakini tutakuwa tukirudi kwake Zakius Masami baadaye kidogo na kufahamu mengi zaidi yanayoendelea. Kumbuka hapo jana katika ripoti yake Masame alituarifu kwamba tayari kulikuwa na umati mkubwa wa watu ambao walikuwa ukivuka mpaka ukiingia upande wa Kenya kwa hofu kwamba pengine huenda ukatokea hali ya mshike baada ya uchaguzi huu ambao unaendelea leo. Tukimpata Masame baadaye tutarudi kwake, lakini nikirudi kwako Lutalala, Daktari Matsanga alikuwa anakuuliza swali au ametoa hoja ambayo ni nzito zaidi. Tuna haja basi ya kuwa na chaguzi katika bara la Afrika?
Asante. Daktari kidogo ameniambia hapo swali ambayo katika akademia ni swali tumekuwa tukiulizana, kwa sababu demokrasia chimbuko lake ni wapi? Na mwanzo wa kipindi cha leo nimezungumzia na Bongo Mumia kwa mfano, ambaye ndiye mmoja wale watawala wa zamani tuliowajua. Je, katika utawala wa Bongo Mumia kulikuwa na nadharia falsafa ya demokrasia? Wayake Wahinga kwa mfano kulikuwa na nadharia ya demokrasia, ambalo Daktari Matsanga anadokezea ni kweli kwamba labda tuliachiwa nadharia na falsafa ya demokrasia, lakini hatukutayarishwa kwa misingi mingine ambayo inaweza kuwa ni yenye kukita na kukuza demokrasia. Kwa mfano, huwezi kusema kwamba mna demokrasia iwapo hutokubali maadili, ethics. Maadili yanaambatana na demokrasia. Na maadili yenye muhimu kuliko yote ni kwamba lazima kuwe na uwazi katika utendakazi wa wale walio serikalini. Pili, katika uchaguzi lazima misingi ya demokrasia iwe ni yenye kuonekana, si kusemekana tu. Na ukiangalia mfano ambao Daktari Matsanga ametoa wa Marekani, mimi naona hilo ni kama tunda moja tu ambalo kidogo limetofautiana na mengine, lakini taasisi nazo zimepigana. Unaona sasa hivi Mheshimiwa Trump anaambia kwamba hata kama umesalia siku 7 lazima upatiwe ile ambayo katika kimombo inaitwa punishment, ambayo hutaweza kurudia tena. Kwa hivyo taasisi zetu ni hafifu. Na kwa nini taasisi ni hafifu? Sababu ni ile aliyotoa kakangu hapa, kwamba wale wa Afrika walio uongozini wanataka wao ndio wawe taasisi. Taasisi ni wao na wao ni taasisi. Maana ukiweka taasisi iliyo na umakini na uangavu na utendaji kazi mzuri, maana yake kwamba maslahi yake ya kibinafsi hayatapata mwanya. Na ndio maana mfano wa China kidogo unakuwa ni wenye kutamanisha, kwa sababu Uchina usimamizi wake ni tofauti. Wizi hukabiliwa kwa njia ya mkato. Hautokubaliwa kuiba kiasi tunachoiba hapa. Pili, serikali ni serikali ya umoja. Yule bwana akishasema amesema, lakini kusema kwake kuwe ni kwa maneno ya manufaa ya raia, ambayo katika kimombo huitwa benevolence. Ndio maana wakati mwingine nasikia wengine tunasema, je, benevolence dictatorship ni mzuri? Kwamba uimla ambao malengo yake ni yenye kusaidia ni wala sio kufilisisha ni mzuri. Lakini kwa kumalizia kakangu Daktari Matsanga, hilo ni swali ambalo hatutapata muda hapa mbele ya kakangu swali kumaliza. Ni swali ambalo wewe na mimi tukutane tunywe kahawa, maana naona sasa umekuwa ni Mkenya, wewe si Mganda tena, uje tunywe kahawa tuzungumze mengi ambayo hata tutaweza kuandika kitabu pamoja ama journal pamoja. Asante kaka, asante kaka.
Asante. Warungu naona mdomo na kucheza nataka kuchangia.
Kuongeza tu alichozungumzia profesa. Mimi nahisi kwamba tatizo sio uchaguzi, kwa sababu nahisi pia na sisi tulikuwa na njia zetu za kijadi za kumchagua kiongozi au chifu na kukabiliana na madaraka. Tatizo ni ubinafsi, kwamba chetu ni changu. Na tukiendelea na msimamo huo wa ubinafsi, na ubinafsi pamoja kaka zake ni akina ukabila, na tamaa na nini, hata ukileta mfumo wa aina gani bado tutakuwa tunafeli. Kwa hivyo inabidi turudi katika mila zetu, hulka zetu kama Waafrika, tuangalie tena mifumo hii ambayo tumekabidhiwa na hawa wazungu, tunaweza tukaigeuzaje ikatufaidi sisi na ikaendana na njia zetu sisi kama Waafrika. Na nimefurahi kwa mfano nani profesa aliyotoa hapa kwamba Wakenya wakatoa mkosema, unaona Wamarekani pia wanafujo zao. Hapana, wanafujo zao, lakini kuna taasisi ambazo zimebaki imara. Leo hii Marekani siku yako tarehe 20 na si 21 unaondoka moja kwa moja. Hamna cha nini, mikoba yako utaikuta mbele ya safari. Sasa sisi hatuna hilo. Viongozi wetu akishaingia Ikulu anafunga milango yote, anabadilisha vifuli, kila kitu ni kwake nyumbani. Kwa hivyo nakuta kwamba as long as kwamba chetu ni changu, na hisi bado tuko mbali kuendelea kukuta. Lakini tukumbuke pia Marekani imewachukua miaka zaidi ya 200 kufika hapa walipo. Wao pia walikuwa na uhuni ambao walianzia nao, ambao pia walirithi kutoka kwa Waingereza ambao walileta ukoloni kule. Kwa hivyo tuna safari ambayo ni mbali, lakini tutapiga hatua polepole moja kwa moja, kwa sababu nahisi kwamba ukiangalia kwa jumla visa vya watu kama kina Rais Museveni, viongozi wa Kongo ambao wamekuwa madarakani kwa miaka mingi kuendelea kubaki madarakani, vinaendelea kupungua. Aliondoka Mugabe, wameondoka tu wengine wengi. Nchi ya Nigeria ambayo imekuwa na mapinduzi ya kijeshi kwa miaka mingi sana, mfululizo tu wa mapinduzi ya kijeshi, imekuwa na kule kukabidhiana madaraka. Bado mambo sio haijakaa vizuri kabisa, lakini kidogo tunaelekea huko, lakini bado safari ni ndefu.
Unasema changu ni chako, nikumbusha kumsema, unasema chenu ni changu, lakini changu ni changu mimi mwenyewe. Tuangalie tu baadhi ya Wakenya wanaendelea kutoa ushauri na maoni kwa wenzetu wa Uganda. Tulikuwa tumekuuliza kwenye NTV, una ujumbe gani kwa Waganda wanaposhiriki uchaguzi mkuu leo? Na huyu hapa ambaye ni George Makode anasema power comes from God, wish you well, may the best aspirant win. Asante sana. Na huyu hapa Omondi Ochenga anasema wawe watulivu huku wasubiri Bobi Wine awe rais mtarajiwa. Ni maoni yake hayo Omondi. Na huyu hapa ambaye ni Blackman anasema it's a new generation now, at least Museveni sounds even Museveni should even step down in order for Uganda to keep up the pace. Ni maoni yake hayo. Na huyu hapa ambaye ni Biko Okara anasema wananchi waamue ni nani kiongozi wanayemtaka, na naamini anakuwa nakusudia hivyo. Basi wewe unasemaje mpenzi mtazamaji? Endelea kuzungumza nasi kupitia mitandao yetu yote ya kijamii @NTV Kenya, @SalimSwale001. Tumia hashtag Uganda Decides, na tutakuwa tunaangalia mengi tu ambayo yanaendelea kuyazungumzia katika jukwaa hili la NTV. Matangazo haya bila shaka ni speciali na yanakujia moja kwa moja. Picha ambazo umekuwa ukiziona katika runinga yako zinakujia moja kwa moja kutoka stesheni dada ya NTV Uganda, na tunahakikisha kwamba tunakuletea uchambuzi, taarifa, mahojiano pamoja na udadisi wa Kenya kuhusiana na uchaguzi huo. Uchaguzi wa kwanza, nikukumbushe tu, ulifanyika nchini Uganda mwaka 1962 baada ya taifa hilo kujikomboa kutoka minyororo ya wakoloni wa Uingereza, lakini matatizo ya kisiasa, mvutano wa kisiasa ukaanza miaka 5 baadaye, baada ya chama cha UPS na kile cha Kabaka Yeka kilipoungana, na matatizo hayo yakapelekea Milton Obote ambaye alikuwa ni waziri mkuu wakati huo kusimamisha katiba mwaka 1967 na kumuondoa Kabaka kama rais ambaye hakuwa na madaraka na kujitangaza yeye mwenyewe kama rais mwenye madaraka. Uganda ina historia ndefu ya misukosuko ya kisiasa, mapinduzi ya kijeshi, na leo demokrasia iko katika mizani. Kumbuka Rais Yoweri Museveni anatafuta nafasi ya 6 au muhula wa 6, huku Robert Chagulani ambao wengi wanamfahamu kama Bobi Wine akitafuta nafasi ya kwanza kumuondoa Museveni madarakani baada ya kuongoza nchi hiyo kwa muda wa miaka 35. Hivyo basi sio uchaguzi wa kubahatisha, si uchaguzi wa patapotea. Mataifa mengi ulimwenguni yanaangalia uchaguzi huo kwa karibu zaidi, lakini Kenya tunaangalia kwa darubini ya karibu zaidi kutokana na ukuruba wetu wa karibu na taifa hilo jirani la Uganda. Tunaendelea kuzungumza hapa na wataalamu na watalamidhi wa masuala ya siasa za kanda, na vile vile tunazungumza na mawakili wanasheria. Tupo na mwanaharakati wa muda mrefu wa siasa za Uganda akiwa katika upande wa upinzani, Daktari David Matsanga. Tunaye kaimu meneja mhariri wa hapa NTV ndugu Joseph Orungu, pamoja naye ni wakili mtajika wa hapa Nairobi na vile vile mfuatiliaji wa karibu wa siasa za kanda, ndugu Alutalala Mukhwana. Na pengine tukielekea tamati, manake naona muda wetu unakaribia kutamatika. Dr. Matsanga, labda kwa haraka baada ya leo, safari ya Uganda katika misingi ya kidemokrasia inaelekea wapi? Chukulia kwa mfano pengine Museveni ashinde uchaguzi huo. Nini mustakabali wa Uganda kutoka leo kisiasa?
Kitu ya kwanza nataka kusema amani. Tupate amani. Tuangalie, tukue na utulivu. Waganda sisi tunajulikana, tuko watu ya amani, lakini mambo ya inazidi ya violence, ya kuleta watu ya different, a country with over 4 million. Surely, how much money do we pay for defense? Are we a superpower? Do we have a nuclear weapon that we are guarding? Tukue na amani. Lakini kuanzia hapa, mimi nimeshakwambia maneno yangu. Naendelea kuambia wale wenye wako upinzani to prepare very nicely case ikuwe prepared. Hii mambo leo wewe najua Minister ya Foreign Affairs wa Uganda hawezi hata kukanyaga mguu huko Amerika, wanamtaka.
Lakini Dr. Matsanga, unaposema kwamba watayarishe kesi endapo watapoteza uchaguzi, umesema kwamba hauna imani na taasisi nyingi za Uganda. Hilo litawezekana vipi?
Tutaenda Supreme Court.
Una imani na Supreme Court?
Imani Supreme Court, Justice Ndolo, and I am telling him, is my comrade. Mimi na Ndolo tulienda porini kutafuta kodi.
Una imani Dr. Matsanga? Ndio.
Imani leo atasimama afanye uamuzi ya kweli. Sababu ameona violence. He has already seen the violence. There is nobody in the world who has not seen the violence. The beating of even a small boy. A man has no muscle. At least mimi Matsanga niko na muscle. Unaweza piga hapa na hapa. Kweli ule mtoto ana muscle. Mnapiga kila siku. Basically walipiga paka sura inageuka. Kila mtu anapiga. The violence. This time basically, and I'm telling you to listen to me. Don't rush to take the thing there. I will show you where to take, which you will bite. Don't rush to take that you are talking.
Natumai pengine unaweza ukamshauri basi katika majukwaa mengine, lakini usiondoke, maana itakuja kwa kauli yako ya mwisho. Kabla hata ya kuchukua kauli za mwisho kutoka kwa Kiwarungu pamoja na Alutalala, labda naambiwa Mwathame yuko standby kabisa, amerudi, sauti yake naamini sasa ipo safi kabisa. Mwathame, umekuwa katika eneo hilo tangu asubuhi na jana umekuwa ukituripotia kuhusiana na swala zima la watu wengi tu kutoka upande wa Uganda wakiingia upande wa Kenya. Hali ikoje hivi?
Shukran Salim, niliposema awali ni kwamba hali ni shwari sana hapa katika mpaka wa Kenya na Uganda mjini Busia. Tulipoweza kupotea awali katika pita zetu tukaweza kukumbana na baadhi ya wapiga kura kule Uganda, na moja kwa moja nitajiunga na mwanadada ambaye tayari amepiga kura yake. Labda tuelezee kule kumekuwaje katika foleni zile, amepigia wapi kura yake na matarajio yake ni yapi? Mwanadada, moja kwa moja nitakushikia, alafu kuangalia kule kama
I've already done with my cook.
Asante, labda
kura ya amani, kwa kuna venye watu watakuwa wanavuka mpaka. ikikuwa na vurugo. Sasa sisi tunaomba tu amani.
Kwa majina naitwa Bernard Kitonga, mkaaji wa kule Busia. Mfanyabiashara huku Busia, hapa kuna changamoto leo mingi sana. Kulingana na leo wenye watu wanapiga kura kule Uganda, jam imeshika kweli kweli. Sasa kama sisi watu wa soko, leo tuingie soko, due tension. Sasa kama jana jioni kuna dereva mmoja kwa risasi pale pande ya Uganda. Jam hiyo. Hata alikuwa na overlap. Sasa ikakuwa shida, ndio shida yenye iko mpaka leo. Hata watu wengi leo wako tu pande ya Kenya, hakuna kuvuka. Security iko tight kule. Sasa jam Uganda huko ndio jam kali kabisa. Kabisa mwendo uende polepole. Maskara mmoja kule wanajeshi kule kwa mpaka. Hiyo ndio yatusumbua hiyo. Hata inabidi sasa tuko upande ya Kenya, tuongoje mpaka kuone hivi kutakuwa baadaye. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana Salem. Ni baadhi ya wenyeji hapa katika mpaka wa Kenya na Uganda hapo Busia wanaeleza jinsi matarajio yao yalivyo na yale ambayo wanatarajia kufanyika. Kwa hiyo
naona bado tuna matatizo madogo ya sauti hapo, mpenzi mtazamaji utatuia radhi, lakini tumepata kwa mukhtasari sana ujumbe ambao Mwasame anajaribu kutuelezea. Ni kwamba bila shaka kinachoendelea pale, shughuli za kawaida zinaendelea katika eneo hilo la mpaka wa Kenya na Uganda, katika eneo hilo la Busia. Ingawa kuna matatizo kidogo ya trafiki hapa na pale, lakini inavyoonekana shughuli za kibiashara ndani na nje zinaendelea vizuri katika eneo hilo la mpakani. Tutakuwa tunarudi kwake Mwasame baadaye kidogo katika taarifa zetu za hapo baadaye katika matangazo haya moja kwa moja kujua mengi zaidi yanayoendelea katika eneo hilo. Na kama ulivyomsikia mpiga kura mmoja anasema kwamba wanachotaka ni amani. Baada ya uchaguzi bado kuna taifa ambalo linaitwa Uganda ambalo linatakiwa kusonga mbele na wananchi wake wanapaswa kusonga mbele na maisha yao kama kawaida. Tukimalizia tu Warungu na Alutalala, labda kuna swali ambalo kwa nimemuuliza ndugu Masanga hapo. Baada ya leo tuangalie scenario zote mbili. Iwapo Museveni atachukua mhula mwingine wa 6, tunatarajia taswira inayokaa vipi ya kisiasa? Tunatarajia mabadiliko ya aina yoyote? Na iwapo vile vile Bobi Wine atachukua nafasi, tunatarajia mustakabali wa kisiasa wa
53. Iwapo Mheshimiwa Museveni atapita kura, na hilo ndio tarajio kulingana na hizi dadisi, basi itakuwa na maisha ya kawaida. Ataendelea na miradi yake ambayo mwenyewe amesema kwamba Uganda katika yale mataifa yanayokuwa kiuchumi ni ya 5. Amezungumza hayo jana akizungumza na CNN. Pili, amesema ameleta usalama. Kwa hivyo tutarajia kwamba usalama utaendelea. Lakini la muhimu kwetu sisi wa Kenya na wengine katika bara hili ni kwamba ataendeleza na umoja wa Afrika Mashariki na umoja wa Afrika. Kwetu sisi kama bara la Afrika tunasema kwamba lazima Afrika liwe ni nini kura ambazo zitahesabiwa katika kitaifa. Tuwaomba Waganda wazingatie amani. Pili, iwapo atashindwa Bobi Wine, wasilete vurugu. Waende mahakamani tulivyofanya sisi hapa wa Kenya. Na ikiwa mahakama itatoa uamuzi, sharti uamuzi uaminiwe, maana hivyo ndivyo watu waliokuwa na ustaarabu wanavyofanya mambo yao. Sioni tofauti ya hayo. Tuwaombea sana, Mola wajalie na muwe na Uganda iliyo na amani na ustawi.
Warungu, tutarajie mustakabali unakaa vipi wa Uganda katika scenario zote mbili hizo?
Asante. Yangu kwa kweli ni kuangalia au kauli tu kwa Rais Museveni. Moja ni kwamba uchaguzi huu umedhihirisha wazi kwamba kuna kiu cha mabadiliko. Kwa hivyo iwapo atashinda na atabakia madarakani kwa miaka mingine 5, basi inahitaji atafute mbinu za kukata kile kiu na kushughulikia hicho ambacho tamaa kubwa ambayo Waganda wanayo. Cha pili ni kwamba kuna wengi uchaguzi huu na chaguzi nyingine ambazo 2-3 zimepita inaonyesha kwamba kuna wengi ambao wametengwa. Wengi wao ni vijana, wengine ni walala hoi. Kwa hivyo kazi kubwa iwapo Museveni atashinda ni je, utawahusishaje hawa ambao wanahisi wako nje ya meza hii ya maendeleo, meza hii ambayo ina rasilimali na mambo kama hayo, ambayo itakuwa ni kazi kubwa kwa Museveni. Tatu ni kwamba akishinda uchaguzi huu, basi bila shaka aamue tu kwamba basi imetosha. Kwa hivyo aanze ule utaratibu wa kukabidhi mikoba. Utakuwa ni utaratibu wa aina gani, na sio kuacha uongozi pale pale nyumbani kwa mwanawe au mwingine. Basi aangalie zaidi kushirikisha jamii. Halafu mwisho kabisa nadhani ni kwetu sisi wa Kenya kwamba kiatu cha Waganda tusikivae. Kwa sababu mbili. Hiki kiatu ambacho kimetupeleka kufunga mitandao na hisi kitakuwa ni kitu ambacho ni hatari sana kwa demokrasia na maendeleo ya nchi. Kiatu ambacho kinarejesha demokrasia nyuma na kinaonyesha kwamba katika nchi ya watu milioni 42 ni mmoja tu ambaye anaweza kuongoza nchi hiyo kwa miaka karibu sasa 40 ni makosa.
Lakini kuna watu ambao Warungu watakwambia kwamba wakati mwingine kuna dharura ya kufanya hivyo au kuchukua hatua kama hizo, pengine kufunga mitandao ya kijamii kwa sababu ya usalama wa kitaifa.
Lakini sasa Wamarekani sikuona kama walifunga, wamepigana wao wenyewe, pia wamekuwa na vita vyao wenyewe kwa wenyewe, hawakufunga mitandao yao. Ni kwamba unawanyima watu sauti. Ni njama gani hizo ambazo kidogo unazipika ambazo unawaswasi nazo? Sasa na kwa upande wa Bobi Wine ni mawili tu. Bobi Wine akishinda, huyu ni msanii. Msanii kawaida ni mtu ambaye ni mbunifu. Kwa hivyo tunahisi kwamba atatumia ubunifu wake kutatua changamoto za taifa la Uganda ambazo zimekuwa zikirundikana kwa miaka mingi ambayo imepita. Na iwapo akishinda, kwa sababu bado ni kijana, atahitaji pengine kuungwa mkono na jamii na jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Wamchukue kama ni mwenzao ambaye pengine watamwelekeza njia ambazo pengine ni sahihi na za usawa. Kwa hivyo anahitaji kushika ama kuungwa mkono. Na pia kwa sababu ni mwimbaji, itabidi atafute wimbo mwingine ambao kidogo unafuta dhambi na makosa ya wakongwe ambao walimtangulia na kurudisha taifa katika pengine mstari ambao utaweza kuleta maendeleo. Iwapo atashindwa, hapa na moja kwa moja nakubaliana na profesa kwamba hakuna kitu kikubwa ambacho chenye thamani kushinda amani, kwa sababu amani ndio ule umoja. Amani ndio pengine kitu ambacho wengi wanakitegemea. Kwa hivyo kule kukubali na kutumia misingi ambayo imekuwa pale ya kisheria, kikatiba, kutafuta haki yake, na akifika mwisho wa safari haki hiyo ikakosekana kabisa, basi aseme vita nimejaribu leo, nimeshindwa, kuna siku ya pili ya kupambana.
Asante sana. Hata kabla sijawachilia mkaondoka na kabla ya kwenda kwa ndugu Matsanga kwa kauli yake ya mwisho, tuangalie tu baadhi ya kauli ambazo zinatokana ndani na nje ya Uganda kwenye mitandao ya kijamii. Katika kituo dada cha NTV Uganda, namuona mwandishi Herbert Ziwa anasema we are the Karo Primary School polling station in Nswere where President Kaguta Museveni is to cast his vote. Next to it is Nswere COU polling station where 850 voters are to cast their ballot amid the normal presidential deployment. Kwa hiyo wakati wote tutakuwa tunakupeleka katika kituo hicho kuangalia Rais Yoweri Kaguta Museveni akipiga kura yake. Lakini vile vile uchaguzi huu wa Uganda, mtazamaji, umeakisiwa kwa upana sana katika vyombo vya habari vya kimataifa. Tuangalie vyombo vya habari vya kimataifa vinaakisi vipi uchaguzi huo. Katika ukurasa wa mtandao wa Al Jazeera una matukio mubashara kabisa kuhusiana na uchaguzi huo. Wanaelezea jinsi shughuli zinavyoenda, ufunguzi au tuseme vituo vya kupiga kura vilifunguliwa tangu saa 1 asubuhi, na ushindani mkali bila shaka unatarajiwa kuwa kati ya Rais Yoweri Kaguta Museveni pamoja na Robert Kyagulanyi ambaye wengi wanamfahamu kama Bobi Wine kutokana na jina lake hilo la lakabu la usanii. Katika ukurasa wa CNN tunaona mazungumzo. Bila shaka hizi ni dondoo za mahojiano yaliyofanywa na CNN na Rais Yoweri Museveni. Anasema if he wins Uganda election, Museveni will work his seventh US president. Yaani kwa maana kwamba akiwa atashinda, basi kwa pamoja muda ambao atakuwa na hudumu utakuwa unaweza kufananishwa na marais 7 wa Marekani ambao wamehudumu katika vipindi tofauti vya muhula wa miaka 4 kila mmoja. Here's how the US, katika bila shaka ni madondoo hayo ya mazungumzo hayo ya Museveni na shirika la habari la CNN. Katika shirika la habari la BBC, Uganda election 2021, Yoweri Museveni faces Bobi Wine in presidential contest. Bila shaka habari za kina na uketo zinarudi katika historia kongwe ya zamani ya Rais Yoweri Museveni na jinsi anavyopata ushindani mkali kutoka kwa kijana mdogo huyu Bobi Wine, Robert Kyagulanyi mwenye umri wa miaka 38. Kama tulivyoanza kusema tulipoanza kipindi hiki, ni ishara ya wazi ya vita vya ukale na usasa. Tukiangalia katika mtandao wa habari wa kimataifa wa Reuters, Uganda orders internet blackout until further notice. Kwa hiyo ndivyo mambo yalivyo. Tunafahamu kwamba na taarifa za kuaminika kutoka Uganda zinatueleza kwamba mitandao yote ya kijamii imefungwa katika taifa hilo la Uganda, na jambo ambalo wanaharakati wanalikemea na kusema ni mbinu fulani ya kuficha ukweli kutokana na yale yanayoendelea katika taifa hilo jirani. Hapa NTV tulikuwa tumekuuliza una ujumbe gani kwa Waganda wanaposhiriki uchaguzi mkuu. Wapo wale ambao wameshazungumza. Kuna tuangalie tu zile tweets mpya ambazo zimeshaingia kwa sasa, na maoni ni mengi sana. Naona Wakenya wanawafuatilia kwa karibu ndugu zao Waganda. Kuna huyo hapa Livingstone Ngugi ambaye anasema as long as President Museveni is ordained by God, let him continue governing Uganda, but there should be democratic rights for everyone who wants to stand for that seat. Kuna huyo hapa Joshua Wareko anasema may Ugandan vote their best candidates. Na nina huyu mwalimu Abel Mogita anasema tunaombea majirani wetu na vile vile pia Museveni akishindwa akubali matokeo. Let the citizens decide who will be their next leader today. Tunaombea wenzetu amani kwa uchaguzi wa leo. Na mwisho kabisa nitaangalia huyo haraka haraka Zinga anasema Zinga anasemaje? Anasema sisi ni wawakilishi tu kwenye maamuzi, hatumo. Kaguta Museveni anafanya kama vile Magufuli aliwafanyia Watanzania. Amani itawale Uganda. Wewe unasemaje? Endelea kuzungumza na NTV ukitumia hashtag Uganda Decides. Mitandao yetu yote ya kijamii NTV Kenya @salimsole001. Tutakuwa tunaangalia baadhi ya kauli zako. Daktari Masanga, labda kama kauli yako ya mwisho tu, unaona vyombo vya habari vya kimataifa vinaendelea kufuatilia kwa karibu. Kwa nini ukiangalia kijiografia, nafasi ya Uganda kijiografia katika eneo zima la Afrika Mashariki na eneo la Pembe Afrika, unadhani Uganda ina umuhimu gani sana? Kwa nini watu wengi wana hamu ya kujua nini matokeo ya uchaguzi? Tunajua kuna mataifa mengi tu ambayo yakifanya uchaguzi barani Afrika hayafuatiliwi kwa karibu sana.
Ya kwanza nataka kusema asante sana NTV, Warungu na Daktari Wana na wewe kunitafuta kufanya interview hii.
Asante.
Cha pili, Warungu usinisahau mimi mtu yako kutoka BBC mwaka ya 87 89 tulikuwa na wewe. Nishapigania uhuru, nishapeleta amani kwa nchi yangu. Cha tatu, naomba Waganda wote wenye wanaenda pale ya voti wavae namna hivi. Wale wenye wako vaa, urudi nyumbani, utulie, ngojie result. Hii kitu iko mingi sana kila pale hapa Britain. Sasa watu watoke nje, msikubali anashinda sisi tena anachukua kura tena anatuua. Sasa mkubali, mrudi nyumbani. Cha tatu nataka kusema, nilikwambia Museveni has survived because the Americans like him. They use him as a, Americans like violence. Warungu have been telling you, there is no democracy in America, Mwana. There is violence, the doctrine of violence. You saw the way they climbed the Capitol Hill. That's the democracy of America. And the Americans are the ones who have given us Museveni for all these 7 presidents. They use him to go to Congo. They use him to go to South Sudan. They use him now, he's in Central African Republic. Nyenye mnasahau hiyo. Warungu, you are not bringing these things out. Your programs should gear on international level. Watu wanakufa Central African Republic. Watu wanakufa Somalia. They use him. They transport him. You see, he was the first man to take 20,000 Ugandans into Somalia. He's now confusing Somalia. He's making the Kenya government and Somalia to clash so that he comes in to control. Mimi namjua huyu mtu. Namjua kutoka Tanzania wala ya Mungu. Nyenye kama mnacheza na huyu mtu, mnamcheza na yeye, wacha akue rais kama anachukua madaraka. Sisi wengine tumeshapata tabu mingi sana kwa familia zetu, watu siweze kusema hapa kulia machozi.
Asante.
Lakini naomba Mungu, nataka Waganda wote mkuwe na amani. Don't fight. There is another way to fight this war this time. And Dr. Besigye knows the way. I have told him, don't fight. We shall take this guy on internationally. Don't fight.
Asante. Shukran sana mpenzi mtazamaji, na kwa kauli hiyo yake Daktari David Matsanga ametoa kauli, na bila shaka natumai wananchi wa Uganda ambao wanatazama NTV sasa kutoka hapa nchini Kenya na vile vile NTV Uganda wamepata ujumbe huo. Cha muhimu ni amani. Tunahitaji amani iwe Uganda ili amani endelee kudumu hapa nchini Kenya na vile vile katika mataifa yote wanachama wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Tuwe na jumuiya ambayo imejengeka juu ya msingi wa amani na uthabiti wa kiuchumi, uthabiti wa kisiasa. Hadi kufikia hapo sina kilichozidi wala kilichopungua kutoka kwenye meza ya idara ya Kiswahili hapa NTV kwa ajili ya matangazo haya. Usiondoke, manake tunakuletea kila nukta, kila sekunde, kila dakika matangazo au na matukio muhimu yanaendelea huko nchini Uganda. Baadaye kidogo tutakuwa tunajiunga na stesheni dada ya NTV Uganda kukuletea mengi zaidi yanayojiri katika mawanda hayo, lakini baadaye wenzangu vile vile katika lugha ya Kiingereza watakuwa hapa kuendeleza matangazo haya. Kumbuka unayapata papa hapa NTV na kwingineko huwezi kupata yale ambayo unayapata. Mimi ni Salim Swale, nichukue fursa hii kwa shukuru wale wote ambao wamechangia kufanikisha matangazo haya ya zaidi ya saa 2. Ndugu Joseph Orungu ambaye ndio kaimu meneja mhariri wa hapa NTV, ndugu David Matsanga ambaye ni mwanaharakati wa muda mrefu katika siasa za kujaribu kuleta mageuzi nchini Uganda, ndugu Lala Mukhwana ambaye ni wakili mtajika hapa Nairobi na vile vile ni mfuatiliaji wa karibu wa siasa za kanda na wengine wote. Mimi ni Salim Swale na kutakia utazamaji mwema wa matangazo haya ambayo yanaendelea baadaye kidogo kwa lugha ya Kiingereza. Kwa heri kwa sasa.
Kyokuba nti bwe tuba tukubaka luka tukakasenti ka mirembe toteekawo mbeera yonna yonna enaateeka bulamu bwo mu buzibu olw'ensonga akalulu kano era ne bwe kanagwa tuyina ate obulamu obugenda okugenda mu maaso. Ate ne Uganda eno yaffe ffenna nnene okusinga abeesimbyewo nnene, okusinga ffe abagenda okulonda nnene, okusinga ekisanja kino ekiddako. Leka akantu obuntu akagenda okubeerawo olunaku olwaleero kempita akalulu ate katwawule tutuuke n'okufuuka abalabe, buli omu abeere mulabe wa munne ate nga enkya tugenda kubeera ffenna wamu. Njagala tugende ku nsonga y'ebyokwerinda. Abantu bano okubaawo nga bali ebitundu ekyolaba wano tuli mu Kampala era abamu kubagenda okulonda abeesimbyewo baabano bo batuuse dda. Enkola njagadde osooka kunaaba mu ngalo ng'ebiragiro bwe biri ate ne masiki nayo nebeerako. Biibyo byebikozesebwa biraga byatuuse dda. Wano ka social distancing kalabanga waakiriko kano ko kagobereddwa. Kirabika lwakuba nti oba omuwendo gukyali mutono katusubire nti gye bujja mu maaso awo ate embeera tebijje, naye nga wano woolaba nti at least social distance weeri akuuma ko katuuse dda era nkakasa awo babadde bakagezesa okulaba oba ddala kanaakola bulungi nnyo. Katusabe nti embeera yonna etambula bulungi. Kitegeeza nti bannakampala wonna we muli bw'oba obadde okyali wakanga olowooza nti embeera tennaba kutandika, ebifaananyi biibyo birabye siiru ziizo bali mu kuziggyako era enteekateeka ey'okulonda egenda kutandika. Aye tubakubiriza bannaayi tugende tulonde mangu, ffenna tuleme kulowooza nti tujja kulonda olw'eggulo. Olw'eggulo luno tujja akabya akali mu ffenna okugendayo olw'eggulo kitegeeza nti akalulu kano kayinza okuggwa ekiro singa layini essaawa 10 ziwera nga layini ekyali mpanvu nnyo. Kitegeeza balina okubalinda mwenna muggweyo balyoke batandika okubala akalulu ako. Ssebo nyinza okwekanga nga akalulu ako kawedde ne ku ssaawa emu singa mujja nga muli bangi nnyo. Aye tetwagala nnyo kukabalira ku mataala kubanga ebinaava omwo nabyo bijja kubabira. Naye twagala tugende ku nsonga y'ebyokwerinda. Njagala okuwa ab'ebyokwerinda obubonero mu mbeera eno gye tuyiseemu ey'akalulu akali scientific. Bingi nnyo byayogerwa nga bw'omanyi nti ebibuuzo byebuuzibwa scientific yoona anaaba atya, naye bw'oba otunuulidde ab'ebyokwerinda engeri gye bakuttemu ensonga eno newankubadde waliwo ebibayise emyaganya gy'engalo muno, naye olaba nga bw'oba waakubawa bubonero ensonga eno bagikutte. Simanyi kikyolowooza baali.
Entandikwa tebadde mbi, naye nze sisobola kati gaba bubonero nga tetunnamala lunaku lwaleero. Kubanga kati bw'otunuulira essaawa yo ejja kulaga nti ebula essaawa nga 4 n'eddakiika nga 44 okulonda kw'olwaleero kuggalwewo. era akyali ewaka nga tannatuuka we balondera yandibadde yeyambisa akaseera kano nadduka kuba bwe zinaakona ssaawa 10 nga toli ku layini ate ojja kuba togenda kwetaba mu kulonda ebula essaawa 4 n'eddakiika 44 okulonda kw'olwaleero kuggalwewo ku nsonga gyoyogeddeko ey'okuwa credit ab'ebyokwerinda ku ssaawa zino nze ng'olunaku kubanga mmanyi wano emirembe gikyaliwo naye simanyi kinaabaawo.
Njagala tutunuulire enteekateeka eno okuva kakuyege ono bwayiseewo embeera eno eya scientific engeri gyekwatiddwamu ab'ebyokwerinda bano okuviira ddala wali omukulu byabakama nga abatadde bagende batandike okukuyega.
Awo wo security ekoze ogwayo kubanga tulaba ebadde ekwasisa ebiragiro ebya COVID-19. Buli webadde nga gwe bwogezaako okunyomoola amateeka ago ng'ate baagasayiningako bulungi nnyo ng'electoral commission gabawadde obviously security ebadde yina okuyingirawo so that etangira ate abantu okuŋŋaana awamu okubaleetera okulwala kubanga singa wakubalaale abantu ne balwala ne bava mu bulamu bw'ensi eno gw'olwalera abaagalamu akalulu obadde tojja kukola ki kubafuna ate ne bwe wandifunye akalulu kitegeeza nti tewandibadde nabo okulembera wandibadde okulembera malaalo naye security bwe bayavaayo nebeera nga yo eteeka mu nkola ekwasisa etteeka eryo nti abantu temukuŋŋaana olw'obulwadde obwa COVID-19 awo security tugiwa credit lwakuba nti ate waliwo era ebibadde birumira ng'ate tulabamu engeri bo bennyini gye babaamu bakubagana candidate gundi ne bamwe togendayo ate abakuumi ba candidate gundi ate nga gavumenti yeyabamuwa ate ne bagamba bali nti atujja kgenda bo ne baagala kwegamba okuba nga abagwaŋŋana mu maraka awo we balazeemu obunafu naye nga bwe kigenda ku buvunaanyizibwa bwabwe kwassa ebiragiro n'okwassa amateeka ogw'omulimu bagukoledde ddala bulungi.
Abantu bano babadde
giving you up-to-date updates, for lack of a better way of saying it, of what's going on across the country. Now, we can definitely ascertain that right now, Patrick Oboya Muriat has voted, that is in Kumi District. We also have Robert Chagulanyi, who has voted in Magere at the Freedom Square. But we'll be giving you those updates from our particular reporters that are there. For now, let's take a look at who exactly is being voted today. Now, we do know that we have the presidential candidates that are being voted, but there's also the parliamentary elections going on. Now, when we talk about parliamentary, we are specifically talking about those who are directly elected. Now, those stand at exactly 353 MPs that are expected to be elected for those who will be casting their vote. But we forgot to ask, have you voted yet?
I think you should have started with this.
Yes,
have you voted?
Not yet.
Okay.
Yes. Journalism first, and then we can go ahead and vote.
Duty before self.
Yes.
But definitely it is imperative that everyone heads over to the polls. Make sure that you do have your slip. If you don't have maybe your voting ID, something to identify you. Don't forget your mask and, of course, social distance. And put your vote out there. Your voice needs to be heard. Reports are coming in that this might be the most attended election thus far in terms of attendance. You already mentioned the magic figure, 18.1 million people. Of those, 52% happen to be female. Now, for anyone who is among the 11 people, sad story is there's only one female contestant. But if anyone wants to take the top job, definitely you need to appeal to women. And for me, that has been a big talking point for this particular campaign leading up to the election. We have failed to hear the voice of the candidates when it comes to women issues. Promises have been made in the past so many years, sanitary pads and all this wayward talk, and up to today we are failing to hear that particular message directed to the women who we know are the backbone of this particular country.
Yes, we perhaps will be taking a look at what some of them have said, in particular for the women, but also just for the country at large. And when we talk about the country, when you mentioned that 52.5% of the 18.1 million registered voters, we also take a look at the 47.5% men who are a part of that number. Now, when Arnold mentioned that, carry your mask, make sure that you observe a social distance when you are at the different polling stations. Also, remember to carry a working pen, in particular your pen. If you might borrow someone else's pen, remember to sanitize it, please, because we're having an election amidst a pandemic, and that is something we cannot forget.
Yeah, interesting mentioning the pen, because I stalled somewhere in the morning before I came here, and I was trying to buy something, and so many people, there was a bit of a frenzy trying to buy a pen, trying to get a pen, and that's actually very important. Make sure you do have your pen to tick all these boxes that need to be ticked. Lots of stats to get through. We'll be getting through those in the course of this particular broadcast. Remember, we're here for the next 3 hours, but all in all, it's going to be 360, 24 hours non-stop. If you see us in the same clothes, please do not judge us. We are here serving the country and putting other people before ourselves. 146 districts. I remember when I went to school, there were around, I remember MPG was very big. There were around 20, I think. Let me not give away
Should
my
we ask the year? Because I was just about to get there, but no. Let's take a look at the numbers when we look at the 2021 general election. Now, we had mentioned earlier that the registered number of voters stands at 18.1, and the number of polling stations that we'll be taking a look at today are 34,684. The number of constituencies stand at 353. Now, the number of districts, as Arnold has mentioned, are 146. The number of sub-counties stand at 2,190, and the number of parishes stand at 10,594. But getting into the details of that, now, when we mention that the number of registered voters is at 18 million.1, how does it look like on the entire different regions within the country? We start off in the central, where we have about 5,637,174 registered voters. That is within 9,157 polling stations. In the eastern region? In the eastern region,
close to 4,465,567. Those are the registered voters, with the 9,182 polling stations. On the northern side of the country, that's the northern region. Moving on, we do have a 3,280,733. That's registered voters, and the polling stations there are 6,610. Right, over to the western region, that's another juggernaut, 4,730,450 registered voters, with the polling station standing at 9,735. Now, this, just to paint some the picture here and contrast, the central region, remember, that is 5,637,000. Then the western region has 4,730,000. So central region 5.6, the western region stands at 4.7 million. The logistical issues here might come in play because many questions are again coming to the forth here when it comes to the biometric machines. Remember, this is the first election that we are using this very futuristic technology, if we're to put it like that. And
well, we said in 2016, the first time we used the biometric machines.
Right. The fingerprint side of things, thank you for that correction. We do have close to 9,157 polling stations in the central region. The western region, 9,735 polling stations. Just looking at these two, that's where the texts are coming in already from the morning, ferrying the biometric machines. Remember, they're north of 34,000. Getting them to the right places at the right time, in time, is already proving to be a challenge.
Yes, it definitely is, and in one way or another, it affects how voting will go. And by the time we do know that polling will close at exactly 4 p.m. So with that said, many have been saying, how about we just simply go to the manual bit of things? Let's tick you off the list from the conversation that we had earlier on. Frank Walusimbi had.
It's it's a catch-22, especially when you're supposed to be. I think the tallying issue is where all of this gets a bit grey. If we do go traditional and old school and just use cues or tick you off, the tallying then might not fit the window. Remember, it is constitutionally stated that the president will be announced after a presidential election within 48 hours. Yes. Now, if we do have to rely on paper, and you do have to get these papers brought back to tallying centers and reported back to the Electoral Commission within 48 hours from the West Nile to Amuria to Koboko, to districts whose names I cannot remember, that might be a challenge, and we might not be able to arrest the 48 hours as constitutionally stated.
Well, then we wait for what we call the efficiency of the Electoral Commission to see how we can make sure that we have the right figures on time. That is 48
Maybe that's
hours.
where the
that
internet comes in. Yeah.
Saturday at 4 p.m. the Electoral Commission will be required by law to announce that particular winner. Now, we're going to be crossing over to Magere, where we do have our reporter Ali Mivule on standby. What we do know at this point in time is Robert Chagulanyi has actually voted. But we leave it to Ali. Good morning, Ali.
Yes, a very good morning to you, Rita Kanya.
Able to give us an update of what it is like in Magere, who has voted, are the SOPs being observed?
Well, to start with, it's been a very ecstatic mood for the voters here at Magere Freedom Square, where the National Unity Platform presidential candidate Robert Chagulanyi happens to vote from. And at the moment, he's just finished casting his vote. That's around 10 minutes back. And right now, he's back at his residence. But again, talking about the SOPs at the Magere polling station, the masks were okay. People had masks. But the issue was about social distancing. Trust me, people are lining up one after the other, and it's very, very, very difficult to maintain the 2 meters that's required by the guidelines of preventing the COVID-19. But again, the other issue was all about washing the hands. I didn't see at any corner any point where the voters are supposed to wash their hands before they could proceed and go on and vote. So that's another challenge there. But before he left to cast his vote, Robert Chagulanyi he came out strongly to condemn the complete shutdown of the internet, because at the moment nothing actually can be done in regards to the internet. And he said these are some of the hitches when it comes to elections, and he said this compromises free and fair election in a democratic state like Uganda. So, but but again, he decried the arrest of his supporters. He alleges that several of his supporters and also polling agents have been arrested in different districts, and he says this also compromises guarding his vote. Then later on, he went and cast his ballot amidst tears from his supporters there, even people who were also on the line. The issue of phones can also came out because, you know, the Electoral Commission talked about people not coming next to the polling centers with phones, but again, they can use them for other things. Yes, people were actually taking pictures of the National Unity Platform presidential candidate Robert Chagulanyi as they cheered. People were actually jubilating. It was more of an ecstatic mood there. So right now he's answering a few questions here, and I'm going to try and get what he's actually saying here. Just a moment here as he addresses the media.
We made it. We also how the regime tried to bring up issues to do with my education and my age to block me from standing for presidency. And indeed, I was arrested on the day of nomination. We went for the campaign. We also the efforts to block me from reaching out to the people. We reached out to the people either way. And now we are here. Everybody was scared. They thought I would not cast my vote. Here I am, coming from the polling station. So, having survived and overcome and surmounted all these challenges and odds, I want to assure Ugandans that we can and indeed will win. Whether or not Mr. Byabakama declares that is his business. Our business is winning. We have made every effort to observe and watch this election, and we will know the answer. Thank you.
Statement that we are receiving from Magere.
Well, that's the presidential candidate of the National Unity Platform, Robert Chagulanyi. And if I might quote from some of the words he's just said here, he emphasized that his job is to win, regardless of where comes out. His job is to win. So at the moment, talking about the security here in Magere, you know, the polling station of Magere Freedom Square is just next to Magere police station, but the deployment hasn't been that heavy. There are just a few counter-terrorism police officers as well as some other police officers who are in Kachi trying to maintain law and order. But again, the road that leads to Magere, again, people are being checked as you proceed to the residence of the National Unity Platform presidential candidate, Robert Chagulanyi's residence. So at the moment, voting is still underway at that polling station where numerous and massive voter turnout has actually been there with more people coming in to cast their vote. So we shall be giving you more details as they unfold here on NTV. Unless you have any other question, Rita Kanya and Arnold Segawa, we're still here as we await.
Thank you so much, Ali Mivule, for that update. Well, we do know and we have heard that Robert Chagulanyi, who is the presidential candidate of the National Unity Platform, has voted. He has cast his vote, and he did get a minute to address the media right after. One thing he has said that as the National Unity Platform, their business currently, Arnold, is to win.
Well, that is expected from any candidate, as you might know. All the 11 candidates are definitely going to say the same thing. Ali Mivule had an interesting interview with Honorable Robert Chagulanyi just yesterday and asked him, will you concede defeat? That is a question that I asked the spokesperson for the National Unity Platform close to 2-3 months ago last year, Joel Senyonyi. I asked him the same question. Joel Senyonyi alluded to the fact that we're not there yet, and unless we have a free and fair election, we are not ready to concede defeat. We will only concede defeat if the election is free and fair. Now that paints the ground very bare to what the terms of conceding might look like. Now, for me, those are very interesting paradigms. Same thing that Robert Chagulanyi has alluded to in that particular clip. And now the onus is with the independent, saying independent, quote unquote, electoral commission, whether or not they can conduct a free and fair election that is concedable to the 11 candidates, the presidential candidates. And let's also be cognizant of the fact that this is not just the presidential election. There are very many other pieces that are at play here that we need to concede are massive. And the other thing that the National Unity Platform and opposition members have made very clear is the fact that away from the 11 contestants in the presidential run, the other thing that they're looking at is the NRM, the National Unity, National Resistance Movement, not having a majority in Parliament, because their frustration has stemmed from the fact that issues like raising the age limits and the terms for the presidency have come in play because the NRM has over 400 seats in the Parliament just across the road from here, and guess what? Anything will fly. As long as it's tabled, it will go to a vote, and they have the majority. So that has always been the issue, away from the 11 contestants at the top seat, the majority, and the likes of the National Unity Platform, getting those MP seats is going to be something, and it all comes down to one thing: the Electoral Commission having the credibility to hold a free and fair election.
Okay, well, we talk about the Electoral Commission and a free and fair election in particular. Now, the Electoral Commission has come out to comment on the late arrival, one, of the voting material and also the biometric machines, which in some areas have been mentioned, one, they're not working, or if they are working, there's some difficulties and delays. And from the reporters that we had a conversation with earlier on, we did have that in Rubaga, these machines, one, if they were working, there was a delay. Then there's some that are not working at all. In Luwero, where we do have Herbert Kamuga, he mentioned the fact that the biometric machines there had failed to work. But let's take a listen. The spokesperson, Paul Bukenya, gave us this.
We did send out, the kits to use, and the machine is part of that. And well, the material is delivered to the stations, and that was on time, but opening procedures in some places delayed because of issues to do with the machines. We have a very active support team that has been activated to go out and reach out in those areas that have issues, including areas nearby here, so that they are also able to vote, to start voting and using the machines, because we really want them to use the machines. They're very important. They're both for the purpose. So we are addressing the issues emerging relating to machines. But countrywide, of course, these are issues that are isolated in some areas. But we do want everyone to move along together using the same system. We're encouraging people to stay, because in some areas, of course, as we resolve, they start voting. And actually, they've started voting. And by our guideline, of course, all people who are in the line by 4 p.m. continue voting until they are finished. So we are not even talking about, going beyond today, because we've not even gotten to the 4 p.m. So we are calling on the people in these communities. We have advised our officials to calm them down, remain in the lines, we're addressing these issues. And we've done exactly that and gotten going in all these areas. So we'll continue with the voting process. All people in the line by 4 p.m. will still go on until they finish voting. Of course, at 4 p.m. we'll cut off. That means that we'll go beyond the last person at 4 p.m. And then the rest who are in the line will have to vote today.
Well, that is a comment coming in from the spokesperson of the Electoral Commission, Paul Bukenya, and letting people know, one, about the issue when it comes to the delay in the voting machines that were supposed to be the biometric machines, and also the voting equipment as well. And he has assured Ugandans that those who will be in the line to vote, if you're in the line at 4 p.m., yes, voting is expected to stop at 4 p.m., that the line will be drawn and cut off, and those who are allowed to will be able to vote. Well, now we cross over to Mukono, where we have Olivia, who gave us an update of what it was like in Mukono district earlier.
By 5 a.m., Electoral Commission officials in Mukono district had already dispatched voting materials to the different polling stations. Mukono General Hospital was the first polling station to receive these voting materials at about 6:30 a.m. and Industrial Area Polling Station, which has about 613 voters, was the second to receive the polling materials. Here where I am is called Nasuti Polling Station that has has six polling stations, as you can see, and the people are already queued up. We were here by 7 a.m. and I can guarantee you that the polling materials were readily available here, and the people had already queued up to start casting their ballots. Most of the people that we've talked to say they were at the polling station by 5 a.m. trying to, heed to the different advice of their favorite candidates, telling them to come out in large numbers and cast their ballot and to make a decision in their country. Mukono district has 4 constituencies, that is Mukono North, Mukono South, Nachifuma County, and Mukono municipality, where we currently are. And Mukono has 355,275 voters, and these have increased from 2016 when the voters were only 292,011 voters. A few observations moving around the municipality as, they delivered the polling materials. We can say that there's been minimal police deployment. We don't know whether, during the course of the voting and the course of the day, police will be deployed heavily. We can't say that now because there's still minimal police. And as you can see at this polling station where we are, the people have already turned up in large numbers trying to heed to the COVID-19 regulations and SOPs that were set by the Ministry of Health. Most of them are wearing their masks, but what we can say is that there has not been observation of social distancing, but they continue to come in large numbers and continue to cast their ballots. Earlier, when the Electoral Commission officials were delivering the polling materials in the different polling stations, we saw these officials climb up, to pluck out and pluck off the campaign posters of the different candidates, saying that these are not supposed to be at the different polling stations. You can be sure to follow all these election updates from Mukono District, Kayunga, Buyikwe, and specifically in Mukono, we shall be looking at Mukono North, where the contestation is between NRM's and State Minister for Water, Ronald Chibule, and NUP's Abdallah Chiwanuka. And in Mukono Municipality, the contestation is basically between Betty Namboze, who was initially in DP before she crossed to NUP, and her greatest contestant is Fred Kajimu, who is in the Democratic Party, the party which she was initially in before she crossed to NUP. In Mukono North, James Bisaso of FDC, Fred Kayongo of the Democratic Party, Wilson Male of National Unity Platform, and Muyanja John Bosco of NRM. In Nachifuma County, where we shall also be updating you back to back, we have the contestation basically between Robert Kafero Sechtoleko of the NRM, Lameka Kawombe of the Democratic Party, and there's so many other independent candidates. We shall be sure to keep you posted on whatever is unfolding during the course of the day and what is going to come out of this election here only on NTV.
Thank you so much, Olivia Komigisha, giving us an update from Mukono District. What we know from what she has mentioned is that as early as 5 a.m., voters had turned up to vote, yet the voting actually started at 7 a.m. So that shows and reveals that Ugandans this time round want to say something in terms of casting their vote and who the next leader will be. Now, Uganda currently is in an internet shutdown. Uganda joins a number of countries that have experienced this internet situation shutdown within an election. One, the most recent being Tanzania, 2020 October. They were shut down as they went through an election. Cameroon and the Democratic Republic of Congo. But with that, do remember that you can be able, although we can't get through to you or you to us through social media platforms, there's the old media and you can send us some messages from wherever you are. Give us an update of what is going on in different areas. Arnold will be reading that number, but do know that we're also broadcasting live on NTV Kenya as well and giving you an update of what's going on across the country as Uganda decides 2021.
In the final speech ahead of the elections, President Museveni yesterday confirmed that the government had shut down several internet-based social media platforms.
Those Facebook and those groups did not respond, I hear, and I'm sure the government has closed the social media. Those channels of Facebook and I don't know which one.
Queen Zumrat is a business lady. She sells bags and her business is marketed on social media. Facebook and Instagram are the platforms her customers prefer. She's one of the many people taken by surprise on learning about the shutdown. She's now feeling the effects of the shutdown.
Since lockdown, most people have been working online. People actually, with the fear of the pandemic, people wouldn't get to come downtown because they believe there's so much congestion there. So most online was working so much, around 20 to 15 orders per day online. But now, since this happened yesterday, WhatsApps were done, orders reduced drastically.
Alan Sempala Chigozi, the legal affairs manager at Unwanted Witness, says the shutdown is unconstitutional and repressing the freedoms of Uganda.
So where people are using social media or internet platforms to voice out legitimate voices of dissent, okay, then that can be justifiable reasons for you to shut down. So it has to be grounded in law. This one is not grounded in law.
Sempala insists that the shutdown will come with various effects.
We've seen, studies have shown that countries that have done internet shutdowns, in Tanzania, in Congo, in Zimbabwe, they've lost millions of dollars, okay? So in Congo, they lost $3 million every day they closed. In Tanzania, they lost 5.7 million US dollars. When you shut internet, then you're going to give a chance for people to do a lot of misinformation. And where people lack information, they become violent. You realize that countries that have a gap in information and exposure have a lot of civil wars.
He says they plan to contest it in courts of law.
So this shutdown is good grounds for any suit. So definitely, without no doubt, we are already preparing that suit. We are taking government to court.
Asked about the shutdown, presidential candidate Robert Chagulanyi had this to say.
General Museveni has always been turning off social media whenever there's a sensitive issue in Uganda. This is a time when Ugandans need to be connected. It's a time when the world needs to be seeing what is happening. If at all it's a free and fair election.
The internet shutdown also happened in the run up to the 2016 polls. Olivia Komgisha, NTV News.
Thank you so much once again, Olivia Komgisha, taking and exploring the look at the internet shutdown within the country. Now, we have mentioned to you earlier that you can be able to send us an update from wherever you are, if you have voted, if you're planning on going, or what it is like in your different areas where you are at this point in time, and we are coming to you live from. Now, the number is...
you can reach us on 0757104377. That's 0757104377. We'll delve through those texts in the course of the bulletin. As always, we do love to hear from you. Right, in just a few, we'll be heading over to Raymond Mugisha. Oh, goodness me. We'll be with Raymond Mugisha. Raymond Mujuni, to just give us an update on this internet situation, the legal aspects, and what the next 48 hours might look like if you do have a smartphone, but it's relegated to just SMSs and USSD stuff. He'll be delving into that in just a few.
Thank you so much. My name is still on the biometric voter register in Raymond Jr. I don't know where. I know I've got that other name. But yeah, we are in studio. Want to talk about the internet shutdown. It started effective 7 p.m. yesterday. Again, we brought that news to you yesterday, understanding that the Joint Security Chiefs had asked the Uganda Communications Commission to ask all internet service providers to block gateway access to all internet country. And of course, that's where I want to start from. The suit that you had prepared was specifically for social media. At 7 p.m., the full internet shutdown took effect. Are you preparing a different suit for a full internet shutdown?
No, I think unlike 2016, you see, in 2016 it was half. It was partial.
Yes,
it was a partial shutdown. It was only social media and internet. The other internet services were not tampered with. This time round, for starters, it has started earlier. It started on 9th of January. Okay, some features of certain applications were not working. App Store, Play Store. Okay, it came on, you know, in that chronology, okay, until yesterday when it was full blown. Definitely, when courts open on Monday, we are going to be their guests. Okay. Now, what happened in 2016 as unwanted witness? We filed a suit. And early last year, court came out and dismissed the suit, but that was on ground that court was not convinced that people are not oppressed. Okay, we didn't have enough evidence that people are oppressed then in 2016. But you see, in 2016, few people on social media. You get my point. In 2016, banks were not interrupted with. Right now, as we talk, you can't even access your ATM. Okay, yesterday I saw Umeme issuing alerts asking people to be careful how they use their yaka. Okay, so that means many people are going to be oppressed this time round. You see, in 2016, few youngsters or SMEs operated their businesses on social media. You realize right now, many youngsters or entrepreneurs, SMEs have closed their brick and mortar shops and resorted to social media. So many people are going to lose jobs.
I want to ask you very intently on this. The enjoyment of freedom comes with limitations in a justifiable manner. If we feel that there must be justification for the enjoyment of those freedoms being limited, then the limitations will happen. Courts have already shown some precedent before we even get to there. First of all, the rallies that were blocked, we saw court 2 days ago saying those rallies that were blocked in regard to COVID-19 SOPs, that blockade was a justifiable limitation. What are the chances of success on this one?
I think the chances are high. You see, for any of such kind of shutdown to happen, it has to be legitimate. Or it has to be necessary. It has to be proportional, okay? So for you to claim national security or public order as reasons for you to shut down, that is not grounded in law, okay? And it should be, the threat should be an imminent attack on the country. Okay, so while there is no imminent attack on a country, you can't use the reason of people voicing out their concerns, okay? Because already the unfairness is written all over. The unfairness we have in these elections is unprecedented.
But the President, Commander-in-Chief, the CDF, the Uganda Police Chief have all spoken to the press and said there are foreign machinations on the electoral process which are likely to produce violence. Are you contesting what they are saying in their statements, or is it that you haven't seen these machinations on your own?
Their claims are baseless. We challenge them. But anyway, we are going to court. We are going to court. Their claims are baseless. So if there is an imminent attack, it should be evident. It should be a cyber attack, and shutdown of internet then probably could bring tensions down of that sort. So their claims are frivolous, they are baseless. We are going to challenge them in court. It wasn't necessary. They should have carried out an assessment. Okay, an assessment shows what are the impacts of this shutdown, because clearly our activities in Uganda are all ingrained in internet. We socialize, we communicate, we assemble, and even in this time of COVID, honestly, when we want to minimize contact, okay, people have been using social media to interact, to hear from their families, using internet to associate. You get my point? So if you shut down internet, you've stepped on their right to associate, the freedom of expression, which is provided for in the Constitution and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that Uganda is signatory to.
Alan, if I could ask you very finally, members of the private sector have already reached out to the Prime Minister to be able to talk about the broad effect that the internet shutdown has. But as unwanted witness, what's the scale of impact that this internet shutdown, what are you hearing in terms of the impact it's had on businesses and on even Ugandans themselves?
It's going to be grave. It's going to be grave. You see, in 2017, there was a survey that was done by Ericsson, and it was showing that any country that has a broadband penetration of around 10%, that has a direct effect on the GDP. Okay, it has a direct of around 2.8 increase in GDP. Now, right now, our broadband penetration is 18.3%. You get my point. So you see how our broadband, we've not done bad. Okay, we've laid fibers, all that investment. So definitely for a country like Uganda that wants to get to the middle income level, we've had Mr. Museveni promising us the middle income status. For a country like us that want to get there, and yet we want to anchor that growth on our ICT sector. Raymond, you are well aware that the biggest taxpayers in Uganda are ICT companies. Okay, so if you want to anchor that growth to middle income level to ICT sector, then honestly, a shutdown sends all the wrong signals to any investor who would wish to invest in this country. It sends all the wrong signals to any consumer who would want to use social media to access services. Okay, so away from the macroeconomic effects and impacts it has on the economy, but also the SMEs, people who have been using social media. Okay, the transport sector, you have companies like Safe Border, you have companies like Jumia who entirely depend on internet to run their businesses. Now, their
none of them is being able to work at the moment.
They can't do that anymore. So you see how impactful that is on the economy. So anyone to come out and claim there is no impact on the economy, the shutdown on the economy, it would really be unfair.
Are you exploring the effect that the internet shutdown has had on the electoral process itself? Because we understand some of the BVPS kits being used for identification are failing, but we also understand that the results declaration system runs off an internet surface to be able to declare results from the district all the way to the National Tally Center in Chambogo. Are you exploring some of those areas to be able to lodge a suit against them also?
Definitely. You see, we contacted EC when they rolled out the roadmap. We asked for a meeting with them. Unfortunately, they didn't give us that audience, but we wrote to them and asked them to clearly come up with binding rules and regulations. You see, when the Electoral Commissions Act was amended, specifically Section 12A and B, and they were asked to start using technology. Okay, so there was need to invoke Section 51 of the Electoral Commissions Act to come up with binding rules and regulations. How these machines are going to be procured? Okay, who was there when they are procuring them? How did they shortlist candidates? You get my point. So there was a lot of unfairness and unclear information in the procurement of these machines. Now that they are down, definitely the legitimacy of this of the elections and the results will be put to question, really, because now they can manipulate the voter registers to do whatever they want.
All right, thank you so much, Alan. We've been speaking to Alan, an unwanted witness, and of course the key question is internet shutdown in Uganda. 17.5 million subscribers of the internet exist in Uganda. About 3 million of those use social media. So for the last 2 days, those haven't been able to access the social accounts, but the 17.5 starting 7 p.m. last night to now are still under an internet shutdown. Of course, that internet shutdown was communicated to the Uganda Communications Commissions by the Joint Security Chiefs, and Uganda Communications Commission asked all the internet service providers of Uganda to switch off their internet at gateway access and all access points of the internet. We'll be covering this very fast-paced.
Well, thank you so much, Raymond. Now, as we talk about the internet shutdown within the country, a number of messages are coming in, and we have asked you to send your message from wherever you are within the country. On MTN, you can call. You cannot call, but you can send a message. I beg your pardon. The number is 078-12-27701. I'll say that again, 0781-227701. Send your messages in. And on Airtel,
0757104377. Let me just delve through some of those. There are very many texts. I still don't get it. Like she said, don't call. Tuaheo, Justice, Amir and Gaza, Chadondo East, where the shutdown of the internet has not affected us so much. Oh, wow, I wish I was you. Because we're done with the casting our votes, waiting for results and updates from NTV. Thanks for the show. Okay. Kakaire Banuli from Banda. I don't think this election is going to be fair because of shutting down the internet. Okay, I don't know what that means about the elections that were held 50 years ago without the internet. Yes, Brother Segawa, that's Mugera Frank here in Lugala and Namungona Primary School. We started voting at 8:38, very precise this one, because I've cast my vote right now. It's Oh, he actually sent this a while back, 10:55. Chizito Frank from Makindia, Lukuli. The voting is going on well, and I've cast my vote at 8 a.m. This is in past tense. Though we have a biometric failure. Thank the heavens, Justice Biabakaba is always watching NTV. Hello, this is thanks. Campaigning, sorry, as Frank said, campaigns actually ended quite a while back. Good afternoon. Sorry, apologies for that. Moving on, there's so many texts coming through. Let me just look for some others. Right, this is Twalib Zaitoon. Great, thanks for the wonderful election updates. And as I speak, I already cast my vote and candidate for the candidate of my choice. However, I'm so disappointed in the Electoral Commission for the delay they caused since the biometric machines were, quote-unquote, malfunctional. So there's so many of these, and this seems like a particular trend when it comes to the biometric machines. Remember, it's over 34,000 of those that are in deployment as it stands right now across the country to make sure that the 18.1 million people actually get a chance to cast their vote. There's really so many texts here coming through, but the problem is some of these happen to be really campaigns. I'm Kakaire Banuli from Banda. I already went through that one. There's another one from Ginger, I think it's Fahad. Thanks for the updates. There's people here mentioning that police has actually confiscated some of their material. These happen to be agents. I will not mention the particular person they're representing for obvious reasons, but there's someone else here who says, I think it's Jack from Bulanduli. We thought that democracy and freedom should prevail within the country, but with shutting down of the internet, TS, baseless, the impacts are massive on us. Hope, Uganda, there is freedom of expression in future. Here's another one.
soko tudilemu information eyo kati oli live sebo soko yamaze oku
Start off with you, Herbert Ziwa. Good morning, good afternoon actually. Could you be able to tell us how it is going in Mbara? Herbert Ziwa, if you can be able to hear me, could you be able to give us an update of what it is like in Mbara district, which is now Mbara city? Well, as we wait on Herbert to get on board, we also do have Jackson Onyango, who is in Gulu. We have Walter Mwesije, who is in Ntungamo, and we have Sudir Biarhanga coming from Bale. We'll be getting to that update in just a bit. Well, for now, what we do know, we can just confirm that there has been an issue when it comes to biometric machines within different polling stations, them not being able to work. Some of the responses we have gotten, some messages that are coming in, many are saying they have failed to work and they have now resorting to the manual way of doing things. For some, the question now surrounds how safe the vote is. And you had mentioned also how quick the turnover in terms of the counting of votes will be.
I think, yes, that would actually appeal to the credibility of the vote, because if I wake up one day, Rita, and I say that I'll be standing or taking my poll at the Kampala Serena Hotel at NTV Uganda, then suddenly that is moved to Busia, that might question the credibility of the poll as it stands, or even the credibility of myself and my word, which at the end of the day, the biggest selling point for an independent electoral body across the world is their credibility. Are they credible enough to hold free and fair elections? Now, that is the question that will be brought to the core and to the fore in the coming days, because let's face it, if you wake up one day and you say that we are going to use fingerprints, the president alluded to this just this week, and he said this is a fair system. To paraphrase his words, all of us have unique fingerprints. Much as I came from my parents, my fingerprint is different from theirs. Those were kind of the words that he said. Then you wake up the next day and say you're using a voter register. I might not be very keen on the results that you portray 48 hours later. That is, if you're actually able to portray that same result 48 hours later. Because let's face it, if they had planned for a biometric system, that would, with logic, insinuate that there might not be the logistical prowess to ferry. They had not planned for the logistical side of things with the paper side of things. Now, if the internet was still on, maybe there would have been a mechanism to scan the papers and send them back to the Electoral Commission in record time, in just a second. Now, that is not possible at this particular point. Or maybe they have an intranet. You know, maybe the Electoral Commission has an intranet. I do not. We're not here with Mr. Paul Bukenya to advise us on that. But now this creates many other questions. And this reminds me of an example of the Gambia, because the Gambia, when they had their election a few years ago, over I think 4 years ago, with the incumbent taking on a younger contestant, the issue that came around was how they were going to tally the votes, and they relied on an old school system from Taiwan, which, for lack of a better word, is kind of like an abacus. You know, you throw in and things are tallied way faster. Now they stuck with this system because for them it is credible, it is fast, and it is most importantly fair. Should we have had a plan B at this particular point? All the texts that we're reading all the way from Nansana to Masindi are alluding to the same fact. The biometric machines are either not working or not arriving on time. Maybe they're just not enough sanitizers, because if you put on your fingerprint and you do not scrap it very well,
that will also be an issue. But all of this goes back to the point that there is a delay when it comes to voting, the voting process, and that means it might go longer than actually expected, 4 p.m. But the Electoral Commission spokesperson has assured Ugandans that if at all you are in the line by 4 p.m., a line will be drawn and you will be allowed to vote. Now, you also mentioned SOPs. Our election is happening amidst a pandemic, and from what we have heard, the different updates that we have gotten from 6 a.m., many are saying the observance of SOPs is quite far from the reality that it should be. Either someone is wearing a mask and not wearing it right, it's below the mouth, the soft parts. Yes, quite common, but shouldn't be. But also another thing is that in some areas, as Ali Mvule had reported, that at the Freedom Square in Magere, the issue of washing hands And one that you might have seen is also observing of social distance. You have lines quite long and everyone barely observing the 2 meters social distance. But if at all you haven't gone to the polling station yet and you plan on going this afternoon, please do make sure you put on your mask right. If you can, carry your own working pen. Make sure you have some hand sanitizer, as well as remember to observe social distance. That is quite key.
Right. And do not forget, we are broadcasting live across the region on NTV Kenya. Maybe, how is your Swahili? Sasa?
Habari?
Okay, I was going to go with chakula. At least you will not
yet,
go.
Not yet.
That's
not
just
yet.
food. You can't You can't go hungry in Nairobi. But with the constraints that we've had, of course, a lot of eyes are on this particular poll. It's good to know that the rest of the region is watching this particular election very, very closely. Maybe the other contentious issue leading up to this has been the side of the observers, because the U.S. mission, the U.S. envoy put out a very interesting statement just this week, making it very clear that they will not be taking part in this whole observer issue. Of course, some critics came out and said maybe you shouldn't be the one looking at observing, given the trend that has been set by the United States of America.
But one thing we can't forget is that also those who were allowed to take part in observing of this particular election is that they had to be accredited first. Yes.
And I mean, the argument that the ambassador puts forward is they did hand in the forms that were asked for, and only close to over 25% of these were accredited, and for them that simply was unacceptable given the span and the breadth of the country and the many polling stations. We mentioned they're close to what, 30,000 polling stations?
Over
34,000, yes. So given the breadth and the magnitude of the polling stations, if only just over 20% of the observers are given accreditation, that does not create the magnitude or the impetus really to say that we actually observed the election to start with. But over 2,000 observers have been accredited by the bodies here in Uganda, and of those, that includes, of course, the usual suspects, the East Africa Community, the African Union bodies, and IGAD, to mention but a few. But of course, there's always a debate about observing. And a debate that has come up in the past with the Pan-African movements is, do we actually need to have our elections observed in the first place? And if so, who gets to observe? And who gets to decide what democracy is?
And who gets to select who observes?
Many questions around that,
quite
definitely.
So many. Now, taking a look once again at your responses as we
Lubaga North also has the former member of parliament for the same constituency, that is the Minister of Lands, Betty Namisang Olive Kamya, and also the NUP candidate, that is Abubakar Kawala, who also serves as the Speaker of the Kampala Capital Authority. This is a hot seat, and mainly the competition, talking to the residents here, the competition is mainly between the three candidates I just mentioned to you, that is the independent and also the incumbent Moses Kasivante, and the former MP for this area, and the MP candidate for the same position, Betty Kamya. The queues are long and people are just next to each other, and even if the few have masks, some of them, the masks are just below their nostrils, they're down here to the chin, which is dangerous in case any of them has COVID-19. It means that he's exposed and is exposing the others around him.
Since I started to vote, this is my third time, but the turn up is massive. People are many. I didn't think that they went to the village. People are many at the polling station. Every polling station is full of people, and I don't know whether at 4 the lines will be finished. Let's pray for the peace, for the good leaders. Thank you.
Yes, I've cast my vote after about 8 months of grueling campaigning, scientific campaigning, which requires you to reach people one-on-one personally. I went through the primaries and then the next phase. So I've been at this for almost 9 months, since June last year. But I'm happy that it's ending today, and I see that there is peace and calmness and I think enthusiasm. A lot of people have come out of all types. The youth are here, the old people, women, men, and they're calmly following the SOPs and in their lines. There's no pushing, there's no threats, there's no harsh words. I think we're going to have a very successful.
Well, that's what it looks like in Rubaga now. The members of parliament that are being voted there will be a part of the 53 members of parliament that are directly voted, elected into parliament. And when we speak about that race, Arnold, how does it look like in your view?
And this is a very interesting one. I have to mention Betty Namisango Kamya, who was just addressing us right now. She's a party flag bearer for the National Resistance Movement, the NRM, which is, of course, President Museveni's party, for our viewers who are not conversant with the underworkings of the machine. This is an interesting lady because in 2011 she stood for the top job against President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and obviously she did not garner that many votes. And fast forward to 2021, just 10 years later, she's a minister for lands in the cabinet, has a corner office, and she now is running on the NRM ticket, which she ran against Museveni just 10 years ago, now running on the NRM ticket back where she started, because before 2011 she was actually an MP in this particular constituency. Now this gets interesting because it's quite heated. There's a comedian, Katolu Bwama, who is very famous for lamenting that this term, which alluding to the term that's now expiring, the 2016-2021, this term, allow me to eat and you will eat in the 2021 term. And of course, eat here is a euphemism for let me eat, let me get fed this term.
Let me share, let me enjoy this money and
right.
we shall eat later. And actually last year he did come out and say, in the last term I ate alone, but this particular term I am coming so that we can enjoy this money together. So the electorate, they are casting their vote with that in mind.
And that's the thing, you know, people have kind of woken up. In slang, someone could say we're woke, because Katolu Bwama appealed to something 5 years ago, and right now people are done with the theatrics. He could hardly get onto many of the tickets that were traditionally available to him. But away from the comic, the Katolu Bwama, there's Nasolo, Eugenia, for the Democratic Party. Obviously, this is a very old party. She's been very, very busy in parts of Mengo. I think the first water tanks that I saw for washing hands, if you've gone past Mengo, the market, they were from Eugenia Nasolo. Now, she's very interesting, has been going through hands-on, very, very hands-on. The other one happens to be Abubakar Kawalia, who is, of course, with the National Unity Platform, which is Robert Chagulanyi's party, the NUP. He was the Lord Chancellor. He's the outgoing one. And this is arguably where Bobi Wine's party has had the biggest issue. It has been around the people who were already running for particular posts. Let's say the likes of Mubiru in Rubaga North. He was already set to run for the top job, the MP job, and then there was a huge influx, you know, the likes of Segona, you know, these big heavyweights, the Nambos, they came in, and guess what? They've been around the block way longer than you have, so they had to oust the other people who had already campaigned on the People Power movement. Before, it wasn't even NUP. So imagine, Rita, you're already running, let's say, saying you're going to run for, let's say, Rubaga North, let's say 2 years ago, and then suddenly one Medat Segona shows up and says, hey, I've also joined the party, and guess what? I'm going to run on the same ticket. So Abubakar Kawalia has been around the block, LC5, Lord Chancellor. He ousts the likes of Mubiru, who were little known at one point, but were with the People Power movement long before. So that is where the NUP had been criticized for the longest time. This is going to be an interesting race in that particular spot.
It definitely is going to be an interesting one, but here on NTV, we'll be giving you an update of how it is going. How tight is the race? Well, now you know. But for now, let's cross over to Nancy Kalembe, who's one of the independent candidates standing in the presidential race. She cast her vote today.
It seems peaceful, and it is refreshing to find that there are no army men standing all over the polling station, as we had thought would happen. So it is good that there is no intimidation around the polling station. That is a good sign that our prayers have worked. Today is the last day of our 40-day fast, and I know that God answers prayers. We're going to have unity in this period. as Ugandans and beyond this. I believe that we are also going to have a peaceful transition of power, because we all know that the government is going to change, but we are going to have a peaceful transition of power, and we shall have security without threats. Now that I've finished casting my vote, the rest is to God. I have moved this entire journey, putting everything in God's hands. It doesn't stop here. Sometimes when you feel like a lot is out of your control, you rest in peace knowing that God is in control. In Philippians 4:6 it says, "Do not be anxious for anything, but in all things through prayer and supplication, with thanksgiving, let your needs be known unto God, and the peace of God that surpasses all understanding shall garrison your hearts and minds through Christ Jesus." So that's where I'm at right now. Switching off the internet by the government is a clear sign that something is wrong. A whole country has decided that a whole government has decided that the nation has no freedom of expression, freedom of communication, freedom of speech, and this is a very bad sign. A lot has been said about being in a military government or that we are under dictatorship, and a lot of people perhaps didn't believe that this was true. But I think we are starting to see the signs, and I believe that switching off the internet was a very bad sign that this government has come to an end, and therefore Ugandans ought to vote right and vote for the right change, not just any change, but the kind of change that will bring value and take Uganda forward.
Well, that is Nancy Kalembe, the only female in the presidential race, seems to have her founding in Christ and the Christian faith. Quite a lot said, the 40-day fast mentioned, and also has made mention of the internet shutdown and what her thoughts are on that. Now, we can confirm that Patrick Oboya has voted in Kumi district. We have Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu, who voted in Magere at the Freedom Square. We also have Nancy Kalembe, who actually voted in Muyenga from the pictures that you have seen. And we're also getting wind that also Pastor Fred Mwesigye was also another candidate in the presidential race that has been quite silent. Seen here and there, he came and mentioned on nomination day that his was going to be bringing a message of love to our country.
Obviously, more of a reformer, but leaning towards the pastoral message, as they call it in church, of course. It's very interesting when someone leans towards that. But just to take us back to Nancy Kalembe, did you know that she was supposed to go for the 2006 Olympics?
She was? She
was. And she's quite the sports lady. I understand she played volleyball, cricket, a very good swimmer. Only wasn't good at the breaststroke, that's what she said. But 2006, she was supposed to go for the Olympics, and guess what?
What?
Uganda didn't have the money. Yeah, we didn't have the money. So she didn't go because we could not actually afford to take the entire team. Quite sad. She could have gotten us gold.
Definitely, but she did mention in part of her campaign rallies, she had mentioned that if she does get the opportunity of becoming president, a sports center is something she's going to be looking into, a way of harnessing the sports skills as a way of making sure that Ugandans can earn themselves some money. We are one of those countries that actually, I must say, I don't know about you, Arnold, and I'm not sure about my physique and how possible it is when it comes to the sports bit of things, but we seem to have a future there from what we're seeing.
I mean, it comes down to nurturing the talent, you know, from under there. There's times when I remember Kampala Kids League where, you know, the 10-year-olds went and thrashed FC Barcelona in Spain at one of those cups which are international. So yes, there's potential there, but that's the difference between once upon a time we used to be better than Kenya at rugby. rugby, and guess what? Right now they could send us a high school team, and they still run rounds around us. But let's shift gear and head over to the man with the pastoral message, who is Fred Mwasije, who is also running as an independent, who we understand cast his vote in Entebbe. We got a chance to hear from Ivan Kamanawalunyolo to just give us a sense of what the man of God has in store.
Well, thank you very much. I am coming to you from Banga Nachuoga in Entebbe Municipality, Wakiso District. Entebbe Municipality has 55,515 voters in the area that are going to be voting in 74 polling stations, 24 villages. But of course, we know today very early, the people were actually out to go and make sure they verify their information so that they get to the polling areas. As I speak right now, there has not been any hurdle. The place is calm and security is doing its part. We have not registered any chaos, but the people have come out in large numbers. Just with me here, of course, is one of the presidential candidates. That's Pastor Fred Mwasije, who has just casted his vote here at Banga Nachuoga to just let us know about the process, how it has been for him. Pastor, welcome with me on NTV. Take us through how the process has been.
So far, the process has been good. There is calmness in the area. So we believe it continues to be like this. Everyone will vote and they will move out and we'll have a peaceful election. That's what so far we've managed to witness right now. And we're asking if anything happens, let the security forces, don't let them not use extra force to disrupt such an event that is taking place. But we believe everything will end well.
We have seen people coming out in large numbers to vote, and we have not seen any chaos so far. Do you anticipate anything maybe as the day unfolds?
No, I don't think, because Ugandans are peaceful people and they have been sensitized well before this day. So I believe everything is going to move on well and the security is handling everything well. So I believe nothing will change, maybe apart from the weather, because I see it wants to rain there.
Yeah. What have you dedicated your vote for? What have you dedicated it to?
My vote, first of all, I want to speak as a minister of God. Something happened on the 5th of Jan, which I may not disclose right now, but we believe on the 14th today something has taken place. And this is it, that a new era of God is going has started. We're going to see leaders emerge, leaders who fear God in Uganda, and we're going to see the emerging of religious leaders who fear God. We're going to see a nation that fears God in Uganda. So why? Because we believe that our theme, that is era of love based on the fear of God, being the solution for Uganda, that once we have leaders who fear God in Uganda as the foundation, because the issue is about the foundation, not about the manifestos. They are good, all of us have good manifestos, but we need to have the right people in offices so that they may run and bring to pass what we've written down in our manifesto. So we believe that love based on the fear of God and having leaders who fear God, that's what is going to change this entire Uganda and the entire Africa. At the same time, as the president, this is what I want to tell the Ugandans, that Uganda is safe in the hands of God. And the future of Uganda is okay in the hands of God. Let them be courageous and strong in the Lord. Like I spoke on my nomination day, that let no one, let not even foreign forces threaten you Ugandans, because Uganda is safe in the hands of God.
Yeah, we have not seen your agents in all polling stations. How are you sure that your vote that people are casting for you is safe?
Yeah, I know, because I spoke to people heart to heart. A good leader must be having the talent of speaking to someone's soul. So I believe the message that we carried and took across the nation, people are voting not because we put the agents there, because we are an independent. We're not a political party. They are funded. We are not funded. And there's no problem with that, but that's what we could manage. So we went on telling people across the nation that let them be our task force. Anyone who believes in their heart that having leaders who fear God is the solution for this nation, the right foundation, let them be the people to watch over our votes and communicate to us the results so that we may tally and see what we have.
Well, thank you very much for speaking to us, Pastor.
Thank you.
Well, that is, of course, the presidential candidate, Pastor Fred Mwesi, just giving us a sense of what an exercise is here, where he has casted his vote here in Banga, Nachiwogo. But just a quick one, we see that the parliamentary seat in Entebbe has attracted 8 people, including the incumbent, who is Rosemary Tumusime. Although she lost in the primaries to Shaka Stevens, she had to go on and contest as an independent candidate. Well, of course, the mood is calm, unlike the downpour that is threatening and probably may disrupt the voting exercise here. But we anticipate that there is going to be peace in Entebbe, calmness as the day unfolds.
Right, many thanks for that, Ivan Kamana Walinyolo, joining us from Entebbe and just walking us through the other independent candidate, Pastor Fred Mwesige. And it's quite interesting, the picture that he shared there, because on one end we do have Pastor Mwesige saying that he does not necessarily have the agents, because that was a very interesting question that Ivan actually posed to him. Do you have the agents to monitor the vote across the over 160 districts? And he said, you know what, the will of God will do the wonders, as opposed to a one Shumuk, who actually has who actually deployed over 150 agents to help him with this monitoring issue. Now, if you are just, different agents.
Different candidates, different ways of doing things, I believe. But the pictures that we are seeing are coming to you live from Chambogo. That is the Tally Center. Chambogo University, I believe. That is the Tally Center of the day, the official one, and throughout this particular election, 2021.
Now, of course, we will be having our very own Andrew Chamagero to just give us the lay of the land, what has just come in, which district has been tallied, which constituency has been tallied. This is a going concern. The next 48 hours are going to be very, very critical because the more, one thing that we alluded to around an hour ago is the fact that some biometric machines are not actually functional. And that now means heading over to the register and having a sandwich system between the register and the biometric system. So this right here is going to be a very busy place in the coming few seconds.
Quite busy, and from what the Electoral Commission, we do know from the law what will be happening is that for the parliamentary election, those who will be elected, the results can be read and announced at the district level, but in particular when it comes to the presidential election, it will only and only be announced. Any results will be announced from that tally center in Chambogo, and as Arnold has mentioned, we will be bringing you whatever will be released from there. But for now, let's cross over to Magere, where the Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu, who is the presidential candidate of the National Unity Platform, spoke to Ali Mivule earlier and had this to say in regards to the challenges he has faced throughout the campaign period, which was 60 days, quite short, but also what he might be seeing going forward with the election.
We also how the regime tried to bring up issues to do with my education and my age to block me from standing for presidency. And indeed, I was arrested on the day of nomination. We went for the campaign. Also the efforts to block me from reaching out to the people. We reached out to the people either way. And now we are here. Everybody was scared. They thought I would not cast my vote. Here I am, coming from the polling station. So, having survived and overcome and surmounted all these challenges and odds, I want to assure Ugandans that we can and indeed will win. Whether or not Mr. Byabakama declares that is his business. Our business is winning. We have made every effort to observe and watch this election, and we will know the answer.
6 hours 20 minutes, actually 6 hours 40 minutes, 20 minutes to the top of the hour, which is 1 p.m. That is coming in from Magere. Now we do know that voting started at 7 a.m., 1 p.m. close to it, and one thing is certain that in some areas, the material did come in late. The biometric machines have in some places not been functioning. Some have functioned, but quite slow. And for now, we do know that the presidential candidates that have voted, we have Patrick Oboyo Muriat, who is the presidential candidate for the Forum for Democratic Change. We also have have who we just saw and who just spoke to us. That is Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu, who is the presidential candidate for the National Unity Platform, as well as Nancy Kalembe, who is an independent candidate within the race. And we also have Fred Mwesige, who has been quite quiet, but he's also an independent in the race. For now, we take a look at your responses, because we asked you earlier, and we continue to ask you to give us updates of where you are. You can share your name as well and what it is like from the polling center. Are the SOPs being observed, and how has the voting process gone for you?
Obviously, we're resorting to more traditional means to share your messages that you have actually sent us. You can always get in touch with us on 075-710-4377. Let me start with Phyllis Phoebe in Busabala, in Massaja, to be precise. Thank you for presenting. Well, blocking the internet is something very cowardice by the government of Uganda. I must say this is done on whim, not looking at the other side. Besides that, in Massaja, everything is moving on well despite the long lines. Ugandans are deciding 2021 peacefully. Many thanks for that, Phoebe. This is a lot innocent from Zambia. The shutdown of the internet has greatly affected us as students that are now unable to access Zoom lessons. Okay, we were studying online since the lockdown was put across. Sincerest apologies for that. Here we were thinking the biggest thorn in the shoe happened to be election-wise, but clearly if someone was having an exam in the foreseeable future, that might be a challenge. Moving on to Blair in Kabale. They do say that the elections are calm here in Kabale. It's time for Ugandans to fight for their rights, and people, of course, if you're above 18, time for you to fight and stop. Okay, well put. Moving on, these are quite many. Some are quite offensive. I'm afraid I will not be able to read those out. Herman Chiza, I'm done casting my vote. What's done is done in the dark and shall always prevail in broad daylight. I think that's the other way around, though. Let's keep peace. God shall bring justice soon. This man. Let's move on. Moses Senjako. Wakiso Kasengeje, the voting has started, or should I say started at 11:30. Okay, that was quite late, and the people are very calm, and they've actually come in early in the morning to cast their vote. Thank you for the texts. These are extremely many, and the moment I actually run to the phone, it's like people just read my queue and send some more, and even call, which is quite sad. Mugera Richard from Entebbe. It is unbelievable that we're having to start voting at 9:30. Well, it's not that bad. Some people started at 11:30 due to the biometric failures. This is a going concern. Very familiar, this one. And the arm of the police are here to show people the vote, but nothing you will do will change the votes. Okay. It continues to say that we're here in Entebbe feeling close to 100% that switching off the internet is a sign of a government that wants to do cheating without quick and immediate evidence, because even cameras were also stopped in the voting area. Pardon my tone. I'm just trying to read it as the dear gentleman put it. I don't know, Rita, if you have a few. Ronnie A. Tykes in Mbarara say it's come here and very, he says backward. I don't know if come and backward actually rhyme in the same sentence. Sharon in Palisa says here in Ogurutap polling station, everything is moving free and fair.
Well, those are your responses. That's on the Airtel line. Now, if at all you do have some airtime and you think it might be cheaper for you to send your message via the MTN line, well, the MTN line is 0781-227-701. The numbers will also be below the screen. Send your messages in, but remember not to make the call, please. For now, let's cross over to take a look and get updates from our reporters who are stationed in Mbara. We have Habat Ziwa. In Bale, we have Sudir Biaruhanga. And in Gulu, we have Jackson Onyango. In Ntungamu, we have Walter Mwesige. And I will start with you, Walter Mwesige. Good afternoon. Could you give us just an overview of what it's like in Ntungamu? Seem to be having an issue connecting to Walter. Well, now let's try and connect to Herbert Ziwa, who's in Mbara City. Herbert, can you be able to give us an update of what it has been like in the past close to 7 hours now since polling started?
Polling station where the general candidate who is serving is expected any time from now.
Right.
We seem to be having an interference there, but he has mentioned one thing, and that is in Chiruhura district, they're just waiting on the NRM presidential candidate there, that is Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, to come through and cast his vote. In Mbale, we do have our reporter station there. We have Sudirbia Ruhanga, Jackson Onyango from Gulu, and Walter Mwesije in Ntungambu, and we'll be getting that in just a bit. But taking a look at the responses, we'll be getting into those now. In Kabohe town, that is in Shema municipality, we have Abimanya who sends in a message saying all is well except for the slight drizzle. Interesting there, and for him it's just the weather issue at that point in time. That is in Kabohe. We also take a look at Patience. She is also from Mbara. She says she wants Chagulanyi as a president. Nothing as an update in regards to what it's like in terms of voting. But we also have still in Mbara City, we have the elections are going well, and this is Tumushanje. That is Tumushanje Julius from Shema. We're trying to get the western part as just to give you an update there. We also have Shafiq from Mengo. He says shutting down the internet is a move to rig votes. Therefore, there is nothing new from the general election of 2016. Our candidate is winning, and that is why they are scared. Now, still going forward, we have a few others coming in. Remember, you can continue to also share your thoughts, but let's keep it as civil as we possibly can as we send these messages out. We have in Namisindwa district, we have Jean Watts, who says voting is underway and peaceful, and we expect our candidate, President Museveni, to go through. Another from Shema is that they are almost done. In Shema, you do not leave a name. Now, we also have John from Masaka who says casting the vote is going on well, though switching off, I beg your pardon. Bet you believed you want to try to say shutting off of the internet is really terrible, and no way we can call this free and fair election. Seems most of those seem to be having a conversation about the internet shutdown and bringing it closer to the free and fair election. In Butaleja, we have Davis, who sends a message saying there is no way to prove a free and fairness of the national elections due to the shutdown of the internet. It directly shows no transparency in it, but it is peaceful, and this is at my polling station. That's what he shares. Do continue to share your messages. We also have one coming in from Maracha. He doesn't leave a name, but says the turn-up is good and people started voting early, though not observing the SOPs, which is what is going around in different parts of the country. Reports coming in are, yes, people have shown up in numbers, but the issue continues to be about observing of the SOPs and the voting equipment.
Right.
Yeah.
Just maybe to bounce back to what Herbert Ziwa was alluding to, the NRM flag bearer, Yoweri Museveni, where he is voting from. If we are to take this and put it into retrospect, this is arguably the same place that is voted at for so many times over the years, so many elections. And that of course, paints a sort of a picture of where the stronghold might be. And also going with the 2016 statistics, it is very clear how much of the election has actually been won because of his strong presence when it comes to the western region, and it's no surprise that he chooses Chiruhura, where he has voted at that particular polling station over the years. So it's no surprise that Herbert Ziwa is actually expecting him there. Apologies for the technical glitch. As you can imagine, besides the internet, other facets of telecommunication have also been disrupted in much of the country. Just to give you some stats, again, we started with this. The western region stands at 4.7 million Ugandans who are registered to vote, and some change, 4.7 and some 30,000 people. The central region stands at 5.63 million Ugandans who are registered to vote. Now, if you are to do the quick math, if one is to win over the central region and the western region, one could argue it's in the bag.
Yes,
but
because
by
the
what
top
margin?
two regions, yes, if we're just taking a look at the 4 regions that make up Uganda, you will see that the top 2, central and western, bring in the biggest number, and then we go ahead to see eastern Uganda and northern Uganda having the least number of registered voters, yes, on the register.
Yeah, so I think
news from his home, isn't it surrounded, or any other kind of update from that side, or you haven't got to know?
But like I told you, people are so much busy all looking for a way how to penetrate the lines of voting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he was escorted by the police back home.
Back home, okay.
Yeah.
All right, then that's good. Let me as well contact some other people. I don't know whether you've got updates from Tororo. Some ballot papers, boxes have been burnt when they were found with the pretty ballot papers of Museveni.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the
I've not heard from them.
Yeah, that is the update from that side. And then from Chibuku Budaka Parisa, the ballot papers are finished. And the people are still stranded there. They don't know what to do next. Yeah, that's the update from that side. Hey.
Okay, thank you, JP.
All right, we shall keep connecting.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, now that is an update from Chadondo East. Chadondo East constituency. Chadondo East constituency. The whole day we are here. We are not going to go off. Maybe if I go off, I'll just restart another live broadcast. That is the president as he was casting his vote. Let me play for you this video again.
Yeah, thank you very much, Peter. As I told you, we are still outside Carroll Secondary School polling station, waiting for the NRM candidate Yoweri Museveni to come and cast his vote. Despite a morning drizzle, voters have turned up in large numbers and they are going at the polling station to cast their ballot. There is no interference whatsoever, despite the fact that some security is around here, as you know, where the president is, there's that security, but access to the polling station is free. It is smooth as long as you have your identity card and other requirements for someone to vote. But just nearby, there's another polling station called Nshwere Church of Uganda polling station, where also voting is going on smoothly. And by the time we left the polling station at about 11:30, voting was going on. This polling station has a total number of 850 voters who are turning up in the morning to come and vote for their preferred candidate. The drizzle in the morning has slowed down some voting in some polling stations in this district of Chiruhura, and we expect maybe in the due course of the day it will cease and people continue to come in and vote. This district Chiruhura, as I've been telling you, you would say it is predominantly NRM going by the 2016 general elections. But we have also spoken to other colleagues of ours who are located in other parts of western Uganda, in Barara. Some of the colleagues have told us that voting is also going on smoothly. The voting materials that also reached early in the morning, and very many people are in the queue waiting to cast their ballots. In Shema, the same situation, especially in Shema municipality, voting is also going on smoothly without any interferences. Despite the fact that yesterday some of the candidates were complaining of pre-fixed ballot papers, but the Electoral Commission came out clearly and said there was nothing of that sort. And since morning, anything of that sort has also not been seen. That means that maybe the allegations of yesterday were just allegations and they stayed at that. So that is the situation here, and we are still waiting on for the NRM candidate, Yoweri Museveni, to come and cast. And I'm seeing some of the voters who are coming out of the polling station after casting their ballots. So Rich and Arnold Segawa in the studios, that is the situation here in Chiruhura district, Karo polling station, where the NRM candidate is expected.
Habadziwa coming to us from Karo polling station that is in Chiruhura district. He has mentioned that in the areas of Shema, Mbara and Chiruhura, voting there is it's going on well. It's rather peaceful. We weren't able to ask him if the observation of the SOPs, he seemed to have left us quite too quick, but we'll be getting into that later on. We'll be asking him some more questions and we'll be giving you an update once the presidential candidate of the NRM does cast his vote. For now, we cross over to Ntungamo district where we have Walter Mwesije. Walter Mwesije is there, and in Ntungamo district, as we cross over to there, we have Mugisha Muntu, who is the ANT or ANT presidential candidate, flag bearer there. And good afternoon, Walter.
Good afternoon, Rita.
Walter, could you be able to give us an update? It's now about, well, we're just getting to about seven hours since voting started or was expected to start. How is it looking in Ntungamo?
Yeah, so the situation generally is not too bad. We haven't seen any, acts of violence or, misunderstandings across the polling stations that we've been able to visit. But what we know is that this area has up to 265,000 voters and 481 polling stations in Ntungamo district. However, what we got from the registrar in Ntungamo district as of this morning is that yesterday a ballot box was stolen with its ballot papers, and he says there are up to 832 ballot papers after a truck they hired to transport the materials to the sub-county failed to reach the area. 18 boxes apparently were also carried by the agents who volunteered, and it's among the 18 that one was stolen. Now, that one that was stolen belongs to Kacherere village in Rubare sub-county, and we managed to go to that particular area. Of course, people were very unhappy. They were unsettled. There was nobody from the Electoral Commission. There was no police at that particular point, and the people were demanding to know what is going to happen thereafter. But our interaction with the registrar, who is called Latif Ngonzi, says that they were in touch with the Kampala office, the Electoral Commission Kampala office, and they were suggesting that they are likely to either push the voting to the next day, or they are going to print another set of ballot papers, and they would then send them to Ruvare for these people to vote. Apart from that, Muntu also cast his vote at about 10:30 at his voting area in Kitunga, Church of Uganda, Rwashamire, in Ntungamo. And when we spoke to him, he said he was going back to Kampala to go and monitor whatever is happening from, all over the country from Kampala. He says, Kampala is best placed for him to pick information. But he told us that in parts of Jinja, particularly where Paul Mwiru votes from, their agent was beaten this morning, and she couldn't continue with the work, and they had to submit another person to carry on the work of the agent who was beaten there. The police deployed. Generally, there was not much to see in the town. There's almost very little business going on around there. The police majorly is, and the army is around the polling stations. And, voting is going on very well, apart from the issue of biometric machines. Honorable Mwesi Gwarukutana has just cast his vote here in Rubare sub-county, and the machine there did not work properly. It actually takes about 10 minutes to, read and enter the details of one voter. So you can imagine, since morning, a couple of people have been lined up here waiting to cast their vote in vain. And the communication from Rukutana, he says he spoke to the registrar, and he says new information is that the polling assistant and the officials should then use the register if the machines
completely failed to work.
Right, Walter, let me just jump in there. Going by the 2011 poll, that's of course as per the Electoral Commission official results. You're in Ntungamo. Going by that poll, Dr. Kiza Besigye, who was the biggest opposition candidate at the time, managed to score 33,628 votes. That's 23% of the vote. The incumbent, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, ran away with it with 75.81. I'm saying ran away with it, not literally. But fast forward to 2016, we saw a same trend in Ntungamo, where the incumbent Yoweri Museveni still managed to get over 60% of this. He got close to 67.96% of the votes. Do you see this continuing this time round, the incumbent still managing to garner close to 70% of the vote, given the fact that you do have the likes of Mugisha Muntu who hail from Ntungamo?
Yes, Arnold. This area predominantly, you would want to say that is still, leaning to the NRM. And of course, it goes by the fact, when you reach the town, there are not many posters of any other party apart from the NRM. That is something that is very visible. And of course, most of the people that you speak to here and there, the offices really, predominantly the NRM. We were in Rukunjiri district, however, which, is predominantly FDC. The situation there is not any different, but the fact that this time round there is, people like Jim Mwezi coming back, and, Ingrid Turinawe, who decided to run out of the FDC and contest as an independent after failing to secure the FDC flag. We only wait to see what happens. And from here, we're going back to Rukunjiri district, and we will be able to, paint a very clear picture of what is there right now.
Just want to ask you one thing. When it comes to SOPs, how is the observance there?
Good question, Mr. Kanya, and I could tell you that we've seen some places, some polling stations with water and soap for people to wash their hands. But it's no doubt that in many polling stations, these facilities are not there. Even when it was the duty of the Electoral Commission, at least the registrar in Ntungamo district told us that they had material in form of soap and, the water containers to have people wash their hands, because it is actually everyone's life at risk. The biometric machine reads the fingerprint. So the polling assistants have to literally touch almost everybody's finger to try and fix it properly on the biometric machine. And there isn't anything like, an alcohol rub to clean after one has put their print there. So everybody's sharing the same machine. Very highly likely that if anybody has COVID-19 here, a couple of people will pick it from the same place.
Distancing, wearing of masks.
Pardon?
How is the social distancing within the queues and wearing of masks?
Yeah, quite very difficult to say that you'd have social distancing very visibly clear. If you take a look at the NRM primaries that happened some months back, there was no social distancing. And this time around, it's the same story. No social distancing. People don't have masks. Some people actually don't even believe that COVID exists in these areas, some of them that we've spoken to. So that's the situation. And we are now moving. It's now actually raining here in Ruwari. We will be moving to another place to see. So it is likely that the process is going to take a bit longer. And some of the ballot boxes actually here, or
I would say, the voting material where people are supposed to cast their ballots did not have leads, up to 40 of them. So many sub-counties are still waiting for those leads. When we spoke to the registrar in Ntungamo, he said they were going to be sent either by chopper or by a motorbike from Barara. He claims that they were dropped while on the way by a truck that delivered their materials yesterday. So some polling stations as close as 5 to 10 meters from the office of the registrar were not able to start on time. They started at about 9 a.m. So definitely there will be delays in the process.
Thank you so much, Walter Mwesije. Walter Mwesije coming to us from Ntungamo via phone interview. And he has mentioned something, which is that one of the ballot boxes was stolen yesterday. This particular ballot box was supposed to be going to Chere village within Rubare, and unfortunately didn't make its way there. Many of them are worried, but we do have a comment from the Electoral Commission on this particular issue. Let's take a listen.
I am not sure because, first of all, if a polling station has 100 people expected to vote there, which they are being very, very lenient, multiply that by 10, divide that by 60 minutes, you can see the hours that they're going to spread way, way, way over the 4 p.m., even though we've been given reassurances that if the line is crossed and you're in the queue by 4 p.m., then you're safe. But the biggest worry here is away from the 48-minute hour window that is accorded in the Constitution. The biggest query for me now turns towards the issues around COVID-19, because we had campaigns controlled from 70 people to 200, and all these controls put in place in order to control the spread of COVID-19. Over 10 districts scrapped off the campaign list for all the 11 presidential candidates. Why? Because they were causing super spreader incidents, and the Ministry of Health, together with the Electoral Commission, came up with these districts, and municipalities, 16 of them, Jinja, the greater part of Mukono, you have Kampala, to mention but a few. And now we're at an incident where we're using biometric machines and fingerprints, and there is no hand sanitizer.
Yes, all they have is soap and water, from what Walter Mwesije was telling us. But what we can tell those who are going out to vote this particular afternoon, if you can, do remember to observe social distance. This is something we're not seeing it happening anywhere near close to that. And Walter Mwesije had said that COVID-19, for those in Ntungamo are wondering, is it even there? Does it even exist? Well, it does. So as you step out, because it could just be one person in that queue, just one, and we don't know what will happen. We have seen over the past few weeks what Uganda is trying to deal with when it comes to the COVID-19 pandemic, and all we can continue to say is stay safe. So carry your mask, put it on right, please, not below the nose. No, don't put it just at your chin. It should be covering from your nose to your chin, safe. And please do avoid touching the
inbox, and I'll give you a separate number for those who know my number.
Yes, those particular things. Right after, wash your hands when you're done casting your vote, or sanitize them, and then get home and stay safe. Have I forgotten anything? There might be one particular thing, the working pen.
Oh yes, there's
which is now a part of it, given the election. Yes. Well, we can now give you a few more things. We know that Mugisha Muntu did vote. He is the presidential candidate of the ANT. He did vote. He cast his vote in Ntungamo, but he said he was coming back to Kampala because he wants to be at the Tally Center. He wants to observe this for himself, so he's making his way back to Kampala.
Right. It's interesting what Mugisha Muntu has to say. In the bulletins that we've been having this week, Mugisha Muntu made it very clear that for him, for this election to be credible, first of all, he needs the serial numbers. It's a very interesting approach that the general actually took. For some of our viewers watching from the region who are not conversant with Mugisha Muntu, is with the ANT. And this is an interesting fellow because he's part of the contingent that actually fought in the war with the President Museveni, but he meticulously asked for the serial numbers that have been issued on the ballot, on the papers. And he went as far as explaining that if you have the serial numbers, this will do away with rigging. Why? Because each municipality, each constituency, each polling station is accorded a sect of ballot papers with a corresponding serial number. So if you rig and you staff, and he and his teams are at the tallying center, they should be able to cross-check the papers that were according to a particular polling station and see if they match what is tallied at the tallying center in Chambogo. So that for me is what could actually inform his decision to just cast his vote, see his people, say hi to them, and run off to Kampala and enjoy the dust.
Yes, and make sure that he's observing each and every step following from the time he cast his vote. Now, just to bring you up to speed in case you're just joining NTV, we do know that number of presidential candidates that have cast their vote. We have Patrick Oboya to cast his vote in Kumi. We do have Mugisha Muntu who cast his vote in Ntungamo. We have Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu who cast his vote in Magere at the Freedom Square. We also have Nasi Kalembe who cast her vote in Muyenga. She's the only female presidential candidate in this particular race. She cast her vote there in Muyenga. And we also have Fred Mwesije, quite silent he has been in this entire campaign, the 60 days, but he cast his vote in Entebbe. Now we cross over to Andrew Chamagero, who is at the Tally Center, to give us an update. Good afternoon, Chamagero.
Good afternoon, Ritikani. We're coming to you live from the National Tallying Center here at Chambogo. Well, all I can tell you is that all seems to be safe as we wait for results that will be coming in a little later. But this is the situation so far. We have multi-layered security personnel at all levels. Accreditation is one of the key elements that one needs to have to get access to where I am. Behind me, it's the main tent, and it's only limited to a couple of those that were accredited in one way or the other. Deployment of the multi-layered security personnel, this is to manage the security, the intel. Keep in mind that some roads were cut off that are entirely around this vicinity where we are. So traffic was diverted to some areas just to make sure that we are having the best of the day here. But well, just so you know, we have seen a couple of observers who have come through. And remember that the observers, the United States opted out at the last minute over what they termed as denied timely accreditation to 53 of their observers to observe this election. But all hope is not lost. Under the NGO forum, they managed to accredit over 2,000 election observers, and these were cleared to monitor the polls, not only here but nationwide. In the main tent behind me, we are having a lot of gadgets, and a little later you'll be in position to see how many technology, rather laptops and all that technology gadgets that are there to make sure that we have the tallying as and when it comes in. The screens in there are very big that one can actually see what candidate is getting what. And earlier on I had a conversation with the spokesperson of the police, who I will have a little later, and he said that security is very paramount, not only here but around the nation. And when I talked to one of the observers who happens to come from Tanzania, he said that our election is very, very, very transparent compared to other democracies in our country. As Uganda goes to the 6th election under the rule of President Museveni, he says that there is a lot of transparency as compared to other countries that are in the region. But again, just so you know that our COVID-19 measures where we are very, very stringent. If you don't have a COVID-19 negative result from a credible laboratory, one cannot access the venue where we are. I've seen a couple of those who were already accredited by the Media Council and the Electoral Commission earlier on, but because they don't have the COVID-19 results that are negative, they were denied entry into this place. And the internet shutdown in one way or the other has affected the turn-up as compared to the previous elections, where turn-up by now possibly was, you know, a little bigger than expected. But it is not only in Uganda, just to bring it to context. In Tanzania, just this very year, they had an internet shutdown and they're going for their elections. And we had the same thing last year, sometime in June in Ethiopia. There was equally shut down. That was around June. It went to close to a month. So the shutdown of internet, it's not only here in Uganda, but there's been in Zimbabwe, in Togo, in Burundi, Chad, Mali, Guinea, and so many others. But for today, everything seems to be different. We've been trying to connect with our colleagues who are beyond where we are, but it was quite cool here because the coordination is entirely dependent on word of mouth. There are no images to prove what is currently happening. But all I can tell you from the Talent Center, it's going to be very busy a little later from 4 p.m. and later. More of those invited guests and delegates are already coming through. You can see the security is as tight as they can be. But the other thing that you need to know is that the security that is here is not the usual one we have. So from the National Talent Center, all I can tell you, return the viewers, is that a lot more is happening. We'll be here to give you information and we'll keep our tabs on as and when it happens. From now till the wee hours of Saturday when the winners will be announced. Back to you in studios.
Thank you so much, Andrew Chamagiro, just giving us a sense of what it is like at the National Tally Center there in Chambogo. As he has said, a lot is being said via word of mouth. Fake news might be passing, given that many have said fake news spreads fast on social media, but now the internet is down and calls are being made, messages being sent. But we would assure you that if at all you want any facts, you should keep it NTV. For now, we're going to be crossing over to Raymond Mujuni, who has some voting statistics for you, has a few things you might not know about some places in Uganda. Well, let's take a look at what Raymond has for us. Over to you, Raymond.
Rita Kanya, of course, it's a wall-to-wall coverage of this election from us. We want to be able to tell you in real time what's happening in the different districts, particularly when the results start to trickle in. But we also know that you might need to know a little bit of the context about what kind of election are we getting into. And that's where I want us to start. On this wall, all through the next 48 hours, we'll be able to make real-time predictions about what's happening across very many different regions. And let's start with an understanding of what are the voters that are being fought for in this national election. Now, in this election, of course, we know that most of the voters in the election are coming from central Uganda. Central Uganda is that spot that you see in green. Now, 5.6 million voters who are coming from this region being able to cast their ballot in this election. And it's really where the heartline of competition is for the presidential election. We have the second set of voters from the western part of Uganda, where 4.7 million voters will be casting their ballot if all of them show up for the ballot. And it is also the heartline of competition. Of course, it needs no reminding that presidential candidates Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, Henry Tumukunde, Mugisha Muntu all come from the western part of Uganda. We have the eastern part of Uganda, which has occasionally been said to be the vote-rich area of Uganda, casting about 4.4 million votes if all of them show up. And of course, the eastern part of Uganda is there shown on the map that we are showing you. The northern part of Uganda in this election will bring 3.2 million voters into the national election. And of course, we'll update you in real time where that vote is going to be fought for very, very intently by the presidential candidates. Now, I know that presidential candidates have already cast their ballots at the moment. We know who has cast their ballot at which place that they've cast it from. But we want to have a quick overview about which are the areas that are controlled by the opposition and which are the areas that are controlled by the national resistance movement. 98 of Uganda's 114 districts are currently being held by the National Resistance Movement as of the last election, and 14 districts are currently being held by the opposition. So we know that, for example, in the for example, in Kampala, where Robert Kyagulanyi has voted from, in the last election in Kampala, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni scored that number of votes, of course, 157,000. We know that Kizza Besigye scored a lot of votes from the Kampala in the presidential breakdown. That shows you the vote count for Kizza Besigye in the last election in Kampala. So we'll have that breakdown and understand for you what's happening at each different region at what point in the elections. But as NTV, we've been studying this data for about 2 weeks now and trying to understand which are the areas where there are the highest voters per region, and those are the areas where the vote will be fought from. And these are the key constituencies where there are multiple voters who are registered, high number of voters who are registered, and those voters will be contested for. So let's start with Kampala, for example. Of course, it needs no reminding that in Kampala is where Robert Kyagulanyi has voted from. It's where John Katumba has voted from. It's where Nancy Kalembe has cast her ballot from. That's the breakdown of where the voters are. Nakawa Division West is the heartline of competition in this election. Who wins Nakawa Division West? Nakawa Division East is also a heartline of competition, and one of the former NTV anchors, Joel Senyonyi, is currently running in that election against Mukesh and against Katuramo in that constituency. Of course, it needs no reminding that Kampala is the area with the highest number of voters in this national election. If I went back here just to show you how that measures up against other districts, for example, Wakiso, where you have the second highest number of voters, that's where the display of results will be. We know that if you're fighting for votes in Wakiso, you need to be able to win Busiro County East, which has 242,976 votes. You need to be able to win Busiro County South, which has over 149,000 voters. You need to be able to come to Busiro County North, which has 68,493 voters. And of course, Chadondo County East, which is now a prominent constituency because that's where Robert Kyagulanyi has just cast his ballot, and there are 87,000 different voters who are coming from that constituency. We will be following in real time what's happening in these areas, but also give you a sense of which are the heartlines of this election. Where is the vote being fought from? When the results start to come in, where are the votes trickling in from, and what does that mean for the presidential candidates in the race? And of course, I need no reminding here that there are also a breakdown of how voters vote per region, and we'll be able to give you an update here on where the most votes are per region and how candidates are performing in those regions. Reminder again, Central Region has the highest number of voters, 5.6 million. It also produces the candidates in the race. Robert Kyagulanyi has his ethnic centrite here. You have John Katumba, who voted in the Central Region. You have Nancy Kalembe, who's voted in the Central Region, but she's from the Eastern Region. If I could click for you on the Eastern Region here, the votes that they're bringing into the election are 4.4 million votes that are coming from that area. So we'll be discussing a breakdown of these results all through the day today, but also we'll be discussing what does it mean for presidential candidate to get the voters that they're getting in those areas. Here we see the constituencies which are away from the Kampala city center, which are away from the central districts, but which have also the highest number of registered voters. We need no reminding about Kasese being a vote-rich area. This is where the opposition in the last election created a foothold in terms of a stronghold, and those seats are again up for debate, and they're again up for competition. And you can see there, Kasese municipality has the highest number of voters outside of there. You have Busongora County North, Bukonjo County East, Busongora County South, and Bukonzo County. for us. Now, I want to just show you, of course, we just showed you that Chadondo County East is one of those areas that will be fought for in terms of the votes that are coming. And I want to show you today at Chadondo County East, Robert Chagulanyi, who is the main contender in this race against Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, casting his ballot at Magere police station, where he cast his ballot from. Let's have a quick look at Robert Chagulanyi's voting and then get back into the numbers.
Anxious, but very hopeful. This is the day that the Lord has made. This is the day when we take the first major step into a new Uganda.
Boss.
Bobi.
It was clear right from the beginning that there was no level playing field. There was no justice, there was no equality, there was no fairness whatsoever. We all saw the effort that was put to stop me from vying for presidency, including an attempt on my life in Arua. We made it, and now we are here. Everybody was scared. They thought I would not cast my vote. Here I am, coming from the polling station. It felt humbling. It felt a huge responsibility on my shoulder. But again, it was accomplishment. Because when I looked at that ballot paper and saw my face, my mind ran back to the ghettos of Kamocha. It ran back in my primary school in Kanoni, back in the village. It ran back to all my friends, all of us who never used to believe in ourselves, who never used to see ourselves as consequential, to see that we are representing the common people, the poor people, the young people of Uganda. It is such a big honor to represent my generation in such a monumental election. And my hope and prayer is that we can realize what we have aspired for a very long time. I'm very, very glad and thankful to God that Ashraf Kasirye is alive today to see this day. I'm even much more glad that he's able to regain his conscience and to understand what's going on. When I heard this morning that he is going to cast his vote, I was so glad. I know that even when I was casting my vote, I was dedicating it to many of our friends that are in hospital, that are in prison, that are dead and buried. Cannot help to think about my brother Nubian Lee, who is my closest friend, who gave me the confidence to take on General Museveni. The feeling that the fact that he's not going to be able to vote for me The fact that Eddie Mutwe is not able to vote for me, that Dan Magic, that Bobi Young and many other friends are not able to vote for me, it is heartbreaking. Keep your face mask on, maintain social distancing, but keep there and watch all the proceedings.
That is, of course, Robert Kyagulanyi, famously known as Bobi Wine, who cast his ballot from Kyadondo East today, which he represents in Parliament. But we also know that Museveni's former spy chief, Henry Tumukunde, is in this election running on the campaign front of a renewed Uganda, and he cast his ballot earlier today. Let's have a quick look at the pictures from him casting his ballot.
Of security in an election. Impartiality of security in an election. Of course, there is some other hidden factors when it comes to voting. I'm sure policemen and soldiers vote their choice of person. But for example, the intimidation here, for you who are always who have become too sophisticated, that, oh, I don't want to go and dirten my shirt. But if tear gas and quarter you, they don't vote. Look. These polling stations are empty. You know how many people are in Kampala? But this is a seriously compromised exercise. Over in this country, in this period of time, I have just voted. You see my finger. Yes, but also allowing people to vote so many times. Look, clear. No evidence that I have voted anywhere. In any case, parties from Nkuruma, really, how do you use them to defend such a delicate election? Parties from Nkuruma. These must have been procured from Nkuruma Road. That's a typical which they use for stamping on documents when you are running a small company in Chikubu. So what does this mean for the electoral process? Typical rigging. What else do you call it? Especially the way sanitizers are so prevalent, and considering that all of them have got an alcohol base, so you can tell the difference between these. Which one? So that's what we are. We put our resources in this whole thing. We spend nights and days campaigning. Only to come here and you see that everything has been simply manipulated. One of them, these are two fingers, and one has touched the ink, and another one you can see ticking on table. Another one, I'm sure they are giving 2 ballot papers at a go. So I'm told even here around Kororo. So where do you think the internet was switched off? The internet must have been switched off to deny communication. That as many bad things are being done on polling stations, you are not able to communicate this to your either candidate or your handling agency. That's what is happening. With these concerns that you have, are you not ready to concede in case you lose this election? But you see, concede about what? If some people are taking on top of a table, what are you going to concede anyway? Yes, but for me, I had a clear mission. I was not recruited by anybody in politics. I came to vote, first of all, not to accompany people in wrong, but also, most importantly, to see for myself the nitty-gritties of such things like today. Yes. So how are you in touch with your team since the internet is down? We are just trying to use telephones, and you know, with the telephones you may never see anything vivid, nothing like evidence being transmitted to you. So true ano katonda yarabirira.
Presidential candidate Lieutenant General Henry Tumukunde retired. They are commenting about the voting process. He voted earlier today in Kampala at Kisementi. Of course, earlier before that, we showed you Robert Kyagulanyi is voting in Magere in Kyadondo East, where he occasionally votes from. What does that mean? Of course, this is why we have to revert to the wall that I keep telling you, that in real time we'll be able to tell you what that means for different presidential candidates. You know that the NRM currently controls 98 out of 114 districts. The opposition only controls 14 districts out of the presidential elections, where General Tumukunde voted from, which is in Kampala. Here, this is a quick look at what Kizza Besigye was able to marshal against Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Of course, the opposition stronghold of Kampala is pretty much one of those areas where they're going to be looking for the vote. Robert Kyagulanyi voted from Kyadondo East, which is in Wakiso district. If we have a quick look at Wakiso district, it's also another of the opposition strongholds. Of course, never forget that in Kasangati is where Kizza Besigye had his home at the time of voting in 2016, but he voted in Rukunjiri. But that is what the opposition stronghold looks like of Wakiso. Again, Wakiso and Kampala are the places with the highest number of voters. Between them could be almost 3.5 million voters, and who wins those voters is a quick indication about where we are going to go in terms of the presidential results. Of course, Lieutenant General Henry Tumukunde and Kizza Besigye share one fact in common, that both men come from Rukunjiri, and Rukunjiri is also an opposition bastion. And as you can see there, Kizza Besigye in the last election edged out Yoweri Kaguta Museveni in the voting in Rukunjiri. Rukunjiri is one of the districts that voted for the opposition in the last presidential elections. We'll be able to tell in a real time what this means, in real sense what this means. We know that Yoweri Kaguta Museveni will be voting anytime now, and if he votes, we'll be able to find out what's happening there. General Mugisha Muntu, the retired, who is the current leader of the Alliance for National Transformation, voted in Ntungamo. Ntungamo is an NRM stronghold there. If I could show you what happened in the last election, that clearly shows you who the winner of the last elections in terms of district percentages was in the last election. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni edging out Kizza Besigye. Will the opposition be able to change this district now that they have a candidate running whose hometown is there? That's a matter that we're going to be able to find out in just a couple of hours that will be happening. We know that another of the areas where voting started late but is very likely to be an opposition stronghold is in Masaka. Here, Masaka, of course, in the last election, no doubt voted for Kizza Besigye and voted for the opposition against Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. That's how the numbers look like at the moment. This is what happened in 2016 in the voting. In the real time about what comes from the results in Masaka, we expect that those results will be delayed because the voting there started really late, but we'll be able to tell you in real time what's going to happen in that election. That's the breakdown of the districts. Of course, the NRM is relying on its huge numbers from the last elections. There's huge numbers in parliament to be able to deliver this election for themselves, and in real time we'll be able to tell who's winning the election, who's losing the election, but also we'll be able to tell you where are the tightly fought elections at the parliamentary level. We know that voting is currently ongoing, but we know we have our eye on some of the districts where tightly guarded, tightly run races for the members of parliament will be held. But for now, let's have Arnold and Rita in studio. We'll be back very shortly with more numbers.
Well, thank you, Raymond, for those numbers. Now, still speaking of numbers, the latest findings of the 2021 Afrobarometer survey show that President Museveni is most favored to win today's general election by 53% compared to the second-placed Robert Kyagulanyi at 18%. Now, as Edward Muhumza reports, the report released on Tuesday indicates that 57% of the Ugandans think NRM will win the presidency and the parliamentary majority in today's elections. Let's take a look.
The latest survey by Afrobarometer polled 2,400 Ugandans across the country between the 22nd of December last year to 7th of this month. With a reported 2% error margin on 95% confidence level, the research found NRM's Yoweri Museveni to be the most popular candidate at 98%, followed by NUP's Robert Kyagulanyi at 90%, FDC's Patrick Oboy Amriat at 48%, independent candidate John Katumba at 36%, Mugisha Muntu at 25%, and Norbert Mao at 24%. Asked who they would vote for president if the elections were held then, 53% of the interviewees preferred Yoweri Museveni, while 18% chose Robert Kyagulanyi, and the rest shared 5% of the respondents. 22% of the respondents preferred to keep their choice a secret.
We can only wait to see how the vote outcome will be after the actual voting. Usually, in other countries, people who refuse to answer a survey question tend to answer in the same profile as those who answered the survey question. In some other cases, they may answer completely differently.
The pollsters found that at least 52% of the interviewees would vote for NRM flag bearers at parliamentary level, while 29% would vote other parties and 18% declined to reveal. 76% of Ugandans think accurate counting will be done at polling stations, and they do not believe what will be done at the National Tally Center.
So maybe it is incumbent on the Electoral Commission to come out more clearly and show clarity to people how the tallying process is being conducted so that such doubts can be dealt with.
The report also underlined a decline in the demand for democracy,
which is worrisome because we've had strong support for democratic governance on the continent since '99, and this recent wave of decline is worrying.
As Ugandans go to the polls Thursday, Afrobarometer researchers say their studies are always close to the final outcome, and only after the Electoral Commission's final announcement shall we find out how close this was. Edward Muhumza, NTV.
Right, thank you for that, Edward. I guess I didn't hear that, or one of my directors is actually sleeping. But moving on, the National Resistance Movement in Kampala is trying to capture the city. That is, of course, an opposition stronghold, as Raymond Mujuni had alluded to earlier on, even with the billions of shillings that the president has poured into the city. Attested by the billboards, among other things, in numerous stores, most of Kampala's residents still vote the opposition. Now, does the NRM have what it takes to increase its presence come this poll? To find out more on this particular one, we're joined by Gillian Nantume, who had this to say.
For over 3 decades, Kampala has resisted submitting to the National Resistance Movement, despite the overt and covert attempts to change the status quo. Besides being the capital city, Kampala is a commercial and political hub of Uganda. Kampala also has its attractions, having been ranked the best and least expensive city to live in East Africa by MESA in its 2020 cost of living survey. Since 1986, Kampala has had 7 mayors, with the NRM having an undisputed run of only 8 years, from 1989 to 1997, when Christopher Yiga was at the helm of the city. The other mayors have included Fred Semaganda, who subscribed to the Uganda People's Congress, the Democratic Party's Waswaziri Twaula, Nasantege Sebagala, John Sebana Chizito, and Arias Lukwago. Until recently, most local council positions in Kampala were held by the opposition. But in a surprising turn of events in 2018, the NRM won the majority of the votes in the lower local council elections in Kampala. For instance, in the opposition stronghold of Kampala Central Division, NRM won 120 of the 135 cells. This change in fortunes is attributed to a new behind-the-scenes people-centered strategy that is putting musicians and bloggers who are popular with the youth in the political trenches. This strategy is championed by people like Balam Barugahara, a businessman and music promoter.
It will only be politicians who would reach out to voters. But currently, even if we are not in politics, we have learned our responsibilities. Civic education has been very, very vital. They have now taught us how to speak our mind out. I should not shy away from telling the world who I support and the reason why I support.
In Kampala, there is always an undercurrent of tribal identity politics. Although one does not have to be a Muganda to win the top elective positions, it is an advantage. That's why it is common for aspirants for office, especially mayor, to show their closeness to Mengo, the seat of Buganda Kingdom. Mengo has been careful not to appear to endorse specific candidates, although Dr. Paul Mukwaya, a university don, who in June 2020 co-authored a paper about the contested dominance for Kampala, says Mengo has a stake in Kampala's politics.
The central region, by and large, is Buganda region. And their best representation is the Kabaka, who sits in Kampala city, whose government is in Kampala city. And it's therefore incumbent upon any politician, even at a national level, that they have to receive the blessing of the kingdom.
Of course,
Uganda must have a stake in Kampala because Kampala is the seat of Uganda. So Uganda should get interested because to protect also its interests. If they are not, then that would be surprising.
By 2018, cash had become President Yoweri Museveni's biggest weapon against Kampala, a double-edged weapon used to enrich a few individuals or starve the city of service delivery. During the term of Jennifer Musisi as Kampala Capital City Authority's first executive director, the government poured billions of shillings into the authority's coffers, at one point almost amounting to 600 billion shillings. Some say this was meant to starve the Lord Mayor's office of the means to deliver on election promises. But the electorate did not budge, and the 2016 elections further entrenched the opposition in City Hall. Imam Idi Kasozi, who was an elected local council leader in Kampala in 1986 and 1987 and has since followed political trends, says the NRM has woken up to reality, hence the new executive director working with a much lower budget than her predecessor.
People are waking up very strongly, and therefore the decisions, because for example, it is not only the Lord Mayor that is handicapped. Divisional mayors, okay, they even have a department of finance that is unfunctional because it does not receive any funds. So I think the whole idea is really generally malice.
Funds flow in the direction of politicians that are in for the current ruling government. Its resources and the opposition deprive them of resources, and then they will have nothing to deliver to the community. What people want are services, and services demand resources.
The acrimonious relationship between the elected leaders and the technical team has not helped the NRM because even with the Lord Mayor failing to deliver, the population still overwhelmingly votes opposition.
They don't have anything to lose. They're not elected, they're deployed. So you could have people that are willing to work, and if you have a good relations factor as a leader, the technical people will be willing to work with you.
You know, service delivery needs a lot of talking, a conversation. People must speak, even when you don't agree on certain things politically. And if one group is doing things without the other, there will always be that question, how accountable are they?
The battle for Kampala has given rise to the Minister for Kampala, a political office with no direct impact on the lives of city dwellers, but a very powerful office when it comes to NRM countering the opposition. Indeed, political pundits say the Minister for Kampala is NRM's ace card in taking over the city.
In most cases, most of the ministers they have brought for Kampala are not capable enough. They are not capable enough. Now, for example, what can Better Amongi do? Is it Better Amongi do in Kampala? We don't need a minister for Kampala because Kampala is part of our local government. The local government can still handle that work effectively.
All these are just power centers. Power centers don't mean anything to people when they have nothing in return.
Since the last election, the president has pumped huge amounts of taxpayers' money into different artisan and youth groups in Kampala's poorer neighborhoods. There have also been efforts by State House to skill youths. A group of activists and mobilizers like Jennifer Nakangubi or Full Figure, who some consider unsavory, have taken precedence over party functionaries, all in a bid to win Kampala. But will these advisors and the financial muscle shown so late in the day yield political capital for NRM?
In every political organization, you'll find people who are very active in those organizations. So she's intelligent. She at times uses Sometimes she might be using a bad language, of which that requires just little polishing on how a leader should behave. Those are some of the things that ESAMI and the other institutes will teach. She will soon go to Chankwanzi for leadership training.
I don't think they are on they're in touch and in tandem with the community. They could make some assistance and support. I wouldn't really know in which perspective, but I've not seen the impact at all.
Full Figure has a following. And in all political debates, in political games, you're looking for a following. Wherever that following is, look for it. Either you co-opt or you give them material benefits or funds or anything for as long as you're capturing that constituency.
Even with a disunity among the opposition, it is still clear that the opposition candidates command a large following. What is the NRM strategy for taking advantage of this disunity?
Let's take the council, because Kampala decisions are made in the council. Fine. His Lordship, Lord Mayor Elias Lukwago, may be strong to overturn, and so that the mayor is FDC, but then the councillors are NRM, so the councillors will sit always in a meeting and decide.
Ultimately, though, it is the youth who will decide which way Kampala votes, because they have the most to gain or lose in this coming election. But who will head this group on voting day?
The voters on the voting day will decide. Are we going for the noisy people? Do we need more of Segrinyas in parliament, in the council? Or we need more serious councillors like Nyanjura and the others?
They will have the biggest vote. And that's why you see several of these politicians looking onto that group of people.
While the NRM easily sailed through the local council and youth elections, taking charge of City Hall is another matter.
The NRM will have to play a tough game of Russian roulette, balancing the COVID-19 restrictions and countering the opposition's populist politics. But in the end, the politics of populism always wins Kampala. Gillian Nantume, NTV.
Well, thank you so much, Gillian. Definitely the waiting game is almost over. We'll be knowing soon if NRM will win over Kampala in 2021. Now it's about 9 minutes to 2 p.m. Voting started about 7 a.m. Let's cross over to Scovini Sita in Moyo District to give us an update of how the voting has been like, the voting turnout there and what it was like. Now, we spoke to him earlier on in the day. Let's take a listen.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm in Moyo Town Council Primary School Police Station, where I can see the process of the voting is going very well. And when I arrived here at this polling station, there were some issues raised in relation to biometric machine faults, where some of the election officials failed to operate this biometric machine until an officer from the Electoral Commission came to correct the machine, but as of now, I can confirm to you that the process has started well and people are really in a large number. They are moving well. And I moved to a polling station where there is, you can really visibly see that the posters of the candidates are still hanging around polling stations, particularly in Ili Primary School polling station, where the posters of His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is really being hung, and people have not even removed. And you'll find that in terms of standards and as far as COVID-19 is concerned, the good practice is that in all the polling stations that I have visited, at least I can confirm to the viewers of NTV that they have really observed SOPs in terms of hand-washing facilities, and the people who are coming to cast their vote for their favorite candidate wear face masks. But of course, I can really confirm today, really the exercise has reached the exercise that it's moving well. That is a briefing that I can confirm live from Moyo here. Scovini Sita reporting from Moyo.
With 2 hours and 6 minutes to the close of the polling, now voting within the country, this is a list of the presidential candidates that have actually voted as of now. We do know that Lieutenant General Henry Tumukunde, who is from the Renewed Uganda, that's a pressure group, has voted from Kisimenti here in Kampala. We have Nancy Kalembe, who voted from Muyenga. She is a presidential candidate, independent. We have Pastor Fred Mwesigye, but also Fred Mwesigye for some that might call him. He voted from Entebbe. We have Major General Mugisha Muntu, who voted from Ntungamo and is on his way back to Kampala from the reports that we have gotten to be able to monitor the results that will be coming in. We have John Katumba, who voted from Mukono, Patrick Oboya Muriat, who is the presidential candidate, flag bearer for the Forum for Democratic Change. He voted from Kumi District. Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu, who is the presidential candidate for the National Unity Platform, did vote from Magere at the Freedom Square, that is within Wakiso, and Billy Mayambala voted from Luwero. Now, those expected to vote, we know that in Imbara we do have a team in Chilhura District who are waiting on President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who is the presidential flag bearer for the NRM, to cast his vote. From all that we have gotten from the morning, from about 7 a.m., in some areas, the voting material did come in a bit late. In areas, there are also some struggles with using the biometric machine, and some it is not working. In some places, it is just a bit of a delay for the voting. We also do know that there is no observance in most areas, observance of the SOPs, because we are having, and Ugandans are casting their vote in a midst of a pandemic. Now, with that said, we'll be keeping you abreast of whatever will be coming in. Also, do remember, for those who might not know, we're also broadcasting live on NTV Kenya. And as a country, we're taking to the polls with an internet shutdown. Now, this is not something new to Uganda. We did have one in the 2016 election, particularly on voting day. For this one, no reason has been given, but in 2016, the reason was something to do with national security. It's not only Uganda, but within just East Africa. We have Tanzania, the most recent country. In October 2020, they had elections, and that also happened there. In the DRC, it has happened there before, and also in Cameroon. Now, we'll be handing over to Farida Nakazwe, who's going to keep you up to date, and we'll be bringing you updates in Luganda. We have shared some numbers that you can be able to give us an update as well from wherever you are, but we have a team of reporters, correspondents that will be keeping us up to date with whatever is going on, I beg your pardon, across the country. From me and Arnold Segawa, I am Rita Kanya. Have a good afternoon and stay safe and keep it NTV Uganda.
abakyala gye muli abakyala gye muli ndeeta ekyammwe abakyala ndeeta okuzaala kwa bwereere.
Hello Uganda! Dreamline Furniture wishes you a happy new year. Start this year with comfort from Dreamline Furniture. We have the best sofa sets, king-size beds, dining and center tables.
Alright, kyakabi nnyo nnyo wabula webale nnyo kati nja kuddira era eddakaawo. Alright, webale nnyo. Okay, our brother whom I contacted in the morning when he was in Chijabwemi, that was at around 8 there. Voting had not started, and then later on voting started. When I called him like 1.5 hours, actually like 2 hours, and then he had confirmed voting had started in those areas, and now he went to all the way to Bukoma Simbi. That's where he is right now, and the voting process is ongoing. Yeah, the voting process is ongoing, and all you can say, people are very many people have turned up in huge numbers to vote the president of the National Unity Platform. Yes, because this was a call from the president of the National Unity Platform, I can say to you, because all along there has been voter apathy has been too much. But to hear people wondering where these people are coming from, there are very many who have turned up to vote. Everyone is asking. This is not a question in the Bukoma Simbi only. You've heard from colleagues that have been calling, you know, that people where were these people, you know, casting their votes from the previous elections and all that kind of thing. So that's the situation. Let me as well try to connect where. Let me see, where should I connect now? Where should I connect? Where should I connect to? Uganda. Okay, let me see Uganda. Uganda. All right, let me check out Uganda. Let me check out Uganda. Let me check out Uganda. Uganda. Let me see Uganda. Okay, the number is busy. Let me try where. I always tell you we have a solution for each and every problem. However much they cut down the internet, at least we shall try to use direct calls. Chankwanzi. Okay, let me call Chankwanzi. Chankwanzi. They tampered with my number. Friends who are sending me airtime to be able to spend the entire day calling. They cut that connection. Now my line is completely blocked. It can't receive airtime. It can't receive anything. But don't worry, I got another number. And whoever would like to send me airtime to keep calling, you know where to find me, and I will give you that number. So let me call Chankwanzi. 787. Perfect. Let me see now. In Entebbe municipality, I'm also going to reach there. I'm going to call there.
twagira mu zifomationi olwo ne tutandika olugendo oluwanvu nga lwa tiyagasi n'amasasi fena nga generationi nga tuli kumi ya kununula our nationi. Oh, what a shame. Electoral Commission don't treat us the same. While others campaign, the opposition in jail they detain. Many comrades are dead, Nubian many others in jail. Yo, kati munangalyeyo okumalawo bino linakulonda nga 14 fenna tugende bana Uganda tulonde yukiza muno eggwanga lyaffe likyuke membala tugende bana Uganda tulonde mbagambe abeeyo eggwanga lyaffe likyuke ati bano bayidde fena bwe tulonda babeera bawedde ayi oba nze buli gye mpita.
Okay, Chankwanzi. Okay. Katusoka
Chankwanzi. Ndi mu Kasanda South.
Oh, Kasanda South.
Ya nze nakwasaganyizza Kasanda South. Na akalulu kabadde katambula bulungi. Obuzibu twafuna buli kuba yagadde ne tutasaaganyamu naye nga akaluku kabadde katambula bulungi abantu bajjumbidde okulonda. Ate era tulina okukkiriza Kyagulanyi yali waggulu buli omu kuba buli wuluka ntambula polling station buli wentuuka tuli waggulu
era ngambye ne Bukoma Nsimbi
wangi
era kyoli mukunga kibangambye Bukoma Nsimbi.
Yes, Kasanda South.
Abantu bamala okulonda bavaawo oba bakyaliwo?
Abantu abamu abakadde batambula ne badde waka naye abavubuka twabakubiriza okusigalawo. Era webali abantu era bw'otuna ku police station webali abali ku layini kubali naye n'abali bali webali.
Ate intimidation
kyebadde yamaanyi nti pato ziyitayitamu naye tewaliwo kyamaanyi nekyo bakola. Yes.
Okay, awo kirungi nnyo. Ate okulonda kwatandise bukyali?
Okulonda kwatandiseemu kwawamu nga bukyali awalala nga bugenzemu awamu batandise ssaawa 2 kubanga enkuba yakedde n'etonnya nnyo. Enkuba bwe yatonnya nnyo zigenza okuwera ssaawa 2 nga oluusi lwekyayi kati abamu ne batandika ssaawa 2 kitundu awo naye nga abantu bajjumbidde okulonda era bali mu kulonda.
Amina, kirungi nnyo nnyo.
Kyali mpanvu nnyo ngayina ezizakyali mpanvu nnyo zeweta n'amakoona.
Tewanaba kubeerawo obuvuyovuyo. Tewanaba kubeerawo obuvuyovuyo nti babasanze akalulu nga katiikinge ku Museveni oba katiikinge ku ono.
Ate tekinnabaawo.
Tekinnaba kubeerawo.
Ona wasinga sinakiraba. Yes, nani basupervisor bange benkola nabo ku miruka bwentwe abamu mbakubira amasimu ne mbabuuza kyekyo ne baŋŋamba entambula ebadde ekyali nnungi.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Awo mawulire malungi nnyo weebale nnyo ssebo. Kati bambi era nja kuddamu nkukubirekeddako okutuwa updates endala zonna ezinaaba ziriwo.
Kale ssebo gye ndi mu Kasanda South.
Alright.
Oyinza okubako oluusi nga kirina netiwaaka. Naye oddamu n'ogezaako.
Alright, ssebo weebale nnyo ssebo. Kale bambi.
Eno namba yennyini.
Eno namba yange yennyini nnyini.
Kale ssebo.
Alright ssebo. Mukama akuwa omukisa ssebo.
Kale ssebo. Amina.
Alright, that has been a brother from Kasanda South. Kasanda South. Hey, that's the update. The good news is that people have turned up in big numbers to vote.
There is tension, and there is polarization, and there is unfairness. These have continued up to date. What has changed, basically, is that at that time the ballot boxes, there were many ballot boxes. There were multiple ballot boxes
for every
party.
For every party.
Every party had a ballot box.
And I think
there were 4. There were 3 in our area since there was no CP. It was UPC, DP, and UPM. Another difference is that in 1980, there was no use of money. There was no vote purchasing. In this electoral exercise, I was actually up country just last week, and I saw people literally paying money. And whenever you would just jokingly question some of these practices, people would say, we are facilitating people who have come. Now, in an election exercise, or elections should be citizen-owned. And for citizens to own it, they should pay for their transport, even their lunch. They should be seen to sacrifice and participate in an election. But for this election, for somebody to come from above and just give money, the citizens will look at it as candidates' business, not our business, and therefore they will not hold those in power accountable, democratically accountable. That is the difference I saw.
In 1980, where they were not being bought, did they hold their leaders accountable? Did the citizens have the powers to hold their leaders accountable, even when they voted for the parties as they want, and there was nobody who was paid to actually do the voting? Was there accountability?
I am saying essentially that is what should have been done. But anyway, those who were not held accountable, who refused to be held accountable, the citizens went to the bush and held them accountable.
Okay, so that was the accountability.
Yes.
That they did on that part.
Yeah, you know, people got angry that something that they participated in was flouted. So citizens must demand for their rights, including human rights and voting rights.
Okay.
What is not correct in our democratic system here now, or what is not, almost in the whole of Africa, is that supply has exceeded demand, if we can use economics terms. Supply in the sense that the state has been statized. The state has been taken over by political leaders, and citizens are more or less spectators. We use a common term, I normally use it in the public sphere. Citizens are participated instead of participating.
Okay.
So you find in this electoral exercise where citizens wait to be paid in order to attend or in order to go do kakuyege, it boils down to citizens participated instead of citizens participating. Unless we reverse this trend of citizens being participated instead of participating, democracy will be lagging behind.
We're allowed to get into this election, Professor Ndebesa, and you actually say you didn't vote because you have not believed in this particular election under COVID-19.
Yes.
In the month of June, specifically, I think on the 22nd of June, the President spoke to us in one of the many addresses that he gave to the nation on COVID-19. That time, we had about 714 cumulative cases of COVID in this country. We had over 600 recoveries and only about 143 active cases that we had in hospitals. When the President spoke to the nation on that day, he talked about politics and he said, I asked 3 questions to the Electoral Commission and stakeholders. Should we hold an election without a vaccine? Number 2, should we do a hybrid election where we do scientific and also go traditional? Or should we cancel the election and defer it to some other time? And he says the stakeholders and the Electoral Commission chose to go scientific. They chose the hybrid option. And so we opted to go for that. Now there was time, I think, to see what to do. According to you, Professor, what would have been the alternative, or what were the solutions therefore if we had not gone into an election which is a hybrid?
Let me first take you a little bit back before June. The president had mentioned, had said at such a conference, at such a public address, national address, when he was asked about holding elections, and he did say that it is madness, it would be madness to hold elections under COVID-19. So why he changed within a few weeks from madness to no madness? It is, your guess is as good as mine. But I guess that this exercise was allowed to take place to take advantage of limiting other people. What would have taken place? They would have postponed this election to until such a time when, because we were expecting a vaccine, people started talking about a vaccine some time back, but also maybe after we have learned very much and there is a new culture of avoiding COVID-19, or indeed even postponing it. We have postponed very many things in this country. We could have postponed an election. Otherwise, to have an election under such a polarization with no political consensus, the outcome of that election is not going to promote democracy, but much more important, I look at national unity and national integration. So for us to hold elections, just for the leaders to go into offices and use offices for whatever reasons they want to, is not good. What should have been done was postpone this election until such a time when the situation of COVID-19 had calmed down.
What would be done in that scenario? Because when the Electoral Commission is speaking to you, they invoke, of course, the Article 61 in the Constitution of Uganda. That gives them the mandate, and that tells them when to organize an election, looking at when the term of the president ends. What would have been the options in there when we talk about postponing this election? Because before June, President Museveni said it would be madness to organize this election. Now, so many months after June, or after when he said to June, stakeholders said, but we can't organize an election in this manner. I also want to bring this to you, Professor Ndebesa, because I know you're a student of all these things and a professor, of course, at all these things. In 2020 alone, Africa actually organized up to about 22 or 23 elections in the heat and at the peak of COVID-19. What is so unique with Uganda that elections could happen elsewhere on the continent, and Uganda fails to organize an election at this time when even COVID actually has now been learned, and we've tried to know how to actually manage it?
What is unique? What is unique is that those who have held the elections have had a surge in COVID-19 infections. You go to Burundi and see what is happening now. They have even closed borders because of the surge of COVID-19, which even killed the president, who had not actually handed over power. And actually his predecessor has also been killed by COVID-19. Not that he could not be killed by COVID-19 even when there were no elections. It is not true that all African countries have held elections. There are very many African countries and Western countries that have postponed elections. Ethiopia has postponed. I think even the process of Kenya has been delayed. So there are some other African countries that have delayed or postponed holding of these elections. Mind you, it's not only about spread of COVID-19 or coronavirus. It is also about resources. Because we could have used these resources to buy vaccine now, to purchase vaccine, at least for our frontline health workers. Here we are going into an economic recession, not because of failure of policies, but because of COVID-19. So a least developed country, an LDC, should not have dared to hold an election. When countries which are advanced, which are not LDCs, postponed elections, why wouldn't Uganda have postponed elections? And it was possible. In Uganda, this constitution of ours now is amendable in many ways than one. But even then, if they declared a state of emergency, I have talked to lawyers, constitutional lawyers, if the president declared a state of emergency, there was a way in which this election could have been postponed for some months.
But yet, it's still, Professor Devesa, we talk about a state of emergency, and so many people have actually evoked that. Now, when you look at our constitution, it talks about a state of emergency, which is just 6 months. When would we have gone into this state of emergency? Because we got COVID into this country in March. Now, even if you had actually decided to get into a state of emergency, then it would actually only last until December. Then would we live in exactly?
Every 3 months, you go to Parliament and you ask for an extension.
Of the state of emergency.
Of the state of emergency.
Okay, because
but we could even amend the constitution. And there are other provisions, I'm not a lawyer, there are other provisions that could have been invoked to postpone this election until such a situation when COVID-19 had come down. We have amended this constitution how many times, and even touched principal pillars of the constitution. What was impossible, postponing this election. Many countries have postponed the election.
Just taking me that when we did, the last time we actually amended our constitution, the amendment that we did, the last amendment that we've done, do you remember that Yados actually asked for an extension of 2 years, that the election would actually go into 2023? Now we all felt it was selfishness and it was to just benefit the members of parliament who wanted this, because we didn't know that in 2020, 3 years, we would have problems. What about if we had all allowed that we do that extension for members of parliament and the term as the discussion was? Because I am very sure that you also didn't like it, just like I didn't like it.
At that time, it was not for public interest. It was self-interest. This time, there was a need. There was a reason. There was a justification in favor of public interest, that is public health. There was a necessity for postponing this election so that we hold elections after the situation of COVID-19 had come down. But to hold elections under the specter of COVID-19 was dangerous, not only for health purposes, but even flouting all manner of democracy tenets and democracy elements. And that's why you find there is too much tension. So far, by the way, 90 people, I'm told about 90 people have died in these elections because of these various tensions, because among other reasons, I'm not saying only one reason, but because of flouting the normal procedures of holding campaigns. So having people to die of bullets and COVID-19, which would have been averted if we postpone this election, which I think would have got support of the majority of the people.
Professor, you'll agree with me that elections arouse people's emotions, not just in Uganda, but everywhere. You can just see what is actually happening in the United States. This has not been in their history before. But you just see what this all happens. The last election that Donald Trump had with Rodham Clinton, she wrote a book about herself about the election, and she said everything is actually wrong. Her book says, she actually says in her book, which she titles Everything Went Wrong. Now, when you read Clinton's book, it just tells you that the entire system was not in her favor. Everything went wrong. She doesn't really feel there was anything good for her. Now, this is what emotions, these are kind of the emotions that come with elections. When you think there would be an election where we wouldn't have tension, where we wouldn't have anything, where we would just feel, it's an election, let's go into it as though we're going to church to listen to someone from a pastor.
No, there is no such a time when there would be no those tensions, but there would be such a time when those tensions and polarization would be reduced to a minimum. Now, the case of USA, Clinton is justifying herself. All politicians do that.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I'm saying the situation in USA at that time was not as negative, and the tensions and polarization were low, and the possibility of rigging were low. Now, you are talking about the current situation in the USA. Definitely the current situation in the USA.
I'd actually avoided that one.
Is a unique one, because President Trump, I one time mentioned it to some of those people from the USA, that actually if you remove the color of President Trump from him, he would be typical an African president. The way he behaves. So his behavior has created that tension. But they have systems that are going to work, that are working, and he's going to be removed from that office, whether he likes it or not. So we needed a cooling period. We are not saying we would have a perfect democratic process in Uganda because of the structural constraints because of financial constraints, because of the population structure and the population understanding. But we need to be moving a step forward, not step backwards, like we are having. We are having now, we had violence in the past. I'm not saying it was not there, but it seems to be increasing. We didn't have buying of votes. Now there is buying of votes. We had identity politics, supporting a candidate based on a religion and ethnicity. It has been coming down, but because of having this election under this controversy, those identity politics have now surfaced, and that's very unfortunate. When we were actually moving on a progress path towards reducing those identity politics.
Are you saying, Professor, that if you hadn't held this election now, those who think ethnicity, those who think religion and tribe wouldn't do that if we had this election matched sometime later, possibly next year or thereabouts?
Mr. Moderator, don't talk in absolute terms. None, not me. I'm not talking about in absolute terms. I'm talking about reduction, for example. I'm not talking elimination. So there would be those things, but they would be reducing gradually as we build a nation state. Because Uganda is a geographic expression, as some people would want to say, it's not yet a nation state. We still lack those ingredients of a nation. Those threads, the software threads that tie people together. We need to be sensitive about our politics so that gradually we build nations. All nations have been built along those lines. I've heard people even say the colonialists came and forced us together or something like that. But all nations have been built using force. But gradually, people come to accept each other and reduce tensions, not eliminate, and reduce polarization, not eliminate. So I was not talking in absolute terms. But it seems for you, you want to use absolute terms. Because this one is going to be there, this is not going, to be, not go the other way around. We are human beings. We are not just like if you go into a laboratory and you manipulate chemicals which don't think. Human beings can always change course, but that doesn't mean that we should not build a nation state. But we cannot build a nation state based on manipulation and double standards.
Professor Ndebesa, we are discussing a continent or a country that is on the continent that is just about 60 years of independence when you look at all of us here. And it doesn't seem to you, especially now, the political scientists of this continent, that we are actually making any strides or going forward. I now just want to know, what is a model democracy in Africa, for example, that we would look to? Because we never get into such discussions, then we delve into the United States and do all the things, look at Germany and stuff like that. But which is a model, because what we even have that you and me teach the people is a copycat thing. It's a copy and paste stuff, which is a mode of democracy, even on the continent that would actually benchmark.
First of all, I didn't benchmark USA. It is you who benchmarked it. So I wouldn't say that USA is necessarily a model, but it is a developed, functioning democracy. If you want a democracy or a country that was molded out of different ethnic groups, if you want, or racial groups, but it also still has problems. But they did respect their constitution, and the constitutions helped them build a nation state. But we don't have to have a model outside Africa. We could have models in Africa. I'm going to talk in generalities. It does appear to me that West Africa and Southern Africa are ahead of West Africa and the Horn of Africa.
In generality?
In general terms. Because West Africa seems to be more on the democratic path and nation building, and so is Southern Africa. For example, South Africa, as a republic which started a few years ago, and had those racial tensions, seems to be more on the democratic path than most countries in East Africa. They have had to change presidents without very many incidents. Even Namibia, which started not long ago, is doing very well. Botswana, you could say, is a small country, but is doing very well because some small countries elsewhere also have had problems. By and large, the odd man out in Southern Africa is Zimbabwe and maybe Madagascar, but mainly Zimbabwe. So they are doing very well. So is West Africa showing signs of progress Ghana is doing very well. Senegal is doing very well. That doesn't mean that they don't have also democratic governance challenges. East Africa, the whole of Africa, and Central Africa seem to be lagging behind.
What's the problem?
The problem, there are many problems. I don't want to talk in absolute terms, but the problem of Africa generally in some of those countries which have had those big problems is staging constitutional coups. You know, since the 1960s and 70s, those 2 decades, the problem of general governance in Africa and state building was military coup d'etats after military coup d'etats. Since the wave of the so-called democratization and multi-party system, multi-party doesn't necessarily mean democracy, since the 1990s, the destabilizing force in Africa has, among others, I'm not saying only the only one, has been constitutional coups of removing term limits. There are very many countries that have attempted that, and it has caused political instability in those countries.
And I think the first countries in Africa or in West Africa to start this in the early 2000s, before Uganda came on much later in 2005. Those actually started with amending the constitutions to get rid of term limits, started in West Africa, where there is actually some sanity according to you.
Can you name any of those countries?
Senegal is one of those that you just talked about.
Did they manage to remove it?
They did it, I think, in 2000.
Did they manage to remove it?
In 2000.
They didn't.
And much later.
They didn't.
Burkina Faso and several others.
Senegal did not manage.
Burkina Faso did it.
It did it, and that is why it is unstable. I did not say that the whole of West Africa is stabilized, but that is why Burkina Faso is destabilized. And Ivory Coast tried it, the man is at The Hague. And this current one has been trying it. I don't know how it has ended.
No, they just had an election, which I thought.
Yes, but they got destabilized. I'm saying in the whole of Africa, constitutional coup d'etats around term limits has caused more political polarization in Africa. When I said that West Africa and Southern Africa seem to be doing very well, and I'm using the word seem, I'm not saying there cannot be reversals there, and I'm not suggesting anywhere that term limits and age limits are the only challenges in Africa. There are very many challenges in Africa, some ideational, others are structural, because we are young countries. But I'm saying we should be on the democratic path and national integration, emphasizing institutions more than individuals. Let's build our nations around institutions. Let's have institutional rule, prioritize institutional rule, not individual human rule. This business of having great men, there are no women, by the way. Is there a woman president in Africa? I don't think there is.
We had one.
We had one, but she's out now. They are all men.
She's at the pan of the wise.
So this big man syndrome is partly responsible for the challenges in Africa. But there are other challenges like militarism. It is also a challenge. Of course, ethnicity is a very big challenge. These being young countries. Poverty is also responsible. Is a structural problem. Our history is a structural problem. But our ideational problems are that those who are in power use political patronage to cling to power, and the sooner we change it from that and prioritize the institutions and the rule of law, so that we do not just use individuals per se and look at individuals only, but look at the institutions. Because individuals, yes, can make a difference, but most importantly, institutions make a difference towards democratization and national integration.
Well, I want to thank you so much, but just before you go, my final shot to you, Professor Ndebesa, is there hope for this continent of Africa? I very much want to think beyond Uganda, but look at the entire continent. Is there hope for us, or we've stagnated for these so many decades?
Well, it is not all lost, but the citizens must sit back, as I started, and demand that their leaders become actual leaders, not rulers, and demand that institutions and laws govern the behavior, because all human beings have a tendency of being selfish. So they can only be constrained when they all believe in the rules that they set themselves to constrain their otherwise selfish behavior. But here, when the rules are changed, the goalposts are changed, whenever the goal is about to be scored, you find some people cheering. And that is wrong. So the citizens, the solution of African problems lies with the citizens to demand that their rulers, their leaders who are now, they are rulers now, but they become leaders.
They don't vote for rulers. They can only vote for.
You know, the vote in Africa is not the one which determines how we are going to be governed or who is going to govern us. It is not necessarily
a ruler can't subject themselves to.
It is not these people you see who have gone to vote, and those who will go, the Russian man said, is it a Russian salesman said it is those who count the votes. But for me, I would even add, it is those who police the electoral process. Those who police the electoral process determine the outcome of the elections.
I want to thank you so much, Professor Ndebesa. We want to carry on with the feed to see what is actually happening elsewhere. I thank you so much, Professor Ndebesa. And I will actually just need to engage you some other time to get into this discussion. I'm so passionate about Africa. And when somebody talks about Africa, you get to my
You are welcome. And the whole of Africa has similarity in challenges, but some countries are marching forward. Others are marching forward 2 steps, like Uganda, and then 1 step backward.
No,
I'm not saying Uganda is stagnant.
I don't believe you in that, actually.
You are entitled not to believe.
I don't believe you in that.
You will believe when you will find this country going back at where it was.
Maybe I will believe then, but as for now, I don't believe.
Like electoral violence, we started with electoral violence in 61. Are we having electoral violence or we are not having it?
But I will not believe you on that because there are circumstances that we need to get to, and of course there are countries that.
But have you admitted? Have you accepted that there was electoral violence in 61 and there is electoral violence today?
There are countries that you and I have actually praised and talked
so
about,
what is it
and they've actually not even gone.
What is it has fundamentally changed from 1961?
No, so many things have fundamentally happened.
Tell me one.
I am very young, Professor Ndebesa.
You can read. You don't have to have been there. I was not there in 61.
That's what I'm saying.
I was not there in 61.
I am very young to actually know these things, and I actually know them, Professor Ndebesa.
But I can read them.
I thank you so much for.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Professor Ndebesa. Welcome to the election hub here at UBC TV, where we will be with you until Saturday or Sunday. We promise you that all things shall come your way. Now we will just take a short break, and when we return, we'll now take you again across the country to see what is happening elsewhere, because we're counting hours too at the end of the
after voting.
Then of course the tallying will set in. Our teams also at the tally center, but we just want to let you know that nothing is now happening at the tally center until they start now ferrying and taking in results, which can be done now until much time later when voting or polling at the stations stops. That's when we'll expect business from that side. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll take you across the country.
People power, our power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Relax.
All right, good
Let's
time.
wait for the final result.
All right.
Okay.
All right, brother. All right, that is Arua, and you've heard it from the gentleman himself. I will not mention names and where they are. I'll just mention the district. Yeah, the problem with the Arua now, they have instructions after voting, you have to go away. Yeah, instructions from the police and the security units. After voting, you go away. That is what is happening in Arua. Yeah, for those. But of course, just like I always tell you, Arua is a very big district, and this information comes from at least 4 polling stations. So I would love if someone could give me a number here in for a comrade in Arua. I as well make another call to see how the situation goes, how the situation is in another region within the same district. I'll be glad. So that is it from Arua. Someone is giving me an from is it Kamuli? Yeah, let me get it. Kamuli, that is Eastern. And let me first reach out to Mbale and see what is happening in Mbale. Yeah, what I've realized in Arua, voting started a bit early, just like you've heard. voting started a bit early. Voting started a bit early. Let me see. Let me see. That's why if you want to send me contacts of your friends in different regions and you don't want them to how should I say it, to be, I don't know, send them on my WhatsApp. You know my WhatsApp. Check on me on my WhatsApp and you send me those contacts, or even a direct message. Send me a direct message on my number and I'll get the numbers. I've received development on my direct line. So keep calling your friends, keep calling your mother, your father, your brother, your uncle, your auntie. Tell them, please, today is the day. Let them go out and vote, and then after voting they have to keep around to protect the vote. That is very important. If you don't do that, never complain about anything. Yeah, because if you've not managed to vote, at least rally people to go out there and vote. Come on, you understand? So basically that is it. Basically that is it. Oh, come on, let me see. Let me first check out Mbale. Enamba yange esimu baji blockings M7 mutitizi tya abazzukulu bamuzoganya titizi nnyo. I can't receive airtime, and once this one gets finished I'm going to go off for a while and I see what to do. But I'll recorrect, don't worry. I always tell you we have a solution for each and every problem. Let me see this contact from Mbale. Perfect, it has gone through. This is Mbale.
Democratic, we are many, and if we come out in large numbers and vote, we can be able to redefine the future of our country. Remember, bogendo kulonda londa mambuli ke kabonero ke tuyimiriddeko. Remember, when you go to vote, choose the symbol of the umbrella and you will be choosing liberation. You will be choosing freedom.
Yeah. Someone is not picking, but he has gone through. Someone is not picking, but he has gone through. It has gone through, but someone is not picking.
Senta mu Bobi Winein njagala okutuusa okwebaza eri mwenna olw'obuwagizi n'omukwano gwe mutuwadde mu campaign trail eno gye tubaddemu ebbanga lino lyonna wakati mu buzibu obw'amaanyi. Njagala okubajjukiza omulundi ogusembayo mwenna abasebo ne bannyabo ku Lwokuna luno nga 14 guno omwezi gwe mukisa gwe tulina okusalawo ebiseera bya Uganda eby'omu maaso. Kuno kulonda kwe tugendamu kwa byafaayo kubanga akalulu ke tugenda okusuula ke katutwala mu Uganda empya. Mbajjukiza mwenna era mbasaba mujjukize bannammwe abakadde mbayambe bagende balonde, abalwadde mbayambe bagende balonde, n'emikwano gyo gyonna gijjukize gigende kironde kuba guno gwe mukisa gwe tulina okwetaasa ku bufuzi obwamusibira mu bbwa. Guno gwe mukisa gwe tulina okugyawo obufuzi obwannakyemalira okuyingira mu Uganda empya. This is a clarion call to all fellow Ugandans, all of you that registered to vote. Remember, the 14th of January, this Thursday, is the deciding time. This is the opportunity that we have to usher in a new Uganda. This is an election that is historical and revolutionary. So I'm reminding all of you fellow Ugandans to turn up in large numbers and vote, and make sure you protect your vote, because this is history in making. Let us all come out and cast our vote. We are non-violent, but we are democratic. We are many, and if we come out in large numbers and vote, we can be able to redefine the future of our country. Remember, bogendo kulonda, londa mambuli ke kabonero ke tuyimiriddeko. Remember, when you go to vote, choose the symbol of the umbrella and you will be choosing liberation, you will be choosing freedom. Ugende, bana Uganda tulonde, yukiza mundu, ekwanga lya mberi chuke. Remember that. Ugende, bana Uganda tulonde, mbagambe abeyo, ekwanga lya mberi chuke. Country people, 35 years of gun rule is about to come to an end. Remember, it is your vote that is going to deliver you the change that you so badly need. This one is a clarion call to everybody above 18 and registered to vote. Okuva mu November, batusalako batulumba na ku nominationi. Abasi special force, military ne police bonna bagira mu informationi. Olunde tutandika olugendo luwambu nga lwa tiagas na masasi. Penanga generation nga tuli ku missioni ya kununula our nation. Oh, what a shame. Electoral Commission don't treat us the same. While others campaign, the opposition in jail they detain. Many comrades are dead, Nubian many others in jail. Yo, kati munangalye yo, okumala wo bino lina kulonda, nga kuminanya fenna. Ugende, bana Uganda tulonde, yukiza mundu. Tulonda babera bawedi ai bobanze buli jempita abana ba Uganda bona besunga ai bagamba nti kye balinda amaso makulera bona babuka ewe omusana kagwake ambulera weri tulumbe enkuba ketonye yo ambulera weri tulonde kati gwe tikinga ambulera bogira batikinga nkugambe tikinga mambuli bogira batosula ai bana Uganda banange mwena yenze Kyagulanyi Center mu Bobi Wine njagala okutuusa okwebaza eri mwena olw'obuwagizi n'omukwano gwe mutuwadde mu campaign trail eno gye tubaddemu ebbanga lino lyonna wakati mu buzibu obw'amaanyi. Njagala okubajjukiza omulundi ogusembayo mwena abasebo ne bannyabo kikulu okuna luno nga 14 guno omwezi gwe mukisa gwe tulina okusalawo ebiseera bya Uganda eby'omu maaso. Kuno kulonda kwe tugendamu kwa byafaayo kubanga akalulu ke tugenda okusuula ke katutwala mu Uganda empya. Mbajjukiza mwena era mbasaba mujjukize bannammwe abakadde mbayambe bagende balonde, abalwadde mbayambe bagende balonde, n'emikwano gyo gyonna gijjukize gigende gironde kuba guno gwe mukisa gwe tulina okwetaasa ku bufuzi obwamusibira mu bbwa. Guno gwe mukisa gwe tulina okugyawo obufuzi obwannakyemalira okuyingira mu Uganda empya. This is a clarion call to all fellow Ugandans, all of you that registered to vote. Remember the 14th of January, this Thursday is the deciding time. This is the opportunity that we have to usher in a new Uganda. This is an election that is historical and revolutionary. So I'm reminding all of you fellow Ugandans to turn up in large numbers and vote, and make sure you protect your vote because this is history in making. Let us all come out and cast our vote. We are non-violent, but we are democratic. We are many, and if we come out in large numbers and vote, we can be able to redefine the future of our country. Remember, bogendo kulonda, londa mambuli ke kabonero ke tuyimiriddeko. Remember, when you go to vote, choose the symbol of the umbrella, and you will be choosing liberation. You will be choosing freedom. Ugende, bana Uganda tulonde, yukiza mundu, ekwanga lya mberi chuke. Remember that. Ugende, bana Uganda tulonde, mbagambe abeyo, people, 35 years of gun rule is about to come to an end. Remember, it is your vote that is going to deliver you the change that you so badly need. This one is a clarion call to everybody above 18 and registered to vote. Okuva mu November, batusalako batulumba na ku nomination. Abasi special force, military ne police bonna bagira mu information. Olunde tutandika olugendo luwambu nga lwatiyagas na masasi. Penanga generation nga tuli ku mission ya kununula our nation. Oh, what a shame. Electoral Commission don't treat us the same. While others campaign, the opposition in jail they detain. Many comrades are dead, Nubian many others in jail. Yo, kati munangalye yo, okumala wo bino linakulonda, nga kuminanya fenna. Bana Uganda tulonde, yukiza mundo. Tulonda babera bawedde ai obanze buli gyempita abaana ba Uganda bonna besunga ai bagamba nti kyebalinda amaaso makulera bonna babuuka ewe omusana kagwake ambulera weri tulumbe enkuba ketonye yo ambulera weri tulonde kati gwe tikinga ambulera bogira batikinga nkugambye tikinga mambuli bogira batosula ai Bannayuganda bannange mwenna yenze Kyagulanyi Center mu Bobi Wine njagala okutuusa okwebaza eri mwenna olw'obuwagizi n'omukwano gwe mutuwadde mu campaign trail eno gye tubaddemu ebbanga lino lyonna wakati mu buzibu obw'amaanyi. Njagala okubajjukiza omulundi ogusembayo mwenna abasebo ne bannyabo kikulu okuna luno nga 14 guno omwezi gwe mukisa gwe tulina okusalawo ebiseera bya Uganda eby'omu maaso. Kuno okulonda kwe tugendamu kwa byafaayo kubanga akalulu ke tugenda okusuula ke katutwala mu Uganda empya. Mbajjukiza mwenna era mbasaba mujjukize bannammwe abakadde mbayambe bagende balonde, abalwadde mbayambe bagende balonde, n'emikwano gyo gyonna gijjukize gigende kironde kuba guno gwe mukisa gwe tulina okwetaasa ku bufuzi obwamusibira mu bbwa. Guno gwe mukisa gwe tulina okugyawo obufuzi obwannakyemalira okuyingira mu Uganda empya. This is a clarion call to all fellow Ugandans, all of you that registered to vote. Remember the 14th of January, this Thursday is the deciding time. This is the opportunity that we have to usher in a new Uganda. This is an election that is historical and revolutionary. So I'm reminding all of you fellow Ugandans to turn up in large numbers and vote, and make sure you protect your vote because this is history in making. Let us all come out and cast our vote. We are non-violent, but we are democratic. We are many, and if we come out in large numbers and vote, we can be able to redefine the future of our country. Remember, bogendo kulonda londa mambuli ke kabonero ke tuyimiriddeko. Remember, when you go to vote, choose the symbol of the umbrella and you will be choosing liberation. You will be choosing freedom. Bana Uganda tulonde yukiza mundo ekwanga lya merichuke membala tugende bana Uganda tulonde mbagambe abeyo ekwanga lya merichuke. People, 35 years of gun rule is about to come to an end. Remember, it is your vote that is going to deliver you the change that you so badly need. This one is a clarion call to everybody above 18 and registered to vote. Okuva mu November, batusalako batulumba na ku nomination. Abasi special force, military ne police bonna bagira mu information. Olunde tutandika olugendo oluwanvu nga lwa tiyagas n'amasasi ffenna nga generationi nga tuli ku misioni ya kununula our nationi. Oh, what a shame, Electoral Commission don't treat us the same. While others campaign, the opposition in jail they detain. Many comrades are dead, Nubian many others in jail. Yo, kati munangalyeyo okumalawo bino linakulonda nga 14 ffenna tugende bana Uganda tulonde yukiza muno eggwanga lyaffe likyuke membala tugende bana Uganda tulonde mbagambe abeeyo eggwanga lyaffe likyuke ati bano bayidde ffenna bwe tulonda babeera bawedde ayi bubanze buli gye mpita abaana ba Uganda bonna beesunga ayi bagamba nti kye balinda amaaso makulu era bonna baabuuka ewe omusana kagwake ambulera weri tulumbe enkuba ketonye yo ambulera weri tulonde kati gwe tikinga ambulera bwogiraba tikinga nkugambe tikinga mambuli bwogiraba tosula ayi Bannayuganda bannange mwenna yenze Kyagulanyi Center mu Bobi Wine njagala okutuusa okwebaza eri mwenna olw'obuwagizi n'omukwano gwe mutuwadde mu campaign trail eno gye tubaddemu ebbanga lino lyonna wakati mu buzibu obw'amaanyi. Njagala okubajjukiza omulundi ogusembayo mwenna abasebo ne bannyabo kikulu okuna luno nga 14 guno omwezi gwe mukisa gwe tulina okusalawo ebiseera bya Uganda eby'omu maaso. Kuno okulonda kwe tugendamu kwa byafaayo kubanga akalulu ke tugenda okusuula ke katutwala mu Uganda empya. Mbajjukiza mwenna era mbasaba mujjukize bannammwe abakadde mbayambe bagende balonde abalwadde mbayambe bagende balonde n'emikwano gyo gyonna gijjukize gigende kironde kuba guno gwe mukisa gwe tulina okwetaasa ku bufuzi obwamusibira mu bbwa. Guno gwe mukisa gwe tulina okugyawo obufuzi obwannakyemalira okuyingira mu Uganda empya. This is a clarion call to all fellow Ugandans, all of you that registered to vote. Remember the 14th of January, this Thursday is the deciding time. This is the opportunity that we have to usher in a new Uganda. This is an election that is historical and revolutionary. So I'm reminding all of you fellow Ugandans to turn up in large numbers and vote, and make sure you protect your vote because this is history in making. Let us all come out and cast our vote. We are non-violent, but we are democratic. We are many, and if we come out in large numbers and vote, we can be able to redefine the future of our country. Remember, bogendo kulonda londa mambuli ke kabonero ke tuyimiriddeko. Remember, when you go to vote, choose the symbol of the umbrella and you will be choosing liberation. You will be choosing freedom. Bana Uganda tulonde yukiza muno eggwanga lya likyuke membala tugende bana Uganda tulonde mbagambe abeeyo eggwanga lya likyuke. People, 35 years of country is about to come to an end. Remember, it is your vote that is going to deliver you the change that you so badly need. This one is a clarion call to everybody above 18 and registered to vote. Okuva mu November, batusalako batulumba na ku nomination. Abasi special force, military ne police bonna bagira mu information. Olunde tutandika olugendo oluwanvu nga lwa tiyagas n'amasasi ffenna nga generationi nga tuli ku misioni ya kununula our nationi. Oh, what a shame, Electoral Commission don't treat us the same. While others campaign, the opposition in jail they detain. Many comrades are dead, Nubian many others in jail. Yo, kati munangalyeyo okumalawo bino linakulonda nga 14 fenna Bannayuganda tulonde yukiza muno eggwanga lyaffe likyuke membala tugende Bannayuganda tulonde mbagambe abeeyo eggwanga lyaffe likyuke ati bano bayidde fena bwe tulonda babeera bawedde ayi obanze buli gye mpita abaana ba Uganda bonna beesunga ayi bagamba nti kye balinda amaaso makulu era bonna babuuka ewe omusana kagwake ambulera weri tulumbe enkuba ketonye yo ambulera weri tulonde kati gwe tikinga ambulera bwogiraba tikinga nkugambye tikinga mambuli bwogiraba tosula ayi Bannayuganda bannange mwenna yenze Kyagulanyi Ssentamu Bobi Wine njagala okutuusa okwebaza eri mwenna olw'obuwagizi n'omukwano gwe mutuwadde mu campaign trail eno gye tubaddemu ebbanga lino lyonna wakati mu buzibu obw'amaanyi. Njagala okubajjukiza omulundi ogusembayo mwenna abasebo ne bannyabo kikulu okuna luno nga 14 guno omwezi gwe mukisa gwe tulina okusalawo ebiseera bya Uganda eby'omu maaso. Kuno okulonda kwe tugendamu kwa byafaayo kubanga akalulu ke tugenda okusuula ke katutwala mu Uganda empya. Mbajjukiza mwenna era mbasaba mujjukize bannammwe abakadde mbayambe bagende balonde abalwadde mbayambe bagende balonde n'emikwano gyo gyonna gijjukize gigende kironde kuba guno gwe mukisa gwe tulina okwetaasa ku bufuzi obwamusibira mu bba. Guno gwe mukisa gwe tulina okugyawo obufuzi obwannakyemalira okuyingira mu Uganda empya. This is a clarion call to all fellow Ugandans, all of you that registered to vote. Remember the 14th of January, this Thursday is the deciding time. This is the opportunity that we have to usher in a new Uganda. This is an election that is historical and revolutionary. So I'm reminding all of you fellow Ugandans to turn up in large numbers and vote, and make sure you protect your vote because this is history in making. Let us all come out and cast our vote. We are non-violent, but we are democratic. We are many, and if we come out in large numbers and vote, we can be able to redefine the future of our country. Remember, bogendo kulonda londa mambuli ke kabonero ke tuyimiriddeko. Remember, when you go to vote, choose the symbol of the umbrella and you will be choosing liberation. You will be choosing freedom. Bannayuganda tulonde yukiza muno eggwanga lyaffe likyuke membala tugende Bannayuganda tulonde mbagambe abeeyo eggwanga lyaffe likyuke.
Yes, that is the president of the National Unity Platform, His Excellency Kyagulanyi Ssentamu Robert, as he was casting his vote. There he is with his wife, Bobi Tungo Kyagulanyi. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What a lovely scene. Wow. Yeah. And I'm still trying to connect. I'm still trying to make connections. We have so far streamed for more than 5 hours. Let me first restart this. Let me restart this right now. Yeah, let me restart this right now. Let me restart this right now. Let me see. All right, before before I restart and start another live broadcast, because this has become too long, I want to give you these updates. A ballot box has been stolen in Rushenyi. A ballot box has been stolen. That is in Rushenyi Ntungamo district. A ballot box has been stolen in Rushenyi Ntungamo district. And the Electoral Commission has confirmed that. That's not fake news, it is real news. The Electoral Commission has confirmed that news. The President of the National Platform, His Excellency Kyagulanyi Ssentamu Robert, of course, he has already managed to vote. He has already casted his vote. For those who would love to get the photos and all that kind of thing, just to go to our Facebook page, and yeah, you're going to get each and every detail of what happened, what transpired, all that kind of thing. Let me see some other news here. Let me gather this. Okay. Hello, Sauda.
Why?
Yes, Sauda. Tuchaliko live, tuchaliko. Inaka pia?
Yeah, chembadde ndagala ekirala okwongera okutereezaamu nti omuzeeyi ono yajjako intaneti yonna n'abaako aguuma gano ge yaleeta ng'olina okuteekamu agaguuma gakolera ku intaneti kati gasobola kukola. Abantu bayitirivu bagenda kati beerongera bamaze olimeno mu byalo, police station zonna zijjudde, bali awo bagamba ebimba bali mu kwefulukuta ye batwale obudde.
Ye tactic gye bakozesezza kati kututuku
gye bakozesa kubanga ebyo ebyuma bye bitegedde bya byaka leka tebikola. Kuli intaneti kubanga yagijjako kati kusumbuwe ewamu osobodde ababawa ne bagenda kasami gye zitobeeramu ewali ekibuli eky'amaanyi kati eno mu byalo buli maka ga chairman polling kyakatotoka kutemaako buli maka ga chairman ow'NRM eyo polling station naye era nawo tugenda kuwangulirawo mba wansi Bobi Wine ali wakati namba 5 era omuntu omulaba atikiikanya akakonge n'omulaba nga atereza wakati era n'awa Museveni omulaba nga ayambusa okulwetopula luwanvu ayambusa atiikinge wansi
kuba yasemba yeri
afumayo asobole okiikingawo ekikofiira ekyo kyonna tekiyamba kyenjagala bagamba abantu abantu Bobi Wine bana akalu kagenda tulemera ku district naye bakatuwadde tukola kisoboka mwemukemuba mumanya tetutudde tukola kisoboka so ekiriwo kati ene kyagala otandika oleeta okubuzaabuza byuma ewamu taba nakulondako wewunye ba MP bali mu kulonda bagamba pulezidenti ekyuma kikolera ku intaneti yagijjako kugamba tuli awo naye nga tugambuza okutwala ogenda mu maaso
mwebale ate neera ne ze complexes ezimu mu bitundu ebirala era bengezezaako connectinga nabo nti complaint yemu era ne mu bitundu ebisigadde ebyuma bikyankalanye ebimu ku byo ebitundu ebimu
kyenjagala debi bonna abawuliriza abaliko abantu kyetulina okukola right now kulaba nti district tuteekayo amaanyi mangi nnyo baleke komaawo ku district buli akina waliwo akaliwe katuukira abaana balina okuteekayo amaanyi gwe wenna mpulira buno obudde kubira senga wakina maama wakina muganda amaanyi tugeetaaga ku district okulonda abantu batulonze bakatuwaddeko tukalina wano walamu kati amaanyi ze newange ndabanga ekinusu nkiwulira kubange bugumu nditaddemu nga nange baagala okunzoganya nange neŋŋaana so waggulu nange wengendo teeka amaanyi so buli yenna alina gye bamukwasizza mwongere okubateeka mu maanyi abantu gye bali bajja kutubeeramu district we tulina okukuumira akalulu okimanyi politics omumaanyi kati njogera naawe njogerako bimanyi polling station akalu kali waggulu awo ku district okuva tekanasanga byamukama awo wetulina okumanyira ekituufu kubanga we batuusize ennamba awo ekikonde n'amasafu
abatabitegeera ku district we bagattira obululu obuvudde mu polling stations ez'enjawulo
of course kubanga district bwe balangirira ba area MP ne woman MP obululu bwe babeera bafunye era bwe bagattira akalu ka president nti mu district eno mu constituency eno yafunye akalulu bwe kati oba mu municipality yafunye obululu bwe buti ne bagenda nga bagatta region yonna ne bagamba nti mu region ya Eastern tufunye obululu emitwalo bwegiti ne bwegiti so amaanyi tulina gagata ku district tuleke kwesiga babaka ba parliament buno obudde fe tetumanyi nawe bali n'abali kalulu kaabwe kubanga babalonda olunaku lwe lumu kyekiti kyenzenga njogera ebbanga lyonna nti omubaka wa parliament talina kyatugamba era nsobodde balaja n'ekiro kyonna twagala appointment letters oze ku ki olina kugaba appointment letters zo nga gwe erya MP za president twateeseteese ttiimu y'abaana egenda okukola egenda okuuma so tulina okubeera abeegendereza abaana ababaka ba palamenti babasinga bwongo mwabalina ku masimu g'abaana abamu nga tetubatemanyi mubakubire tebabasinga bwongo nti ate mpa foomu nno akalulu kagwera ku district
era obweddambaga abakubira abantu baabwe bamaama bonna
bagende balonde ekyo tusinga okwagala kugwerako ddala eno mu byalo gye tuli oddako kukola nsi n'ogifuna bw'oyingira eyo n'ovuga mayiro z'otamanyi muwendo n'ebula
nga
n'ekino kiba kikutuuseeko terabika so kyensinga okwagala okukuutiza abantu district abantu ekibuli tukiteeke ku ma district ekyo kiri ku polling station waliwo ekibuli kyebangambye kiri e Kampala kati kyo singa kikendeera bagende e Lugogo awe tulina okubeera awo abali ewakiso bagende ku district singa tuteeka amaanyi ku district jebbi nkubuulira amazima talina waatuyita mpale za butaasa ate nze nkubuulidde olaba ndi eno mu kyalo nkugambye omuntu awadde Bobi Wine omulaba n'omuntu Museveni yasembayo wansi Bobi Wine ali wakati era omuntu omulaba nga peni yeegeza ate abantu banzanyisizza bali ku kinkumu peni bazitidde oba bakankana kinkumu kyekikola eno kinkumu ne gwamanyi nti amanyi owandika gandi wanyinza okukola ensobi kinkumu kubanga etteeka eryasoose oli wakola ensobi tebamuwa kakonge kalala ate nga amateeka g'electoral commission omuntu oba okoze ensobi n'okizuula nti ensobi ogikoze mu kutiikinga bakuwa akakonge akalala kali ne bakayuza ekyo kyaganye kakati abantu bali ku kinkumu akankana nga yabamuwa kinkumu so tulina obuwadde obuli ku district
Sauda waliwo nkubyeko Arua babatiisatiisa bamala okulonda babagamba muveewo eyo kiri kitya kati tebanabatiisatiisa
kati nze njagala kugamba ekintu kimu mwami Debbi nakugambye mu ntandikwa nti okutiisibwatiisibwa mu bantu weekuli kubanga tuli bantu abantu batene wano babikola nagambye dda nti nze negome n'aladisinga wapakinga nepakinga mpaka wentuuse neavuga nayingira ofiisi ye nendyoka nsimbula nenvaawo
ate gwe nkumanyi kujjukireho
yimalawo distance ewerera ddala wayimira polling station nga nange nyimirira naye nga alina abakuumi nga 10 naye nga ate siratidde so abantu balina kwejjamu kiri nti ekyo kyotuyaniridde ebbanga tewali mukone bintu bino ebiri okufa era Katonda yabaali abaategese nti gwe oliko olwanirira nsiyo ekibanga bwe kirina okuba ate fenna tujja kufa kubanga kati wanjogera ano nze sironze naye ate ndi mutaasa obululu emitwalo n'emitwalo obuyinza okufa kuba nze nnondera wakiso naye sikoze eki
tolonze kuba oli saidi eyo
teekateeka yes so okutya abantu baba batiisatiisa baleke kutya abantu amaanyi bagateeke ku district kyogamba gwe abantu kati mwaluwa abantu ababagira Bobi Wine omanya aluwa obundi obali obwami twali tulina abo bonna singa beesitula abo abalugwala ne polling station kugundi ku district mukwano aluwa etegeza kinene nnyo mu nsonga zino eza people power so tusobola okikola nga tekyamaanyi just mwina bagumya tebalina kutya tebalina kutya balina kuba bakakkamu olaba nange nina obusungu neefuza olunaku lwa buli omu yayewuunya n'okwewuunya ensonga tuzikwata mpola bw'osanga omusirikale ng'olaba akuusanya omuntu muzze ebbali omugambe kino kyokola kikyamu kubaffe abasirikale yunifomu zonna mpya zikyaliko nekyokoze abana abatunzi n'amanya mpya oba abalonzeewa mpya so muzze ebbali n'omugamba nti bino byolimu bino kyokola kikyamu bino betulimu bya bukakkamu si kibuli ekibuli tukyetaaga wali ku district buno obudde tetuli mu kibuli bamukakkamu tubeere bakkakkamu tetwetaaga na kuyomba waliwo ekigenda okujjira awo mwana nsokkanula amaaso bwekito bwe kiri
naye ng'amawulire amalungi agava sayidi z'eno Bukomansimbi Lwengo wa sayidi eyo abantu bajjumbidde okulonda Sauda abantu bavuddeyo mu bungi ate ekirungi tebavaawo
kugamba ebigambo bino ekiri eno ewaffe Butebo Balisa Budaka Kibuku abantu balonda kugambye nagambye abantu beno mu byalo basooka kulima polling station kyakoze obunyeravu zino okuvaako polling station zijjudde akazi nti toliwo nnyo kubategeka lwakuba nti mulimu abatagamba nti ate ffe tetumanyi kuwandiika tetumanyi kutiikinga so abo nabo weebali naye ng'abantu bajjumbidde ekiyitibwa okulonda omuntu kati ffe abantu abasinga batumanyi era abantu abalera bamu abalina intaneti bagamba bino Sauda wuuyo ovaamu buvi bonna ne bacamuka kakati otuuka wamu noga akantuule sijja kufuluma kubanga ovaamu noleeta n'akacyanka lwalooza oba kyekigenda mu maaso naye ng'abantu bajjumbidde okulonda kyenyiza okugamba bajjumbidde okulonda simanyi na kyenyiza kunnyonnyola abantu bajjumbidde okulonda era nga yenaganye nti bali mu kubuzaabuza nti obukonge bwaweddewo ole bali babulinze kubanga bagamba bujja polling station nga 6 tebakyalonda bayimiriza dda batugamba ebokisi zajjudde neera mukama nze kyensinga omumanyerezo mulimu buli bwakyagulani so kati tulinda bukonge abamu tebakyalonda bayimiriza kubanga waba MP weebuli wa president tewali manyi nabo bagezi bazoleetayo obukonge 10 MP nga bungi webamanyi nti amaanyi mangi bateekawo nnyo embeera naye era tetukidde amaanyi Debbi abantu bagambe district yemala byonna
ku district
agency bakume fomu gwalina muganda wo nga ye polling agent ng'ali ku polling station nga yafunye appointment letter ya president agitwale nga kintu kikulu agitwale nti eyo ye ticket emuyingiza mu ngule oyo omwana yalina obuwanguzi waffe yeyekka tutwala kubanga nange siri agent nange siri gundi siri agent oba okitegeera ndi supervisor so nange muwe ekitiibwa ekisembayo kubanga yalina okutuwa DRA form
abantu bo batekinga olabyeko abamu nga balina ku zi cameras ku bibakusimu zaabwe nga bazikozesa okurecordinga
cameras era ogikwata mu magezi ogikwata mu magezi ffe tulina recordings nyingi nnyo tulina wazissa simu zigenda okujula tulina wazissa ebifaananyi tubifunye mu magezi naye nga etteeka tebakkiriza naye mu magezi tubirina. Yes.
Awo kirungi bangambye Lushenyi Ntungamo ballot box bagibbye ey'obululu namba nkyayagala kuconnectingayo ndabe nembaale mpulira nti waliyo be bakubye amasasi mbadde njagala connectinga nayo nfune updates eziriyo tulabe ekigenda maaso naye side yo mawulire si mabi mawulire malungi turn up kyekyo
mawulire si mabi lwakuba nti mu constituency gyayita Butebo wabaddewo nti agenti abawerera ddala 22 bonna babagjeeko appointment letters oba be bayita iso oba diso motoka yabadde yabaje era ne babatikka so ne wenjogerera tumaze okulitracinga back.
Mwebale bambi
njagala kugamba kimu we bazoganya bwe tuzoganya bwe bazoganya bwe tukola ki bwe tuzoganya so mutusabire tugezaako kukola kintu kisinga tukola kintu kirungi.
Nze nange line yange gye mbadde nkozesa okuba ate tebagikutteemu era kati ndi basajja baatya nnyo bano. Sauda tunaddamu kamala okukwasaganya wano ngenda kuddamu kukubireko update endala yonna eriwo. Okay. Kamala okukwasaganya ate Mbale. Let me see what is happening in Mbale right now. Yeah, Mbale, I've heard that our comrades have been shot and yeah, perfect. Let me build this connection and I get to see what is happening in Mbale. Sauda ali wala nnyo no mu byalo eyo waggulu eyo. So hello. I don't know. I heard that some people were shot dead. Is it true, or you haven't heard of that incident, or any other update that you might have?
I haven't yet heard of that, but I just heard of in Sri Lanka people were fighting and people have cut themselves.
Oh, in Sri Lanka.
Yes.
There has been a fight. Let me record that down. Yes. There has been a fight. People were arguing.
Yes.
Did the fight involve police, or you just heard of the fight, or you?
No, they were two. They were two men.
Mm-hmm.
I think one was supporting another party and another one another party.
Mm-hmm.
And they fought and cut each other.
Oh, they didn't die? Oh.
No.
Okay.
They haven't.
Okay. And where you are, what is the current situation?
Everything is calm.
There is no much intimidation from the police, the army, and all that kind of thing?
No.
What about when it comes to voting materials? Did they arrive in time and we...
Yes, they arrived in time because people went and voted.
And what about those who finished to vote? Do they go away or they do remain at the polling station to hear the results?
People are moving away. People are moving away because it has even started to rain.
Oh, it has started raining and they're moving away.
Yeah. Drizzle, not really rain though.
Drizzling. Then
yeah.
At your polling station, that's where you voted from. That's where this is happening, eh?
Yes.
Okay, this is in Mbale, right?
In Silonko, Mbale.
Oh, Silonko. All right, in Silonko. Oh, okay. Any other update that you'd love to give us apart from what you've just given us?
No, maybe with time, but for now everything is still.
Okay. Is there any police intimidation or maybe deployment of the army and all that kind of thing?
No, not now. I haven't seen any.
You haven't seen, but at the polling station they are security, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What about the machines that are used to vote? The polling materials, the ballot papers, they haven't got finished, people are still voting, right?
No, because I left early, so I don't know.
Oh, you left early. Oh. Okay, no problem. I'll get back to you later on to get any other kind of updates with the time.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, that is in Silonko. Our sister, what she did for her, she did not stay at the polling station, so I would need to get another contact from there as well. So that's the picture in Silonko. The voting is still going on very well, and as well as it has started to rain, as it is drizzling, and yeah, people are still voting. Only that she did not stay at the polling station. After voting, she went back home. I would love to get more contacts from Mbale and the Luwelo, Masaka, and the other central regions. We left those. You know, we have been live for now half a day. This is 3 p.m. half 3. So I've given enough updates of Masaka and the Kampala, Mukwana, and all that kind of thing. Now we are going to Gulu, Arua, Bushenyi, those other regions. That's where I want to focus most, and I get to know what is happening in those ends. Just like you've had our sister Sauda, she has encouraged us to flock the district headquarters. That's where these people always play their comedy from. That's where they change results. So kindly and kindly, kindly and kindly, kindly and kindly, after voting, after counting the votes at the polling stations, you are not going back home. You are supposed to go at the district headquarters. At the district headquarters, you have to be there when they are declaring the woman MP, the MP, the presidential results, and all that kind of thing. You have to be there and get each and every kind of results that are going to be calculated, summed up at the polling station, at the district headquarters. Kindly inform your friends, inform your papas, inform your mamas, inform your relatives. The day is today. Once you don't do that, then it's not good for you to come out and complain. Yeah, you're not supposed to complain. You're not supposed to complain. All right, let me see. Let me see. Yeah, actually, we are streaming this. We are streaming this on our YouTube channel, that is the New Generation TV. Our brother Ugandan Pia is also streaming the same thing again. Thank you, brother. Continue doing that great work. And we are also on Facebook as well. So those watching from Ugandan Pia, big up to you guys. Those watching from New Generation TV, big up to you guys. Those watching from Facebook, big up to you guys. What I'm going to do, since it is becoming Bundi Video, someone is giving me contact from Bundi Video. Let me first note it down here, and I go Kasese. Let me first connect it to Kasese. Kasese and Amuria. I think let me first go to Amuria. Kasese or Amuria? Okay, let me first see Kasese. Yeah, Kasese. Kasese. Let me see Kasese.
Country people, 35 years of gun rule is about to come to an end. Remember, it is your vote that is going to deliver you the change that you so badly need. This one is a clarion call to everybody above 18 and registered to vote. Okuva mu November, atusalako batulumba na ku nomination. Aba special force, military ne police bonna bagira mu information. Olwo ne tutandika olugendo oluwambu nga lwa tiagas na masasi. Penanga generation nga tuli ku mission ya kununula our nation. Oh, what a shame. Electoral Commission don't treat us the same. While others campaign.
Town Council, yeah, Bondi Town Council.
Bondi Bujo.
Town Council.
Oh,
Yada secretary ku ticket ya noko. Nakavane mfield wenjo berera. Abantu balonze bulungi tewabadde kavuyo konna. Era twataddeyo ba agent. Babiri ku
polling station.
Era sawa zino tukuumye okulanga kabiri sawa 10
okulonda kwatandise bukyali.
Okulonda kwatandise bukyali era nakava mu field kati. Abantu bamaliriza abasinga. Abasinga line.
Bamaliza obamala okulonda basigaddewo abamu oba bonna bavuddewo. Bakyaliwo.
Balinze kulanga kalulu. Papa wange.
Tewabaddewo.
So muganda wange.
Tewabaddewo intimidation yonna nti oba police bazoganya nti oba majega bazoganya oba intimidation wayitawo motoka oba wayitawo police biki.
Kati eno ngwe Bundi Bujo. Ye mzee abadde amanya nayo 99%. That's why tewabadde security nga nzibunzi. Tewabaddeyo nayo bayirawe. Just tewabaddeyo bana basirikale abakuuma eddembe ku polling station. Kati ye Museveni amanyi nti eno alina 99.
Kumbe bamusiba kiwani.
Badde basirise nga omanyi abeeno tebagala kiraga.
Ate Bundi Bujo eyina ebizibu bingi. Amataba luli gaaliyo omusajja talina na kimu kyakola abantu bategeera ekyokukola.
Anti kyobola bangu bulande jasinowa basirise buzibisi agenda kuwulira. Era mubale kunkubira ngenda kufuna enamba yo nja kuba nkuwa updates. Town Council yange. Na polling station 18.
Polling stations 18. Alali. Nenga voter turn up comparing to the previous election area this time around.
Actually, no, this time around abantu balonze nnyo. Mostly ngaba youth wade tebalonda. Bide myaka egiwedde bali tebalonda. Naye kati bwe kituuse ku Bobi balina okulonda.
Bavuddeyo ne balonda mu bungi.
Naye nga bide emyaka egisinga abamu nga bamanyi bageto youth. Babeera ngawo nga bamanyi ebyokulonda tebibakwatako. Naye twakoze omulimu gw'amaanyi obasomesa. Era bafunze bulungi kulonda. Kirungi kusanga muntu bali babifuna.
Ate materials ebyuma machines ze bakozesa okulonda tezikyankalanyemu tyoba biki.
Waliwo emu yakyankalanye. Naye kyanyambye ebadde yakyankalanye nga wengeredde polling station. And then ne stopping abantu okulonda ne bazizzayo eri ku Electoral Commission. Ne bazizzayo ennungi. Era okulonda ne kugenda mu maaso. Kale webali nnyo amawulire ago twongere obbalabisa nga tuba recordinga any kind of injustice okubeera mpozi n'ekirala ndowooza abantu bakubirize nnyo bagende ku district yaabwe bakagattire kawungeeza awo. Kale muganda wange naye nga bo abantu balonze bulungi tewabadde kavuyo konna.
Okay. Kale kati nja kuddamu nkuddira eddaka awo.
Oyinza okukubirako ab'omu nsozi.
Osobola okunsindikirako ku nnamba yoba olina gy'osobola okunsomera?
Kubanga waliwo abagundi bano omanyi ogundi Bujo olina concerts ebbiri Bulamba ne Bugendera. Kati ate Bugendera eyo opposition drought. Eyo mu nsozi abakonjo.
Abakonjo abo
bo tebaje nalonda Museveni oba okotya
basala mitima gyakaluba
omusinga bamukwata
iya njukira bulungi
kati banyivu nnyo naye kyamaanyi waliyo ttiimu ebyo naye tezannya tetwasindise
alali osobola okumpayo enamba yonna ene phone contact ku muntu yenna gwe nsobola okucontact
wali Bwambale omanyi
Bwambale wedda mukubirako essimu nga teriiko munnange
anti mu nsozi essimu network tebaayo
naye nga obwedda mukubirako okuva ku makya essimu ye tenaba kubeera kanti ogamba Western Prince
Western Prince network olusi tebaako
anyway
ngezeko ku oyo ono wali bamuyita Dr. Mukulu yali awo kumpi nga wakatandika ensozi yetali
The opposition in jail, they detain. Many comrades are dead. Nubi and many others in jail. Yo, kati munangalye yo. Okumala wo binoli na kulonda. Na kuminanya pena. Bana Uganda kulonde. Yukiza mundo. Ekwangalya meri chuke. Membada tugende. Bana Uganda kulonde. Mbagambe abeyo. Ekwangalya meri chuke. Ati bano bayide. Fena bwe tulonda babeera bawedde. Ai, bobanze buli gye mpita. Abana ba Uganda bonna besunga. Ai, bagamba nti kye balinda. Amaaso magule era bonna babuuka. Ewe omusana kagwake. Ambulera weri tulumbe. Enkuba ketonye. Yo ambulera weri tulonde. Kati gwe tikinga. Ambulera bwogiraba tikinga. Uganda bannange mwenna yenze Kyagulanyi Center mu Bobi Wine njagala okutuusa okwebaza eri mwenna olw'obuwagizi n'omukwano gwe mutuwadde mu campaign trail eno gye tubaddemu ebbanga lino lyonna wakati mu buzibu obw'amaanyi. Njagala okubajjukiza omulundi ogusembayo mwenna abasebo ne bannyabo kikulu okuna luno nga 14 guno omwezi gwe mukisa gwe tulina okusalawo ebiseera bya Uganda eby'omu maaso. Kuno kulonda kwe tugendamu kwa byafaayo kubanga akalulu ke tugenda okusuula ke katutwala mu Uganda empya. Mbajjukiza mwenna era mbasaba mujjukize bannammwe abakadde mbayambe bagende balonde, abalwadde mbayambe bagende balonde, n'emikwano gyo gyonna gijjukize gigende kironde kuba guno gwe mukisa gwe tulina okwetaasa ku bufuzi obwamusibira mu bbwa. Guno gwe mukisa gwe tulina okugyawo obufuzi obwannakyemalira okuyingira mu Uganda empya. This is a clarion call to all fellow Ugandans, all of you that registered to vote. Remember the 14th of January, this Thursday, is the deciding time. This is the opportunity that we have to usher in a new Uganda. This is an election that is historical and revolutionary. So I'm reminding all of you fellow Ugandans to turn up in large numbers and vote, and make sure you protect your vote because this is history in making. Let us all come out and cast our vote. We are non-violent, but we are democratic. We are many, and if we come out in large numbers and vote, we can be able to redefine the future of our country. Remember, bogendo kulonda londa mambuli ke kabonero ke tuyimiriddeko. Remember, when you go to vote, choose the symbol of the umbrella and you will be choosing liberation. You will be choosing freedom. Bana Uganda tulonde. Yukiza mundo. Ekwangalya meri chuke. Membala tugende. Bana Uganda tulonde. Mbagambe abeyo. Ekwangalya meri chuke. Country people, 35 years of gun rule is about to come to an end. Remember, it is your vote that is going to deliver you the change that you so badly need. This one is a clarion call to everybody above 18 and registered to vote. Okuva mu November, batusalako batulumba na ku nomination. Abasi special force, military abasirikale ne polisi bonna bagira mu zifomationi olwo ne tutandika olugendo oluwanvu nga lwa tiyagasi n'amasasi fenna nga generationi nga tuli ku misioni ya kununula our nationi. Oh, what a shame, Electoral Commission don't treat us the same. While others campaign, the opposition in jail they detain. Many comrades are dead, Nubian many others in jail. Yo, kati munangalyeyo okumalawo bino linakulonda nga 14 fenna tugende bana Uganda tulonde yukiza muno eggwanga lyaffe likyuke membala tugende bana Uganda tulonde mbagambe abeeyo eggwanga lyaffe likyuke ati bano bayidde fena bwe tulonda babeera bawedde ayi obanze buli gye mpita abaana ba Uganda bonna beesunga ayi bagamba nti kye balinda amaaso makulu era bonna babuuka ewe omusana kagwake ambulera weri tulumbe enkuba ketonye yo ambulera weri tulonde kati gwe tikinga ambulera bogira batikinga nkugambye tikinga mambuli bogira batosula ai Bannayuganda bannange mwenna yenze Kyagulanyi Center mu Bobi Wine njagala okutuusa okwebaza eri mwenna olw'obuwagizi n'omukwano gwe mutuwadde mu campaign trail eno gye tubaddemu ebbanga lino lyonna wakati mu buzibu obw'amaanyi. Njagala okubajjukiza omulundi ogusembayo mwenna abasebo ne bannyabo kikulu okuna luno nga 14 guno omwezi gwe mukisa gwe tulina okusalawo ebiseera bya Uganda eby'omu maaso. Kuno okulonda kwe tugendamu kwa byafaayo kubanga akalulu ke tugenda okusuula ke katutwala mu Uganda empya. Mbajjukiza mwenna era mbasaba mujjukize bannammwe abakadde mbayambe bagende balonde abalwadde mbayambe bagende balonde n'emikwano gyo gyonna gijjukize gigende kironde kuba guno gwe mukisa gwe tulina okwetaasa ku bufuzi obwamusibira.
Wow. Yeah, that's what happened when the president of the National Unity Platform, His Excellency Kyagulanyi Ssentamu Robert, I was casting his vote just a few minutes ago. Actually, maybe like a few, like 2-3 hours ago. Yeah, he managed to cast his vote. He came together with his beautiful wife, Bobi Kyagulanyi, the First Lady. Yes, there they are. Wow, look at that. He opens the car door for his wife Bobi Kyagulanyi. Cameras trailing him all over. Look at that. So nice. Wow. Wow. That is the president of the National Unity Platform, His Excellency Kyagulanyi Ssentamu Robert, the strategist of the People Power Movement. Hey. Yeah. Wow. Wow. Bino nze byebinyumira byenjagala. Naye mwana sooka olabe ensasagge. Yes, all I can say to you, actually a few hours left to end these elections and the counting is going to start because it is just 16 minutes. It's actually 1 hour. It is 1 hour and 16 minutes left. So guys, 1 hour or 2 hours? I don't remember very well. But just within less than 3 hours from now, the election is going to be stopped. Within less than 3 hours from now, the election is going to be ended and counting is going to stop. But don't forget that one of the tactics these guys have used is to, you know, provide little materials, as in ballot papers and all that kind of thing. You've had in Palisa, in, let me see, I've been noting down these districts. Yeah, in Palisa, in Chibuku, in Budaka, in Butebo, very many people there are still stranded. Ballot papers got finished, and then when I heard that kind of comment, I was like, wait a minute, this is the Electoral Commission that has a list of all polling stations in Uganda and the total number of voters at that polling station. Now, how are you going to explain to me that within just 2 or 3 hours the ballot papers have been, you know, have been finished, and people are still in huge numbers waiting to vote? How can the Electoral Commission explain this? You know, there are very many people waiting to vote, and then you tell me that the election materials specifically for the president, and this is happening in areas where Bobi Wine has most of the support. So that is another tactic these guys want to use. But as we always encourage ourselves, guys, this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. For those that have managed to call your friends, your relatives, your spouses and all that kind of thing, guys, continue doing so. But again, thank you. That is the part you are playing, and continue playing it until when each and every vote has been counted. And how are we going to ensure that? We are going to ensure that by staying after voting to observe each and everything, and then afterwards we all go to the district headquarters. Yes, this is serious. This is not a joking subject, guys. This is not a joking matter. We are securing our future. We are redirecting our country back to the right path. And this is not one man's kind of responsibility. This is for all of us, if you care anyway, because there are some people who don't care, you know, whether Museveni rigs elections, whether we don't have medicine in hospitals, whether we don't have, you know, good schools and all that kind of thing. But if you do care for your future, for the future of your kids, for the future of your grandkids, come on, this is just one day. We gotta finish this assignment. And yes, we celebrate. So kindly do that. Whatever you do, triple those efforts, maximize on them, and later on, after the day, you are going to just see smiles. Let me see. Let me try to organize for you a video when Kyagulanyi is arriving and when Kyagulanyi is voting. Yeah, when Kyagulanyi is arriving at the polling station, and then when Kyagulanyi is voting and when he's leaving. Let me compile it and I give it to you now. But in the meantime, as I'm compiling it, I'm going to first go off right now and then reconnect after. Just in a few minutes. Yeah, just in a few minutes. Just in a few minutes. And then when I come back, I'm going to connect to Matete, to Amulia, to Kamuli, and where else? Yeah, I've received more contacts. Yeah, I'm going to keep calling those guys. My contacting number, the one I was using to receive some airtime, these guys plucked it off. They blocked it. So once it gets finished, you will just see me off, and don't ask why is JB not on. But of course, I'm getting another number. I've got another number of which I've not yet started using, but I'm going to start using it as well. So don't worry, there is a solution to each and every problem. To you know, so allow me first to go off now. I work on this video, as well as make other contacts outside the central region in Mbarara, especially in Mbarara. I want to connect a link between Mbarara, Bushenyi, Ntungamo, those regions. Seemingly maybe the network is poor, and maybe the persons I was contacting, they were kindly busy coordinating our activities, because some of these people are agents, some of these people are aspiring, or they are NUP candidates in different positions. So I'm going to keep trying them to get so that they can paint us a picture what is taking place in Mbarara, what is taking place in Ntungamo and the Rushenyi, those other regions. And for those who have contacts of comrades in that side, kindly share with me directly. Just DM me, and I'll get the contact and call right away. Naenga fene kaongezi tuli ku district headquarters. An update from our comrade Ashraf Kasirie. Yeah, he has managed to vote for the president. Yeah, he came in an ambulance. Ashraf Kasirie of Ghetto TV, our comrade who was shot directly in the head. You remember that incident that took place in Masaka recently when the president was heading to Rengo district. Yeah, our brother was shot in the head, and the bullet shattered part of his skull. Yeah, he has been in intensive care for some time, but he keeps on recovering day by day. He managed to vote for our president, Kyagulanyi Ssentamu Robert. Yeah, his wife managed to help him out. That is some good news, because a few weeks ago he couldn't talk, he couldn't move, he couldn't do anything. But hearing those good news that he has managed to, be escorted, in the ambulance to vote, it's good news. Yes, it's good news. It's good news. And I'm very sure, and I'm convinced our brother is going to be very okay. Let us keep praying for him. Let us keep praying for the brother Kasirie Ashraf. Kalangala. I'm going to connect it to all. Just like I told you, today we are together the entire day. With these kind of updates, because there is no way we can do it the usual way we always do it. The video and all that kind of thing. That's why I'm making direct calls. Naenga, I'm coming back. Let me first turn off this.
Hi, I'm Femi OK. You're watching this stream. Today we look ahead to January the 14th and Uganda's presidential election. What are your hopes and fears for the leadership in Uganda for the next 5 years? If you're on YouTube, you can jump into the comment section and be part of today's program.
And the current situation in Uganda as of now, everyone is on tension, citizens are on tension because the anxiety of who is going to win, the current state, people think they're going to rig the elections, and then the different parties that are on board, at least we have about 11 candidates, and the situation is really a tense one, but we hope we have a peaceful election.
To join today's discussion, we invited President Museveni, but his office, his team didn't reply to any of our invitations. We also scheduled presidential candidate Bobi Wine to be part of the conversation, but earlier on today, he said he was unable to join us due to campaign commitments. But we do have an excellent lineup. Hello, Joel. It's really good to see you. Hello, Fonyo. Hello, Lydia. Thank you for being part of the stream. Joel, tell everybody who you are, what you do.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Joel Senyonyi, and I'm the spokesperson of NUP. That's the National Unity Platform political party, and also spokesperson of the People Power Movement.
Ofonyo, good to see you. I've seen you on the news on Al Jazeera earlier on today. Tell everybody who you are, what you do.
Yeah, I'm the Executive Director of the Government Media Center and spokesperson of the Government of Uganda.
Thank you for joining us, and hello, Lydia. Please tell our international audience who you are.
Good evening. I'm Lydia Namovilu, a Ugandan journalist and the Africa editor at Open Democracy.
Lydia, I am looking on my laptop at the candidates for the presidential elections in Uganda 2021 to 2026. That will be their term. And I'm just going to scoot down and look at the candidates here. Out of these candidates, who stands out for you? Who is the most impressive from your perspective? Who seems to be capturing the public's imagination?
Those are two different questions. The one I find most captivating is not necessarily the candidates that's most capturing the public imagination. So I would say for the public, there are two front runners. There's President Museveni, incumbent for 35 years, and then there's Senator Muchagulanyi, most commonly known as Bobi Wine, who was only 4 years old when President Museveni became president. I would say the two are the foremost runners in the race. I'm not voting either necessarily myself.
Ofonra, I'm just looking at President Museveni's Twitter feed, counting down to election day, and one of the critical issues that you seem to be using to appeal to Uganda's voting citizens will be securing the future, that with President Museveni, you continue to have a secure future. It's so difficult to be distracted by politics in Uganda right now. I want you to really focus on issues at the beginning of our conversation. Is that the biggest campaign promise that the government is giving the people of Uganda? A secure future?
Yes, because 35 years ago, Museveni got Uganda in the abyss. A failed state, no army, no parliament, no judiciary, no civil service, nothing, no economy. Not even the basics, sugar, salt. Over 35 years, all those are now uplifted. There was no democracy, no media. We have made tremendous journey of transformation, of empowerment of the previously marginalized women, youths, young people, the disabled. We were a pariah in the international community. We want to continue with Museveni's leadership, with the NRM leadership, so that we continue to consolidate and secure the future. We do believe that we have built a firm foundation on which we can build a better, the greater Uganda. And so every indication is that Yoweri Museveni is the preferred candidate for majority of Ugandans. There may be a lot of noise in town, but that is the reality. Museveni is going to win. His party, the National Resistance Movement, is going to win overwhelmingly the next parliament and the local governments of Uganda. Our conservative estimate, 70%, 73%. I don't think there's going to be a big dent from the current formations in the country, political formations in the country.
All right, let me bring in Joel here. Joel, I've been following your outreach via social media. Uganda has 3 major problems you tweeted out recently. 1, leadership. 2, leadership. 3, leadership. Critical issues as you approach election day for you that you're appealing to the Ugandan public. What are they? Joel, go ahead. Hi there, Joel. Can you hear me? Critical issues approaching the January 14th election. I saw you tweet out leadership. Any other points? Any other mandate apart from that? Joel, go ahead. We may have lost Joel. Let's see. Hi, Joel.
All right. I'm back now. So talking about that tweet specifically, I say that yes, there are 3: leadership, 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 because ultimately everything is revolving around leadership. When you go to our hospitals, there's no medicine. Women are giving birth on the floor. Why? Bad leaders who are not concerned about the people. The Fonopondos will spend billions of taxpayers' money, government officials, flying out for treatment. And so they'll not be concerned about the ordinary taxpayer. It's bad leadership that, sees our children studying under trees in 2021, 35 years later of the leadership of Mr. Museveni. It's bad leadership that does that. When you look at our economy, these guys keep talking about progress. Oh my goodness. A few are extremely rich. The gap between the rich and the poor is so wide. So when you look at GDP and GDP per capita, yes, it will show you that there's a bit of progress. But you see, GDP per capita, it means, so yes, there's somebody who is extremely rich and another who is too poor. They'll do a balance and then get an average. So many young people are unemployed in this our good country. When you look at our human rights record, for heaven's sake, opposing Mr. Museveni is like a death sentence. People are being killed, people are being maimed, hundreds of people are behind bars because one man wants to rule our country forever. And for us, we are saying, no, we can't do better. We should be able to do better. We think that 35 years later, Mr. Museveni has done what he's been able to do, but there's lots of things that he has messed up. Corruption in this, our good country, is skyrocketing. Government officials are stealing on a daily basis billions of taxpayer money that is meant to fix education and all these different things. And so that's why I keep taking it back to leadership. Once we get leaders that are going to serve the people as opposed to serving themselves, the situation can change. It should be able to change.
I'm just looking here at a tweet from Baker. Baker is part of the conversation that we were having online. And he says that President Museveni is the right choice, tried, tested, strategic. Others are not thinking anywhere beyond the 14th. Lydia, your take on that?
Yeah, I think that's definitely one of the ways in which President Museveni appeals to people. He said he appeals to a certain kind of people who would rather, who are risk averse, who think whatever we have now, I would rather have this than take a chance on what's the unknown. But I wouldn't say those people are the majority, to be honest. I think, like Joel was saying, there's lots of people who are disgruntled. Mr. Fono Opondo was talking about, where Museveni brought us from. We were a pariah, a failed state, and all of that. But what he's talking about, the change that Mr. Museveni brought in the 1980s and the 90s, is not necessarily the same place we still are. I think lots of people feel like we've regressed. We once were on a revolutionary path, and we've since regressed. So I think I would say, yeah, some people are risk averse. They don't want to risk what they already have, especially people who are comfortable. But there are lots of people who also feel excluded and marginalized in many, many ways, economically, as members of certain ethnic groups. Young people do not see themselves represented at all by the government. It's a government run by old men who very often do old men things like, slowing down the internet, closing social media. So I think it's not a universal it's not a universal perception for sure.
I want to bring in a Belgwin Prosper Lumu, who picks up, Lydia, on your point about this being a young people's election. This is what he told us when he looked at who was running, who were the potential candidates. Have a listen to Belwin.
And people are very excited to see that very many youth have come up to take the highest office of the land, the president's office. So you look at people like John Katumba, 24 years of age, is the youngest presidential candidate, and the most popular being Bobi Wine, Mr. Chagulanyi Sentamu. So people are very excited to hear from all these people, and the whole country is pushed into a state of excitement, uncontrollable excitement, whenever they see or listen to these people talk or meet them wherever they go to campaign.
Yes, we have so much activity happening on YouTube. I want to open up some of their questions and share them with you. So David Dennis says, how are the post-polling activities like vote counting ensured to be safe and fair by the party agents? Ofonwo, let me ask that of you very directly and a brief response, please.
Well, first of all, at the time of nomination, it was transparent. Through the Electoral Commission, candidates were asked to send their representatives at the national level to the polling station level, 2 agents each person. Once voting starts at 8, it closes at 4, and voting is done, rather counting is done in the open at the polling station. And the results are announced at the polling station before they are taken for tallying at the district level. So with that, with observers, with the media, we expect any reasonable candidate to have sufficient number of reliable agents to take care of their interests. Okay. There's nobody going to fidget with the voting, and so the election will be credible, the results will be credible, will be reflecting the will of the people. I have no doubt about that. So, the whole country is winning.
Yeah, so what is interesting here, and we've known this for some time, have a look at my laptop here, John, then I'm going to go straight to you. The EU says it won't monitor Uganda election, limiting polls, international scrutiny, and that's because the last time they looked at Uganda's elections, they weren't happy that it was free and fair. Joel, how confident are you that this election, January the 14th, the number of people who voted, the votes that went to various candidates, they will be accurate?
Our elections are very troublesome. There's a lot of intimidation that happens on a daily basis. And you see, an election is a process. It's not just an event. So we're talking about 14th, but it began a long time ago, and then it will head to 14th and thereafter. It's an entire process. It begins with consultations, for example, that are provided for within our laws. But if somebody is desirous to stand for president, they can go across the country consulting. Bobi Wine tried to do that, and they stopped him. They said, no, you won't move around. That was way before COVID-19, which now our government uses. They use COVID-19 as an excuse to persecute the opposition, to kill people, which is illogical that you're killing people as a way of trying to protect them from COVID-19. So it's an entire process. Consultations did not happen. On nomination day, our presidential candidate was bundled up. Many of us were beaten and so on. And it's been the process. That's the way things have been happening. People are being killed. People are maimed. People are in jail, you know. And so as we head to 14th, there's too many questions, you know, too few answers. So ballot papers were delivered, for example, seals were broken. And the EC said, you see, it's because of our Bambi roads, that's why the seals broke. But those seals are too strong. And so there's concerns about all these different things. So Ofono was saying that, you see, the media will be there to cover and so on. But government and the Electoral Commission have come out to say, we are not allowing cameras at polling stations. And we're saying, wait a minute. Why are you keeping cameras away? What are you trying to hide? Or are you now going to use any other excuse? Cameras spread COVID-19. What exactly are you trying to hide?
All right, so guess I hear all three of you. Lydia briefly, and then Ofonwo briefly, and then we go back to YouTube. Go ahead, Lydia.
Right, about cameras at polling stations, I believe the Electoral Commission has clarified it's not allowed within the cordoned off voting area, but journalists will still be able to observe the election. However, I understand people, you know, like the EU teams that are no longer observing the elections because like the EU, Ugandans are very familiar. You observe, you see, you document a lot of wrongdoing, and nothing's done about it. mean, every election since 2006 has been challenged in court, and the court has made long lists of recommendations, most of which are just ignored. Mr. Opondo was talking about the procedural things that will happen on election day as they are on paper, but in practice, they don't necessarily happen that way. I live just about 6 kilometers from the Electoral Commission. In 2016, my polling station got their ballot papers at 3 p.m. And like he's telling you, then voting ends at 4 p.m. When are people going to vote? So I think it's one thing to put things on paper. It's quite another to actually ensure that those things happen. And when things fail to happen as they should, that remedy is, the voters have remedy and correction is made to avoid those things being repeated, which we haven't seen so far. So I really completely understand people who don't feel like this is going to be a fair election. I think we haven't seen sufficient commitment from the government to make it fair, and it certainly doesn't help that unfairness benefits the regime's candidate.
If you have been following Uganda's elections, obviously if you're inside of Uganda, you will know this, that some of the opposition candidates have had quite a challenging time. I'm putting that lightly. I want to show you presidential candidate Bobi Wine just a little while ago when he was campaigning and what happened to him. Let's have a look.
I'm back again. I'm sorry, I've been tear gassed in my car. The police officer is ordering that I'm not supposed to park on the side of the road and speak to media.
So I'm wondering, Ofonwo, why a presidential candidate is wearing a helmet and a flat jacket and in an armored vehicle to campaign. But YouTube has even tougher questions here. Lorna Maria says censorship is our biggest problem. Mbambu Annette, the biggest issue is that police are killing innocent Ugandans. Ofonwo, how would you respond to those two lines of questioning?
Well, before I respond to that, I'm very glad that Lydia has debunked Mr. Joel Senyonyi's false claims that journalists are not allowed. The reason the Electoral Commission has said, indeed the regulations, that cameras are not allowed inside the polling station is to protect the integrity of the secret balloting, so that nobody traces how a voter voted. Now, the claims by Lydia again that there is no way to verify whether the voting is credible or not, again, is not correct, because it is the onus of the candidate to choose a credible polling agent. I just want to correct you. It is not true, it is not accurate that the EU want to be sending representatives to monitor or to observe the election. They will not be sending observers from their respective countries. However, they are going to send observers from already their mission, the staff already in the mission in Uganda. I happen to sit at the National Organizing Committee of this election as a spokesperson of government. We have accredited EU delegates from their respective embassies. We have accredited the observers from the British High Commission in Uganda, the staff that are already in Uganda. Obviously, because of COVID, they are skeptical of sending their staff, their people, their citizens to Uganda, where they don't know how the COVID is being managed. Now, let me just go quickly to the issue of the fracas, the violence.
Joe, just hold tight for a moment, because I'm interested in hearing why.
Yes.
Hold tight for a moment. Unfortunately, when everyone's speaking. So why is a presidential candidate having to wear a flat jacket and a helmet to campaign?
To ask yourself, there are 11 presidential candidates. Why 2 are the ones having fracas with the police? Those 2, Chagulanyi and Amuriat, have clearly said more than 100 times that they will conduct this campaign, this election, through defiance of the law, to bring the country to a standstill, civil disobedience, in the hope they can make governance in Uganda possible and hopefully overthrow the government.
So, Fonwa, I just want to push you because we only have so much time in this show. So it was like, why is it? Why are they wearing?
Part of it is theoretical. Some of it is a drama. They want to get sympathy from people like you, from people like the media and international observers. So we want to leave them to play that theoretical.
What about the 52 people who were killed? Were they just being dramatic? Really?
And also the many attempts.
All right, so guess this is painful. Guess this is very painful to hear. So just let me pause for a moment. Everybody, just pause for a moment.
You will be handled with the force.
All right, Joel, go ahead. Just Joel.
So, look, it's very interesting hearing an old man like Ofonopono go on TV, national, international television, and tell the lies that he's telling. That so it's gimmicks and all of this. Been many attempts on Bobi Wine's life. We just saw a video there. They just shoot aimlessly numerous times. They have shot at somebody very close to him, clearly targeting him, and so he's trying to shield himself. Ofonopono says that my candidate Bobi Wine said he's going to defy all the laws. Which laws are we talking about? Because there's a campaign schedule. He goes out there to campaign in districts that he's meant to be in, and the police says, no, you cannot. He goes to speak at radio stations, and they pull him out, police officers. So is he spreading COVID-19 even when he's on radio? But there's a question I'd wanted to ask Ofonopono about, the observers. So he says, yes, they've accredited all these observers and all of that. But you see, all the reports that these people produce are never acted upon. And that's why they're saying, you know what, I would rather not be part of this. But it's not just the observers of Ofonopono. The Supreme Court of our country did issue out recommendations, 10 of them, to try and sanitize our elections. The government of Uganda, for which Ofonopono you speak, has not implemented even one. So why go around in circles and say, yes, we are accrediting them and they are around, but of what use is it for you to accredit them? They are around, they make recommendations and you don't act upon them.
Well, a recommendation can be taken and can be rejected.
Yes, Lydia, go ahead.
A court. I mean, that's shocking that the government spokesperson would say that court recommendations, a court ruling can be rejected or taken. That's shocking. We're talking about the highest court in Uganda. But I do have a question for a different question. When you talked about ensuring the credibility of the voting process, you talked about candidates picking agents, credible agents and all of that. But I'm not a candidate, I'm not an agent's candidate, I'm just a voter who would like to cast my vote. I live just 6 kilometers from the Electoral Commission. It's 3 p.m. My ballot papers, the ballot papers
Lydia,
are not
we have
there.
1 minute
What am
left
I
in this show.
supposed to
Ask
do?
your question. Okay, what is Lydia
What am I
supposed to do?
under those circumstances?
Well, first of all,
briefly.
First of all, delay of my ballot materials is not the dominant feature in the election. But let me go specifically to your polling station. Assuming it comes late, the law says whichever voter is on the queue by 4 o'clock will vote even if it goes up to midnight. So that's the law. So if you're on the queue by 4, you will vote.
All right. So, guests, we have so much conversation happening on YouTube. This was a very timely show to be looking ahead to what may happen in Uganda come voting day on January the 14th for Fonro, Joel, Lydia, YouTubers. Thank you for your excellent questions. I want to have a look here back at my laptop because there were so many issues that we haven't yet discussed, and my laptop was frozen, so I can't be able to show you that. I'm sorry about that. But there are stories that we're running right now on aljazeera.com. Facebook shuts down Ugandan accounts ahead of general elections. That is a big story. Has your YouTube, has your online connectivity in Uganda, has that slowed down? That is a big story. And then I also want you to look at my colleague, Catherine Soy. She is tweeting, she is reporting from Kampala. You will see her on aljazeera.com. You'll see her on Al Jazeera English as well. So keep following this story. It is a big one. Thank you, everybody, for being part of the show. I'll see you next time.
Uganda has been all about one member of parliament, known more popularly by his alias Bobi Wine.
There has been a strong critic of President Yoweri Museveni, who's been in power since 1986.
Dear people around the globe, I'm addressing you as a Ugandan in the urge of telling the world a story. The story is about Robert Kyagulanyi, also known as Bobi Wine, known for his music but leading what they call the struggle for freedom. For the ones who don't know anything about Uganda, we are the youngest population in the whole world, with over 80% of Ugandans below the age of 35. That's approximately the number of years our current president is in power, but that's also Bobi Wine's age. We Ugandans all know Bobi Wine because of his music. The music that he starts producing in the late 90s from a small town center in the suburbs of Kampala, Kamucha.
Bobi Wine himself is a ghetto kid. Himself he represents ghetto as part of the ghetto. Ghetto is in his blood. That's why he's loved in our country.
He challenged everyone that, you know what, you can come from the ghetto and be somebody, because I'm also from the ghetto.
I think this is a fundamental change in the politics of our country.
This is President Yoweri Museveni in 1986. Ugandans were happy that the war against the regime of former President Obote was over, and that Museveni brought stability and economic growth. Not 5, not 10, but 30 years later, he won his 6th term. Now when we go back to Bobi Wine's ghetto, it might look peaceful to you. Kids playing around, happy faces, but the facts around Ugandan ghettos are worrying. People are really poor, and they feel completely abandoned by Museveni's government.
These people have been claiming they had brought peace. People are sleeping well, nobody. But we can't sleep when we are starving. This is part of Uganda where the war was. It had everything. People were good farmers. We had coffee factories. We had cotton factories. We had shambas, big shambas. They are nowhere to be seen. We had very strong cooperative societies, nowhere to be seen. Ugandans are slaves in their country now. That's why we are crying to the incumbent to put in place a situation where we can change politics freely.
In the late 90s, Uganda's music industry was changing direction, majorly because of them. Chameleon, Bebe Cool and Bobi Wine. Who is your favorite artist? I think all Ugandans have had this question at least once. Musical beefs and competition was trending at the time, but Bobi Wine soon brought a new concept to life, the Bobi Wine edutainment. He gave advice through his music, sang about proper sanitation, entrepreneurship, the use of condoms, how to deal with the ghetto life, and he has always been outspoken about where he comes from, something that lots of Ugandans would be ashamed of.
I'm Bobi Wine. There's nothing to hide about me. I come from Kamocha, and hey, I'm proud of it.
And you know I'm representing that ghetto, and ghetto is all about, you know.
You think ghetto is about smoking? No, you're
that's
very
what
wrong.
we think.
That's what you think. That's why I'm here to make it clear. Ghetto is where I come from. Yeah, those places with limited opportunities. In the ghetto where we come from is where most talent is, but it's deprived of all the opportunities. That's where I come from. That's Uganda, baby.
Well, youth and youth, you know, if you know a politician, we come for born. Straight from the Dangala, come out, we come for your space. Exactly what's on a poor man's mind. Man called Bobi Wine, a man called Nobi, and listen, we come for talk. Remember, we are got a youth. Watch this.
Like we were telling the people, we elected you into office. You need to do something about the ghetto. You don't only remember us when you really need to get back into those positions.
His music has always been about justice.
He preaches out love, he preaches out unity, he preaches out peace, and he teaches a lot of people through his works. All his works are educative.
He wrote a song, and I told him, man, this song is going to bring trouble for you. You want to do this song, you need to be somewhere, maybe you need to be a politician, you need to be, don't do this song. And he said, okay, I understand, let me not do this song. And he didn't do the song. But after 5 years, he did the same song.
If I try to communicate what's actually on ground, I expect the authorities to appreciate that. I expect the authorities to react positively to that, not by intimidating the singer, not by branding me an inciter of violence. I expect understanding.
People are pushing him to another position. You're singing for us the songs, these guys hear them, but they can't do nothing. Can you please get there on the floor and speak for us?
So he's like, man, do you know that I can be a member of parliament? And I was, yeah, yes, you can.
So Bobi Wine presented himself as a candidate in the by-election for Chadondo East. That's the constituency where he stays, to be the member of parliament, the representative of this constituency.
If he is serious going to the parliament, let him first shave off all those dreads. He agreed with people. Then we designed the other posters.
It was put everywhere all over the country. Even when the elections were not going to happen. You would go to Mbarara, find people with these posters everywhere on their cars, on the streets, in their restaurants.
Chadondo, those people shot
really love. We were trying to prove this, that it's not about the dreads, it's about the brains.
olunaku lwesooka okuyingira mu paliamenti bajja gamba wuuyo omutaka wa kyaddondo eno egenda okubeera entandikwa y'enkomerero y'obubbi bw'akalulu mu ggwanga lyaffe.
This is the song that Bobi Wine sang during the presidential elections of 2016. In this song, he advocates for peaceful elections and condemns the violence, a thing that always occurred during the elections.
Yeah, of course, we are versing with the state. So all the state establishment were in place. That is the police, the intelligence, the army, and of course the NRM as a party.
And these guys really try to do what they're best at, trying to rig.
The police could say, let's continue. Okay, what happened? Okay, stop fighting. Let's continue voting. But somebody like is putting on like 300 votes and the voters are like 10. Security was to be guaranteed by us, not the police, because the police is ordered by the ruling government.
They caught guys with vehicles with boxes, so many votes already ticked.
We had to drive our cars the whole day, checking every polling station. If I'm here, somebody's here. If I'm here, somebody's there. We were driving around.
On the day of voting, there was so much tension. So many army people, like in uniform.
And at around 7, when it was becoming dark, they removed power. And I knew these people were going to rig elections.
These guys can do anything. Even if you win in numbers, they can decide to announce some other person. So there was so much tension.
These results are from all the 93 polling stations. I declare Chagulanyi Sentamu Robert, who has obtained the largest number of votes, to be the elected candidate for Chadondo County East Constituency, Wakiso District.
This is not my victory, this is the people's victory. It is the exaltation of the voice of the common people. Now the divisions of elections are over, and it is time for us to work together to bring the positive change that our people so badly need.
I've been participating in elections throughout my life, but I have never seen an election where people jubilated. That's Robert's election. And in our history here, it hasn't ever been here for somebody to win an election 98%. Winning all, we won all.
Even the structures of the NRM, that is the National Resistance Movement, the party in power, voted for Bobi Wine.
There are people who are saying that a lot of musicians and comedians are getting into our parliament, and so it is sort of diluting the quality of the parliament. How different are you going to be? What message do you have for such people?
There's something called stereotype, yeah? For long, there's been that stereotype. But probably that's why God raises people like me to prove certain negative perceptions wrong.
People used not to take him serious. But when he got into active politics, yeah, they're saying, hey, really, he had some sense. Yeah, now they started looking even for the songs that he'd sung before. And
Like Bob Marley said, we handle things in a rubber dub style. Yeah.
One Bobby, one with a man in a row. Blow that row, boy.
I, Chagulanyi Sentamu Robert, swear in the name of the Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Republic of Uganda, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. So help me.
Chembasaba mwekume wadobola mu bunyuma kimanye bumpi asiko bulamu mukono tassa okalada kadada kiribedda
omuvubuka omulabu fuya beera stedenga bali wabeera nakapira kaba kukava nayika malusu kubagala byekamidika luba kubamanyi embeera yasitezwe nogwiroli nogwira noyo ate nga toyambala kati babuusange baganda bange jakwala temubula bikwera okuligida eryo dembe lyaffe ale okudekegende
naye temuloba mujukirenge
What is your last word to them as you do make your first step to Parliament?
My last word to them is that you can count on me. I've walked into Parliament. I've always said it before that if Parliament cannot come to the ghetto will come to the Parliament. So I want you to know ghetto has come to the Parliament of Uganda. But what we want to deliver, what we want to change, we're going to change it together. My role is to give people confidence and to make them believe in democracy, which they believed in.
The whole country had been watching these elections. It felt bigger than a general election, while this was just a by-election for Chadondo East, one of the 146 constituencies. But there was also a big doubt in the back of people's mind. Is he going to deliver? Is he capable? Is it not just for the fame?
It had mixed feelings, you know. Politics.
And I was trying to show him that there's a way things have been going on in Uganda. And when you look, you wouldn't wish it on your friend. People are captured, beaten up, all sorts of things. And that's what we're heading to.
Remember that. Represent every day of the week. Straight from the ghetto. Mine.
Bobi Wine was not even a week old serving in Parliament when a huge challenge came to his path. They wanted to remove the presidential age limit of 75 from the Constitution. And if this bill passes, President Museveni can again rule for another term in 2021.
When he heard all that, he asked himself, should I sing a song? He got an idea and decided to go to the studio, and he recorded a voice message.
Voice note. My name is Chagulanyi Sentamu, also known as Bobi Wine. This 12th day of September 2017 is a very sad day in the leadership of our country. They passed a resolution to remove presidential age limits from the Constitution of Uganda so that President Museveni can become life president. They did this at a time when our nation has been bleeding for the last 31 years. Our country's former glory is all gone. Corruption rates are alarming, service delivery is at its worst, and women are dying while giving birth. Your elected members of parliament think the best response to this crisis is to remove age limits. Well, my message to them is this. You are traitors. You have betrayed your country. You have sold your conscience for cheap. History will judge you very harshly.
The last shots that we could see from Bobi Wine, he was in custody at the police station. But we all knew that he had an interview on NBS, Uganda's biggest news channel. So we were waiting to see if it would continue.
So they were like asking him about the recording. He said, yes, I said it, ABCD. Did I break any law? So they had to sign for him. We left the police, we had to drive up to NBS. Then we reached NBS, Bobi entered the studio direct. Then the police had to wait for us.
Robert Chagulanyi, good evening, Robert.
I was charged for inciting violence as per the audio and video that I recorded. So I was sending a message to the people to tell them that it's actually their constitutional right as per Article 3, subsection 4 of the Constitution, that every Ugandan has a right and actually has a duty to protect the Constitution. And even right now on TV, I'm calling upon all Ugandans not to sit down, rise up and defend the Constitution before the Constitution is too weak to defend us.